It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions.
Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Sunday, January 18th, 2026. Thank you for joining me today. Still have that up from the last show we did. Thank you for joining me today. We had a really successful, still ongoing, looks like I bumped this, still ongoing fundraiser that we completed on the 16th, but we'll leave up for so many more days. But just want to start by expressing my gratitude and just how, I mean, obviously we put the goal high because that's all, I think that's just the right way to do that and aim for as much as you can, not necessarily always a monetary thing, but just, aim, shoot for the stars kind of a dynamic. But the amount of support that we got really did kind of blow me away. And the words of kindness, the words of inspiration, from everybody involved, from the people that were there, it's just really inspiring. And, and I know you guys see the value in this platform. That's why you're here. And it's always a challenge to go through all that we're going through, to look at all the horrible things happening, and there's a lot of good things happening too. But, what we do is to try to break down the things that are important in a sense of, not only just reporting on the good events and things that go the way they should, but obviously the things that we're not seeing that should be going a different way. And that stuff weighs on you, and I've always said over the years that I'm good about compartmentalizing that. But the point is that we all go through these kind of challenges and ebbs and flows, and have an event like that, it really does kind of open your eyes to what you've reached and how many people you affect. And I'm talking about everybody in this community, not just me or the group or anything like that. Because look at what we've built. And it's the IMA extension of this, or the, and I mean all of us and everybody included in this team and everybody extended through that. Like, look at what if you watch that long, about a 4 hour, about the same as a TLAV episode fundraiser, the people that come through there, every single one of them have integrity and principles. And we plenty of people in there, we disagree on things, have different opinions on the way things are or should be. But I stand by, you'll see it for yourself if you watch it. It's like a breath of fresh air compared to everywhere else you're watching. And when you look at that and compare it, it's like watching, like I've said before, corporate media and looking at some of these more principled people out there. It's like watching a cartoon. You can't go back to that and look. It just doesn't even compare. And interestingly enough, pretty much everybody in this conversation you would have seen in the fundraiser, most everybody is struggling in their own way, because they're doing the right thing for the right reasons, in my opinion. And that's just not what is really favored today. Anyway, all that's to say that I just think it was powerful. And I think that it was something that's worth watching to understand what I'm saying there. But just a thank you to everybody who continues to support this platform, because regardless of what happens and how these things go, we're going to continue to fight. That's just what we do. Even to start, sorry, they're starting about 10 minutes past the starting time, dealing with some weird thing in the background that I'm not even going to waste time on, that I don't even understand. But, that's the life of TLAV, it seems. We just put our head down, keep going. As I've said in the past, we're out there, TLAV and a lot of others in this field. It's not just the Last American Vagabond, but, we're out there with the machete in the thick of it, in the weeds, and chopping things down and looking for the path. And there's plenty that have already, opened that path for me too. But we're out there, doing the dirty work, as it were. And you get these people in the mainstream alternative that sort of step over all of that and go, oh, look at what I'm seeing for the first time, and shout things out, way afterward. As Steve would put it, the dangerous thing when it's safe, or I guess, the safe first, or the dangerous safe first, the dangerous dangerous, meaning that we'll come out and say the thing in the meat, in the hardest part to talk about, like the rape conversation with Israel on October 7th, and stand by what the facts show, even if that's difficult, and not wait for it to sort of start to lessen up before we shout that over. That's my point. But this is what we do, right? And this is why you're here. But today we're going to get, caught up on a lot. There's a lot to talk about. We've been, there's been a lot kind of evolving over the last so many weeks. The fundraiser took a lot of time and just energy. And even right now, I'm still going back in the background. Most of you probably got an email from me if you won one of those prizes. If you haven't and you believe you did, just reach out to me. But we've already gone through the list and sent out all the different things, the different seed packs for my garden and all the different stuff that people won just from donating, most of which just donated because they believe in the platform. But I want to be able to give you guys that extra thing just because. But that takes time. And so there's a lot to go over that I want to get caught up on today. And I really did have a lot on foreign policy too that I'm going to put off, which will possibly be tomorrow. I've got fine print and then a couple of things I'm doing in the day. And if I have time, I'm going to do a show tomorrow as well. But the day after that, if I don't, that's going to happen. I mean, I've cleared this out. I'm planning to put my head down and really get to work. But there's a lot to go over. I mean, even just to kind of shout out in the beginning, which we're not going to go into today, because I really felt today's focus needed to be around domestic, internally what's happening, and really as it connects to a global conversation, as I know you see me discuss. But the larger parts of Venezuela, Iran, and all that we're going to get into, but not today in earnest. But I want to just point some things out off the top of my head, or rather just that we're not going to get into and show, but ultimately recognizing that it's very, very transparent what's going on in Iran. From Israeli media admitting that they're arming protesters. That's how crazy and obvious this gets. Or the reality that we can see from every which way that the Israeli influence, Mossad, even the U.S. intelligence are fanning and flaming and, like always, driving what's happening. Does that mean there's not people out there that are honestly frustrated with their own government? Of course not. In fact, the opposite is true. But you'll find that most of the Iranian people who even have issues with their government are the ones now speaking up against what's happening because, as I've said before, it's the equivalent of having people in the MAGA movement screaming about this country and then burning American flags and shooting American citizens. There's an error. We're getting closer to that, it would seem, but the reality is it doesn't make sense. Right now, what's happening is not organic. It's like the 15th time they've done this same clumsy effort. And who's to say they won't just muscle it in at the end like they did with Maduro? That's the worry in all of it. But the reason I want to say this in the beginning is because this does connect. As I'll make that point as we go through the connections to the foreign policy situation, or specifically Venezuela or Iran or any other thing we'll get into. But it's just important for you to understand that if you haven't heard that yet, as well as the fact that the background conversation of Israel, it's becoming even more obvious, of Israel going behind the scenes and speaking with different entities, undermining what Trump is saying, and then, creating the conflict that they can benefit from, which is what they've done with U.S. policy as long as I've been doing this. Or examples from people like Mario Nawfal, who's been sharing one after another completely proven to be false information, even Twitter having a message saying that's actually from this place. Nope, that's actually an old video. Nope, that's AI generated, over and over and over, and they're not even deleting them. I mean, if I were in that position, I would either go, hey, looks like that was an incorrect thing, my mistake. Here's why I made that mistake, because I didn't check my facts. Or I would, if I was dishonest, delete it and pretend like it didn't happen. Weirdly enough, they continue to post it. They keep going. They don't pull it down. It's being called out all over the place. Going over the background reality of the previous discussions, the massive marches of Iranians going to the streets who are now calling out what Israel and the United States are doing, on and on and on. Venezuela, for example, we have the interesting conversation about Machado giving Trump his Nobel Peace Prize, even though that's not a thing, and that you can sure hand that thing to him. It doesn't mean anything, but Trump now pretending like he has a peace prize. Like, we're dealing with children, it seems. And the fact that this now is somebody who I get the sense is going to suddenly become the real leader again, it's just crazy. And how all of this interconnects with the larger global agenda, which is a factor in all of this. It's very, very alarming. But bringing this back to the point we're going to get into today, I want to start with some interesting points about censorship and Twitter that I think are just worth pointing out, that very much relate to sort of the control of the media sphere and the conversation that you might have seen going around in regard to the Jeffrey Epstein parody account. A couple of opening points on just constitutionality and a gun law case that I think is important. But from there, the bigger point just about the term New World Order is going around quite a lot right now. Now, it's important to say, again, as I've said my entire career, New World Order is a term that's been used a lot over the years. Reagan famously said it, along with a lot of presidents. But you could argue they're just being a new order for the world, right? A new dynamic. Yes, that is partly what that means, but it also means exactly what it sounds like, that they're creating this new order for the world, meaning they're involved in an agenda to do that. Now, does that mean it's nefarious? No, it could mean they just want to better the world. We want to make it better, everybody. And even in that, does that mean they could accidentally hurt it? Yeah, of course they could. So when we're back here going, well, there's a plot, a plan, they're conspiring to change it for this, whatever, then that's an honest way to look at it as a conspiracy theory. We're theorizing about what people are doing. Now, this becomes the New World Order is a fake story. Or the idea is that the New World Order is an organization, or the Illuminati, or these different, and there's plenty of conversations to be had. But the idea, and this is what I'm trying to show so often these days, is that we miss the forest for the trees when we are trying to grab on to a larger, more grandiose, undefined idea, which we should be grabbing for. Look for them, define them. But when we have something in front of us, like I've said with Lahaina or any number of things, ICE literally breaking the law in the most easily definable ways every single day, we need to be able to call those things out and ask for accountability and not get mired in all kinds of nonsense. So in this case, when they're talking about Trump and his New World Order, or Donald Trump and his people discussing the new order of the world, or what we are going to transition to, or how we're going to, Andreessen on Rogan, talking about the good oligarchs saving us from the bad oligarchs. It's very obvious this is being coordinated. And that is very clearly representative of an order that they're building. So when we discuss a new world order, or whatever you want to call it, it's not a hypothetical false story. It's specifically discussing that they are trying, as they being in this case, you could mean Trump administration, you could mean the global organization that they've ultimately become, or any number of things. My point is this grouping is clearly doing that. So I think that's important, whether or not it's part of some larger agenda or some woke left-wing deep state, whatever the things are, which all worthy of conversation. This is important, as I'll just bring this up to show, because it's real and it's happening as Trump goes to Davos and he brings the largest ever, this is so important to understand, because what this is Trump's administration, rather representative of much more than just the Republican Party, creating a very obvious change to the Great Reset. No privacy, less control over your life. I mean, all the things we've discussed. Now, this is just brief, to get into to start. We're going to go over this more in depth, but it's interesting that this gets such little coverage. And yet, rather, I should say, coverage in the corporate media as the theory, but little coverage when it comes to people who are honestly engaging with what this is representing. It's an interesting dynamic. We'll go over that as we go through today. We'll also talk about ICE and how this is a precursor, or rather just, the beginning of exactly what that is. It's very clearly becoming a national enforcement arm. Yeah, maybe you think it's because of one thing versus the other, but that's not the point. It's about what it represents. Maybe you think Trump's the good guy, but how long until the next team comes in, which you guys are telling us is the deep state, and takes control of all of those tools? Then what happens? This is an obvious coordinated thing, and we need to stop looking at it from a left-right paradigm, but people have a problem with that. Of course, the partisan two-party illusion within that, the Epstein part that plays a major factor in all of that. And Renee Good, that we're going to follow up on, things that you probably have already seen. The reality that she seems to have been alive when they turned away the medic. The reality of how obvious it is that they lied about that entire story. How obvious it is that they are conducting massive criminal activity with the way that they're doing things every single day. It's not debatable. Either you believe in the tenets of the Constitution or you don't, right? You can't keep arguing, well, except for this, because that's never met any requirement for Republicans when they were in that position. Because it doesn't make any sense. Shall not be infringed does not mean except with this. And we'll also talk about some larger points around Minnesota and how that plays a factor in all of this. And I think some larger points we get into, if we have time, around kind of where this seems to be lingering into and what it all becomes. So I want to start with the censorship. And I think this is it's humorous, but it's also, the hypocrisy is off the charts, guys. Just unparalleled, in my opinion. The level of blatant, it's not just doing the thing, as I've said before, and just, acting like you're not, but instead censoring and then standing up and claiming you're saving free speech, right? Censoring or involved with such, or any, it just whatever the thing we're discussing, doing the thing, and not just letting it stand, but then screaming that you're doing the opposite, or I'm saving the world as you're committing genocide. Those are the kind of things that just really get under my skin. So here, you might have seen, this is Backup Jeff, which is the Jeff Epstein parody account. I think there's a picture in here somewhere. You might probably seen it going around, that was pretty prominent, who posted a picture of Laura Loomer. Oh, and actually, here's the original. I'll show you that right here. Oh, there's the account. So Jeffrey Epstein account, parody account, it's even listed as parody account, posts this image, Laura Loomer's new morning routine. And it says, I see a lot of progress, honestly. And it just shows a monkey, I guess, working on its hair. Yeah, you could certainly feel that's insulting, but at what point did we forget that Elon Musk was the one telling us that that's not the reality being that this is free speech, period. Or despite all the nuance you can get into. So you could argue that that's a violation of the rules, but then you have to admit that this is not free speech. And on top of that, that they are the ones that told you that it wasn't about feelings or, any number of overlaps. There's so many parallels, and it's so obvious to anybody who's not a partisan, mindless follower. Either side, by the way, that these people are all hypocrites, right? You can't, you can say whatever you want, free speech, except when you make fun of Charlie Kirk or vice versa. The same kind of game where they just create that little loophole. But this is Ryan Mata saying Laura Loomer got the Jeffrey Epstein 1 million plus account deplatformed. Let's get his new account back up to 100K. You can decide if you want to support either one of those things. But here is the new one posting another image of Laura just as a, making fun of her, I guess. So what's the difference, right? Why is this one off limits? Is it because people decided to just make the assumption that somehow had to do with Jewish anything? There's nothing to indicate that. You can assume whatever you want. In that same right, you could assume this too. You could assume that he's doing that to her because of that. If that's even the reality, who knows? She lies about everything. So why would this one be acceptable and not that one? It's a choice. Somebody didn't like this. Somebody with his 1 million reach, which I think is the real point, because at this point, the backup Jeff account is 29,000, 26,000. So with 1 million reach, you're able to make fun of somebody who's very much one of the most ridiculous people I've ever seen in my life for 1,000 different reasons. One of them just being dishonest and disgusting. But here she is on this platform, influencing a lot of people around one of the most important conversations happening. And he makes fun of her. So who knows? Maybe that's enough for Elon and his team to go get that out of the way. He says, on this app, I've seen Jews send life-threatening comments to people and face no consequences. Very much true. I've also seen Christians do that. I've also seen Muslims do that. But to make his point, people on this platform, and you could argue very clearly there's a slant. I'm not denying that. I just tend to think it has more to do than religion, because I can also point to you a ton of Jews on this platform that get censored wildly. Why? Because they happen to call it Zionism. You know exactly why that is relevant. The point, though, people on this platform will very much send life-threatening comments to others and face zero consequences, Elon being one of them. I've shown you multiple accounts. I've seen Jews openly cheer, he says, and call for more children's blood to flow in the streets of Gaza. Very much so. No consequences. He goes, and then there's me, a parody account, banned over a joke. There's really no need. No one needs to explain this to anybody. This is pretty damn obvious. They're doing this for their own personal reasons. Or maybe somebody made Elon Musk do this, which actually makes more sense than anything today, because he looks pretty dumb screaming about free speech and then banning somebody over a joke, doesn't he? Just like with Trump. Why is it Trump continues to do things that make him look like an utter fool when he's so narcissistic? That really doesn't make sense until you go, maybe there are many moments when he's not the one that gets to make the choice. I just don't know how else to make sense of that. Now, as always, maybe there's something I'm missing. And it would make sense tomorrow. But right now, you got to be honest about what this shows. Now, it could just be that he doesn't care. Nick says, Nick Pirro, Musk once said, a good sign as to whether there is free speech is if someone you don't like is allowed to say something you don't like. Funny how much it's sort of like facts don't care about your feelings, right, Ben Shapiro? Funny how much these people have shown themselves to be childishly, like just the bottom of the barrel hypocrisy. And he goes on to say, now he's saying America should imprison those who say things he doesn't like. So much for his claimed free speech absolutism. It was never even close to absolutism, because clearly there were lines, guys. No reach, no freedom of speech, but not speech. So the idea that we ever made anybody said absolutism, or he allowed him to say that without a laugh in his face, shows you how broken everything is. Absolutism is very clear. It means absolutely no limits. So when he says that and then goes limits, then you should laugh at him. But see, this is how dumb it all is. But Nico, says, I'm confused by all the comments saying it's indoctrination. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Read what Musk said. He says, teaching people to hate America fundamentally destroys patriotism. Something, by the way, that's not mandatory. So we can make that clear. And the desire to defend our country. Guys, are we really pretending like there's not tons of people that live in this country that absolutely hate this country and the government? Why? That's what freedom is. And on top of that, it's not like these people are being shipped in. There's tons of people here who have very, very, very obvious reasons, American citizens, to hate the government. Now, sometimes that often gets conflated with the country. Your choice, and feel however you want and act and think however you want. That's your choice. There's no law against hating anything. Here we are, where we have well, let me to clarify that, though, remember that the government and the country are not the same thing. The government are the representatives of you, right? That's what that's supposed to be. They're just an extension of you as the country. We are the country. And while they're serving as those entities, they're not the government should not be considered in the same conversation. But here we are, where he's telling you that training people, teaching people to hate it, which we're going to get into second, destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. I mean, these are very clear points that are opinionated. Patriotism is a choice. Not everybody has to be patriotic. You know who forces that? Places like, or rather just, despotic countries who people tend to nod to places like North Korea. There's a whole story to be taught, more to the reality of North Korea that we're not going to get into today. But such teaching should be viewed as treason, and those who do it imprisoned. I mean, my God. Let's just even say, for sake of conversation, that your goal is to teach people to hate anything, the country, the government, anything. And your argument is that you should be viewed as treason, meaning killed, put to death, viewed as treason, and those who do it imprisoned, which I guess he's not arguing for death, but that's what people point to when they say treason. Let's just even say imprisoned. For teaching people what you believe. In what world has that ever been in line with any American tenet of anything? I mean, we just need to start being real. These are the most un-American people in the conversation. People who are out there who are, let's just say, doing things that you think are challenging what you think is America, but doing it within their constitutional rights. I'm not talking about violence. People out there protesting, going, I hate everything about this country, are the most American people in that conversation if this is what you're doing. Because what they're doing is backed up by the Constitution, meaning they have the right to think and feel what they want and protest for it. Maybe it's because these people, and this is the case in some of them, are fighting to change to the reality of the country to what they believe it should be like. Maybe, I know this is mind-blowing, people have a different view of what the country should be like. People like Elon Musk are these binary, childish view people, and I think it's really about him imposing this on everybody else, that believe their view is right. But you know what it is really? These are the technocrats who are redesigning your world, and they're right and you're wrong, no matter what. That's how they view the world, because they're better, smarter, and richer than you. It's really just about the money, which makes them think everything else. This person says in 2022, it's 45% of high schoolers polled say they were taught that America is built on stolen land in class at school. That's true. Are we ridiculous? And another 22% heard it from an adult there. Guys, what are we talking about? This is not about a left or right, or the U.S. government, or rather just people stole land from Native Americans. And then the U.S. government, in an egregiously disgusting way, made deals and broke them and killed people. I mean, are we really pretending like we don't know this? I mean, why is that so difficult? Now, that doesn't have to mean it's like anything else. Like, I've made the argument that I don't believe Israel should just be removed because people have grown up and lived there and have families that have nothing to do with the agenda taking place. Yeah, it's a smaller minority in that country because of what the government's done, but they exist. So to say, give it all back, well, then that means you're displacing those people. Two wrongs don't make a right is something everyone needs to think about right now. So in this case, when you're talking about the reality of this, you can say that was done incorrectly. That was a crime. What they did was wrong. But we can do our best to correct that if you think that's necessary, but we can move forward and do better. If there are people that should be held accountable for the crimes that are still alive, then hold them accountable. The idea that you think by pointing to something we know is a fact, and because that by default maybe makes someone dislike the government, that we should put them in prison, this is the guy trying to build your new future. That should be terrifying that he's even making that argument and using something we know is true. It's like them saying they can do what they want in your home, or they can bust into your car from ISIS position, and that's okay because, national security. No, they're putting something in front of you that is a crime, and they're convincing you that it's okay because narrative. This guy is just clumsily trying to convince you that you're supposed to ignore America's history because otherwise that makes you hate it. Everybody positive now. Stop sharing negative things on this platform while you're screaming things about anyway, I'm going off. The point, guys, is this is alarming to me. On top of the fact, as I started with, that you have a right to think what you want. Why? I mean, imagine the Democrats are in power and they're telling Elon Musk he's not allowed to love the country. How is that in any way materially different? You're only supposed to hate it. And if you love it, then we're going to put you in prison. It's the same thing. And if you have principles, I should add, these people clearly do not. Nick said, again, a good sign as to whether there is a free speech is if someone you don't like is allowed to say something you don't like. I mean, he's literally showing himself to be the biggest hypocrite in the room. Now he's saying America should imprison those who say things he doesn't like, which is the reality of this. Whether that means hate, love, do jumping jacks, it doesn't matter. It's a statement, it's an opinion, it's people discussing things and teaching others who have a right to do that. You have a right to call it out, Elon Musk. Here he is trying to get him imprisoned. So much for his claim free speech absolutism. This person says, I'm confused by all the comments saying it's indoctrination to expose students to the idea that America was built on Native American land. But it's not indoctrination to the state to forbid that idea upon pain of treason or jail. I mean, guys, I'm not even taking a side in any of this. I don't even know what Nico's political opinions are. That's just basic logic. If you have principles, you can acknowledge that. You can also, if you actually have principles, acknowledge maybe you disagree with that, but you understand why that's logically correct. It's pretty simple. It seems like the partisan conversation is completely devoid of principle today. And most of the commenters aren't even arguing that the idea is completely wrong, he says, just that it's inconvenient and leads people to hate America. See, they're convincing people that's what the battle's about. So nothing else matters. All these people that were, genuinely fighting for the Constitution and have been convinced that the only way to save it is to ignore all of it. How they got there is beyond me, but here we are. You're not allowed to think that because that makes you hate it. And therefore, then you'll destroy the country that I'm actually destroying by making this case. It's ridiculous. This person, I think this is right here. Yeah, this person says, teaching people to hate America is different, you effing eggplant. As typical. I simply said it's embarrassing what partisanship has done to the average American intelligence. He says, you look dumb. As always, exactly the type of intelligent, fact-based arguments I have come to expect from the willfully ignorant partisans cheering on their own subjugation. Thank you for making it so easy, you ridiculous hypocrite. I mean, I don't even think whether bots or not, some of these people are real. I don't think they recognize that they are actually being hypocrite. Some of them do and just don't care, as he points out. It's confounding, right? But here we are. So why that's important is because this is the kind of conversation being had right now around fun. I mean, it's like on the beginning point, rather many times over the years, empirical truth. There is a truth in any point of any conversation. We can disagree on that. Maybe I'm incorrectly framing the truth. But the point is, aside from everyone's opinions, scientifically, empirically, there is a truth, right? And so in many cases, these people are literally ignoring that the facts at hand and forcing something that meets their agenda and convincing people that the falsehood is in fact what we should believe, at least in the moment. So over in the Second Amendment side of this, I wanted to share one thing that is very important that you might not have seen. Now, this is not necessarily this is not about Trump's administration because this is Supreme Court. Now there is more behind it. I'll just start with this actually. Derek wrote this article on November 30th. Gun rights groups condemned Trump's DOJ for defending National Firearms Act. Now, this was a big deal. They got very little attention because, like every other very negative Second Amendment direction Trump takes, which has happened many times, bump stock bans and take the guns first, due process later, everyone tries to hide from it because partisans seem to be hypocrites today. Maybe they always have been, both sides. But the point was they got little attention, and it was a big deal because they ultimately sided with something that was a shockingly anti-Second Amendment point. And in the Gun Owners of America and all these different gun rights groups, at first were supporting their stance because they thought it was a step in the right direction until they realized what they were really doing was using this legislation to drive something even worse forward. Doesn't that sound familiar? And that's what they all started to call out. The ultimate betrayal of the Second Amendment. The Trump administration is defending an act that they have argued for years is bad because they thought they were going to remove part. They didn't. They're making it worse. Now, I'm just doing it quickly. Read the article. These are the Second Amendment staunch defenders who are saying Trump's administration's anti-Second Amendment. It's not secret. Just got to start paying attention. And now this is a new one. Gun Owners of America. Warrantless searches are unconstitutional. Remember that for ICE overlap. Shooting someone in their home without a cause is tyranny. Demonizing law-abiding gun owners is unacceptable. This Supreme Court ruling is dangerous and erodes basic civil liberties. The risk of escalation is also heightened by the prevalence of firearms in nearly half of American households. Police may employ more forceful tactics when they know a firearm is in the house. That is alarming because they already do that. They already use your registered firearm to rationalize why you might be more of a risk, even though it's your right to own it. So they're just creating the circumstance where now they can argue, well, we thought they had a gun, therefore we acted more. They go in with the military force every time, even for cannabis stuff these days. So this is just more allowance. Our Supreme Court, like every other position, is increasingly siding with the government. So this was the original post. Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that a warrantless welfare check where police shot Trevor Case in his own home was justified. Apparently, police do not need probable cause to break into a gun owner's home without warrants and shoot them. Imagine that. You're at your home. You don't know police are coming in. They don't have a warrant. They burst in the door. How do you know that's not people breaking in? And you defend yourself. Many times, Supreme Court has sided with that in regard to the citizen. These are just more and more, there's more power to the government. This is the Supreme Court, mind you. All this game about them fighting, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think everyone's all in line. But we need to start recognizing that the direction ebbs and flows, goes back and forth. But at this point, it seems like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's still going forward. Even with everybody acting like they're fighting the power, the reality is this is the only job of a judge is to uphold the Constitution. How in the world are you going to rationalize police going in your home without a warrant and then shooting you because you respond? It's broken. I just want to make it clear that this is something the Trump administration supports, regardless of what you may think and what screaming people online have to say. The facts are in front of you. On top of that, on a positive side of it, your favorite guy here, Guy Christensen, that's his account name on Twitter, Guy Christensen was expelled from school because he's of speech critical of Israel and Zionism, which we damn well know the Trump administration is all about. They've been doing it to Khalil and everybody else at the beginning of the immigration point. A judge found his expulsion violated his First Amendment and 14th Amendment rights, a win for the Constitution. So there are positive steps being taken too. He just said, I'm sincerely happy to be able to share that a federal judge in the Southern District of Ohio ruled in his favor. Now it's Ohio though, so it very well could be taken higher should they want to make a case about it. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. They've attacked Americans 100 other times, 100 times over, more than that, everywhere you look. The Trump administration, I mean, very clearly. But America first, guys. Nico also points this out, and this is just one opening point I want to include just to show you the kind of lawless direction we've been. I mean, I shouldn't even say lawless. It is lawless, but it's just petty, childish. He says, I enjoy the Army-Navy game as much as the next guy, but the president has, and this is true, you can feel free to look it up every which way, no authority to tell broadcasters it's the only game people can watch at that time. He's literally signing an executive order to demand the Army-Navy game get special attention. I mean, it's not even that big a deal, but the idea that he feels like this is why people said the No King's Day. And the childish response of acting like, it's a king, acting like it's a king. You guys are such ridiculous. It's not that far off when you understand where the power has gone. And if you think that's unique to Trump, you're also not paying attention because administration after administration from left to right, they've been growing this power. Just like these powers will be handed off to the next Democrat. We got to stop being children here, guys. The reality is that this is an example of maybe it's just Trump not even aware that people, who's to say? But it's an example of him demonstrating the boundless authority he feels he has. He writes, the Army-Navy game is one of the greatest American traditions, unmatched patriotism. It's a football game, okay? The idea they just want you very much to lean into the jingoistic military support, while that very same military, not necessarily the same as every person in the military, but that same military is out there conducting war crimes every single day, working with Israel's genocide every single day. Plenty of those people in the military and those currently joining are misguided in thinking they're doing the right thing, still worthy of praise when they believe they're putting their life in line for the right thing. At the end of the day, most, in my experience, when they leave, have a very different story about that. My point, though, is this is about just jingoistic support. The Army, Navy, the military, support the military. No, this is not what Americans want. Every year, even every month, it seems, we have polls showing you Americans, by left and right, do not want more war. Iran, it's the same thing. Poll after poll is showing you right now, and you know my opinion about polls, are showing you that most Americans do not want war with Iran. Trump's probably going to do it anyway because it's not about what you want. He goes on to say, this incredible tradition is now at risk of being pushed aside by more college playoff games. Not anymore, he says. Right. So you mean these people can't make their own decisions about what interests their TV station? It's about what Trump wants, no matter what, apparently. And he says, under my administration, the second Saturday in December belongs to Army Navy and only Army Navy. It will be a sign. I will soon sign a historic executive order. Okay, because that means nothing. executive order has no bearing on anything outside the executive branch. But I keep telling you, they don't care about that. It's a dictate. Trump might as well stand up and announce it at his podium. And that carries the weight. He feels that. He does. None of that means anything. It says, I will soon sign this executive order, a 4-hour broadcast window, so the national event stands above commercial postseason games. No other game or team can violate this time slot. 100% they can. Most of them probably will cow anyway because they know he'll sue them personally or whatever else, penalize them for not doing what they're told. It's very obvious to everybody without a partisan agenda. And I mean, right now, clearly the Democrats have an interest in calling it out. Right? My point is that when they'll happily ignore the same thing when it's their team doing it. That's always the case. On the field, they are rivals, but on the battlefield, they're Americans, unstoppable patriots defending our country. That's what it comes down to. Blind support for the military. We must protect the tradition and the players and protect us. What is it? None of this has anything to do with anything other than football and the reality of the point. Please let us serve notice to all television networks, stations, outlets. God bless America. Okay. Well, Mark says this is ridiculous. Setting aside the absurdity of manipulating a market for national aesthetic interests, North Korea vibes. I mean, really, this is like the parades. I mean, these are things that Americans used to make fun of about places like North Korea. It's exactly what he's doing. Ordering from a government position that you have to think and feel a certain way. Or you're ordering companies. What is that? Remember when the government is involved in business, corporate overlap, fascism, whole thing, socialism also in many ways. But we don't talk about that when it's Trump. To force them to do from a government perspective what he wants them to do from a business perspective. Yeah, for a national interest. Yeah, that's very much what we make fun of. The game already happens on a dead weekend, he writes, which I didn't know. There are no other games active. So essentially, he's solving a problem that doesn't exist. And you know what I think it probably is? Distraction. Flood the zone, right? Muddy the waters. Create some weird thing that even I'm taking time to point to because I think it's relevant to his power, big head. But at the end of the day, it's just one more nonsensical thing that has no real bearing in the world that distracts and discusses. But a lot of people only focus on stuff like that. But either way, I think it's a valid point, but I think that might be the reason it's happening. Now, I will include this fundraiser for you guys to check out. If you want to continue to donate, it'll probably be up for a little bit longer. TLAV and Conscious Resistance fundraiser. It was a great episode. I'll include that for you guys to check out. The reason I'm including it now is because one of the things we seem to have a recurring point about, because there was a lot of people, probably 40 plus people that came and went throughout it. James Corbett and, all tons of people, throughout the 4-hour window came and gone and discussed a lot of things. But one of the things we kept talking about was this idea of the transition, the Great Reset, the Republican version, the network state agenda, which is very much not what it seems. And the reality of the Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Promonos Capital, and all the different stuff that is very much a part of this transition. The evidence is transparent, despite plenty of different opinions. And reality being that this is happening right in front of us with just different window dressing. And I wanted to go over this again because I just think this is one of the most obvious things happening in the world right now. Even to the point to where it was literally just discussed on TV. Now, I think you could also argue this is meant to sort of same point. Maybe just throw it out there to get people to point at it. But it's not the term for me that I find so interesting. In this case, it's because I think the term identifies what I already see happening there. Or maybe it's just about trying to make this a good, normal thing. Either way, what we're seeing is happening. The fact that they're now pointing to that as a new world order, I think is worthy of note. And I just simply told you, point to my episode here, right, discussing that Trump and the Zionist globalist technocrats are building a new society, whether you like it or not. Again, hear me on this. It's not a secret. They're literally telling you they're doing this. It's just about understanding what it means in the bigger sense. But they're out there telling you. Here's what this guy said on the show.
Davos, we know there's the big housing speech. What else can we anticipate?
There's also going to be some look at the new world order that President Trump is creating, and a lot of countries that were whining about tariffs 6 months ago and saying that President Trump was going to harm their economies had pretty good years. And I think it's in part because people recognize that President Trump has made it so that we are the shining city on the hill again. We are the engine of global economic growth because the U.S. is really that strong again.
This is just literally. I mean, there's levels of truth at some points in there. But the reality is always, it's just, I mean, if we're going to get to, Kristi Noem or the rest of them literally out there just blatantly lying to you about whether you have to carry citizenship or, these people are, as a policy, just screaming the falsehood. Even if you're literally standing next to a plaque signed by the president that says that you're lying, it doesn't matter. Just lie because that's my lie. And they know you see it. They know they're wrong. They just do it anyway, because what else are they going to do? I genuinely think that's why they might be at this point, where it's just a level of like, well, we might as well just further commit, double down. But you realize, hold on, what was it? The last part there.
Of global economic growth because
That's my point was about the other, all the narratives about the benefits. I mean, the tariffs dynamic was an utter failure, regardless of how they keep trying to revamp it and hide it. I mean, it did not go the way that he originally planned, and Americans' costs were up quite a lot. On top of that, most of what you're seeing in the world that they're trying to frame as all the positive development are because people are playing ball with what he wants and demands of them. And so when people like acquiesce to whatever Trump wants and then, in many ways lose their ass for it, well, ultimately he benefits those people with further manipulations, probably at the detriment to others. But this is what it looks like to have. That's the global order they're working with. They're in control. Everybody else shut up. That's kind of what that works out to be. But if you grovel just enough, you'll benefit, probably a lot. My point, though, is if you look at the way it's all been working, most countries are not benefiting from what he's doing. It's causing chaos in other ways. Let's just even say in one situation, they're benefiting financially. It's causing disruptions in global situations that are affecting them in other ways. It's not hard to look at. I mean, I'm not the financial guru in this conversation, but I've watched this stuff for a long time. Listen to someone like Catherine Austin Fitts. It's very obvious that we're being played with everything that he's doing. I mean, I just can't say that enough. But New World Order. Trump's New World Order. Like for the fact that they're even saying that, I mean, they know this term has been used the way that it has. So why is he saying that? It could just be that guy saying it. It's hard to say. I think it's because there's an obvious effort to at least open this door to something normal. Like when I've told you the term regime change used to be conspiracy theory. Now it's used as a freedom, democracy, regime change. That's PR, public relations, changing this thing into something that they then see differently. It's propaganda too. Very much worth thinking about. Now, Trump is in fact going to Davos, and I just think this is painful, how obvious this is. Now, look, you don't have to think Davos is the end-all, be-all, maybe you agree with the Great Reset. My point is not pro or con. You know my opinions about the Great Reset in Davos. I've covered it since it started. I'm very, very skeptical and very, very concerned about where it's going. My point, whatever you think about it, is that Trump is supposed to be fighting this, right, Alex Jones? Right, everybody else who says that he's the one rebel fighting the deep state, fighting the globalists. Well, then why does he continue to every single year go to Davos? Why does he go every single year? And yeah, he got up and said, woke things are bad, and then aligned with every other agenda they're fighting for. In fact, as he's literally rolling out the Republican version of the Great Reset, which essentially is the same thing, different narratives. But here's the article from AP News. The title was Trump set to lead largest ever U.S. delegation to the World Economic Forum in Davos next week. World Economic Forum. But I guess public-private partnerships are a good thing now because Trump, I don't believe most people are doing that. I think those are the same screaming idiots that will say whatever Trump told them to 30 seconds ago, even if they look ridiculous for saying it. Most conservatives who are honest, in my opinion, are very aware this is ridiculous, are very aware the Epstein files are showing you what they really are very aware that what they're doing is a bait and switch around ICE and everything else. I believe that. Certainly could be wrong. But this is just, it's insulting to your intelligence. And I said it's amazing what partisans can ignore. Two-party illusion. So Aaron Melnick, who's a lawyer for the, American Immigration Council, I've appreciated his work quite a bit around the immigration constitutional conversation, but he very much has political opinions. But to his credit, I largely, in my experience, leaves them out when it's a factual court case conversation, which is why I appreciate his work. But everybody has opinions. I do myself, and we should consider that. Now, in this case, I'm only saying that because it's just always an important thing to consider. And I do believe this person is on the political spectrum. But in this case, I think it's interesting the way he frames this. So it's the same clip of Fox News talking about New World Order at Davos. And Aaron says, you have to laugh at the far right freaking out for decades about the idea that liberals would create a New World Order, only for Trump to come in and his officials are just out here going, oh yeah, we're creating New World Order. And that's the thing we're doing. Excuse me. Had to hiccup there. So what's interesting is, first of all, it's really not, just like everything we've gone over this, it's really not I know plenty of, like, if you understand the reality of what the New World Order was really doing, or showing rather, it was a globalist dynamic. That's the point. It's a New World Order, globalist. It's not really specific to partisanship. Now, very early on, people like Alex Jones very much did do that and tried to warp it into the one. But the reality was, when you understand it, it is not about one side. It's about all of the government involved in some kind of a globalist or UN overlap, or many different varying directions it takes. But it all comes down to the idea of controlling everything from one global standpoint. So interesting that he would see it that way as left, right. But even if you do see it that way, you understand that it's been represented many times over the years by plenty of left-leaning administrations, as we can see with the very clear discussion, or rather, right-leaning in the past, because his point is it's the left, basically that it's always been a liberal New World Order. But if you look at the past, you can see plenty of examples of the right side initiating plenty of the wars that lead to this very point, or on and on and on. But all I think is interesting is that even people like this are now like, look, they're openly pointing to this, and not really in a way that's like dismissive. Like, they're like, yeah, because this is my point, guys. Get away from, rather, consider everything, but get away from the larger, grandiose, the larger nebulous New World Order conspiracy discussion. Consider it. It's important. There's a lot in there. But look at what they're actually doing and think about what he means when he says that. The new global order they're creating, and then ask how that's not globalism. I mean, it's just in your face, and the Joneses of the world are desperately trying to hide it from you. Now, here is the point from Trump in regard to Gaza, which you've seen all this from me. Liam Neeson, this account, not sure, remember, I've seen this account sharing before. It says, what the F is technocratic government? And this is the post from a while ago. What you'll notice right now, it's weird. There's a lot of things flying up that have been around for years. In many cases, people resharing them right now as if they're brand new, which always happens on this platform. But I've been seeing it a lot in the last couple of days. These are worth, it could be organic, but I tend to think there's something happening when you notice these things that stand out. But in this case, this has been going around a lot, and I'm glad, because this is important. This is Trump's post about Gaza. And as Steve Witkoff announced, we've officially entered the next phase of the Gaza peace plan. This is a while ago. But he said, as chairman of the board of peace, I am backing a newly appointed Palestinian technocratic government. Technocratic. I mean, you could argue, as always, that, which is not, could mean just a engineer, scientific-led organization. But that's not really what it is when you look at what they're doing. They don't just have scientific minds and engineers running. They don't. It's about the technocratic government that they are running this. Now, you can disagree that he means it that way, but that's what this is. If you look at who's involved. And I just simply said, here's the TLAV episode breaking all this down back in September of 2025. Gaza Freedom Cities, technocratic dystopia. And it lists exactly those terms: digital money, digital ID, all the stuff we've talked about. In fact, I can even include it. It's in the show, but this pops up when I type in Gaza. I've looked at it many times. The Great Trust. From a demolished Iranian proxy, of course. It's just so ridiculous how this whole thing goes. But this is this discussion. You can read through it, and it's talking about everything we just listed off. Now, on top of that, this started going around again. I think it's humorous that right after Derek writes this article, and we really broadcast this over the last so many shows, which this is not unique to any of us. This has been a map that's been around for a long time. I just tend to notice how much what we do filters through the conversation. Rarely do people acknowledge that it started from Derek or myself or Whitney or anybody else. But same thing. Here's the Liam Neeson. What's a technocratic government? And this guy simply says, oh my God, Elon Musk's grandfather was the Canadian head of Technocracy Inc. and was arrested for being pro-Hitler in 1940. This was the map they wanted to create. Look familiar? Yes, I'm glad. Great. It's getting tons of reach, except what you're doing, who's to say whether it's intentional or not, sharing a map, a screenshot with a post that references, yeah, and that's interesting, right? It's digestible, which gets tons of reach. But when Derek does a great breakdown of an in-depth understanding of what this means and why it connects to Greenland and Venezuela and has source material to back it all up, it gets nothing. Now, I'm not talking about this post. I'm talking about any of the ones we shared or Derek shared. As always, you know why, guys. And it's not about, I mean, this is valid information. If that's interesting, then this is going to blow your mind. But this is why it gets suppressed, because not only is it backed up with source material, it's something you can prove. It's something you can share with your grandmother that's never heard of it before. And you go, wow, that's transparently obvious. But that's not what they want, you see. And people who are objective, nonpartisan are the people that they hate the most. The power structures, because you can't pit us against ourselves. And on top of that, Thomas Massey points out, I tried to blow the whistle before the vote happened, but now, as he writes, the deep state is baked into the spending bill, thanks to 81 Republicans. It's amazing how one of the Republicans with the best Republican voting track record, like number 2, not a joke. And of all of them, he votes Massey more in line with Republican GOP agendas than almost any of the people screaming America first. In fact, I think any of them. There's only one other person above him, if I remember correctly, but I looked a while ago. It could have changed since then. And they're not anybody in Trump's administration. So he's saying these people have made sure that the deep state, whatever you want to call that, or whatever you think he's referencing, the power structures that are not fighting for this country are baked into the spending bill. An exclusive interview with, I'm not familiar. Now, of course, it's on Lindell TV. It's ridiculous, but it's quietly slipped $350 million into a funding bill for the National Endowment for Democracy. Oh, look at that! You know, like the NIA, you know, or any of the different. What am I thinking of? That's frustrating. I'm just having a moment I can't remember all of a sudden. What was that? It's so frustrating. I just can't remember the term. Give me in the chat. So basically not National Endowment for Democracy, but the other one that we just talked about. I don't know why I'm forgetting that all of a sudden. But my point, though, is that they shut it down, we're told, right? And they stopped all the different woke stuff, even though they very much did not. And I've proven that 100 times over. But like many of the things we've discussed on the show, it never breaks past a certain moment. If for some reason Tucker Carlson was demonstrating that on the spending website, you can prove that Donald Trump is investing in climate change discussions in Africa, that would change the whole conversation. But we're not allowed to have that moment, whether or not we have enough. I mean, it doesn't matter. If one person with one follower made a video that exposed something that really was important, that in an organic situation should filter to everywhere. It doesn't happen, though. USAID, thank you. I said NIA and I couldn't get it out of my head. USAID. Love the chat. But think about that for a second, guys. I mean, that's incredible. Or the idea that I've shown you 15 times over, the different things they're spending that were, like, for example, the Reuters thing. Everyone freaked out about because Miles Chong basically lied about what he was showing. And I went on and showed you identical from Reuters and all the rest that they were still funding and haven't stopped. It's always like that. In this case, the point is that National Endowment for Democracy is the same thing. It is a Trojan horse for the same type of agendas. So they're still doing this. An organization, Massey says, funnels taxpayer money into left-wing propaganda, regime change operations, and censorship networks. Now, that is correct. And I think he's framing it like this to make it a point for Republicans to go, why are Republicans investing in this? But you understand it. And I'm pretty sure Massey does understand this. It's not about left or right-wing propaganda. It's about whatever propaganda suits the regime change interest or whatever the foreign policy agenda is. And so, like I showed you, that's why they're still over here. That was one of the other ones. Funding AIDS protection in Rwanda or whatever it is, one of these African countries. Even though they just got done making fun of that while they were out there screaming, look at how dumb this is. Why are we spending for that? Elon Musk. I was at the moment they were doing that going, look, well, then why are you still funding them here, here, and here? Because they just don't think you're going to look. And they know that they're blocking TLAV from reaching everybody that needs to see it. So in this case, it's regime change propaganda. And they're doing that right now with China and all sorts of things. We'll show you, not America first, spending that money to influence discussions that are not about your interests. I just wish people could pay attention. You guys do. That's why you're here. Or not just TLAB, but why you care about objective, nonpartisan information. But so they're still doing this. And he says, quote, this is a deep state program that interferes in other countries, and some of that money trickles back here in a very bad way. According to Massey, 81 Republicans voted with Democrats to keep NED funded. Funds have been used in foreign election interference. The network fuels domestic propaganda and censorship. He says the solution is clear and urgent. President Trump should use the veto pen. I'm willing to bet you anything he does not do that. He certainly may. Maybe I'm just missing what I think the agenda is here. That's always possible. But I do not believe, I would bet that he does not do that. The swamp's momentum is real, he says. And if voters aren't watching this vote, This floor vote, the funding continues unchecked. We've got to cut this crap out of the budget. Just never stops. And he said he tried to blow the whistle. So here are just a couple of different points going around. And this is from 2025. The Economist. The Don's New World Order. I just think it's fascinating. It's on the corporate conversation, but it's still somehow a conspiracy theory. Doesn't that explain everything in a way? You know, there's clearly there's an interest in showing you that he is changing the global order. But then when you come out and go, he's creating a new world order, they go, you're such a dumb conspiracy theorist. It's like, but how do you assume? Why can't I just saying the same thing you are? It's interesting, isn't it? And maybe it's just because you have to be in a certain circle to be able to make certain points in certain people's minds. That is the way the elitist culture runs in this country. But my God, it's everywhere. Here's the Financial Times, Trump's New World Order. And this one is from 2024. Here's the New York Times. Trump broke the world order. Now what? And that one is recent. And that's why I think that's relevant more than any of them is because now it comes down to, well, he broke the order. Well, now what are we going to do? I don't know. Maybe reimagine it. Maybe rebuild it better. Let's build back better, guys. It's what this is. I'm convinced. Question me, please, because I want you to, because I certainly could be wrong. But everything I'm seeing, which is one of the reasons why you should question me, because it's hard when you think something's that clear, you can tend to miss the forest for the trees. And we should always consider that's happening. In this case, maybe that's what I'm doing. But my God, the evidence is overwhelmingly obvious that this is about transitioning us into the next phase of the way that they want this country to manage, or the globe, in my opinion. That's where the world is at this point. And that's not about freedom and privacy. That is about whatever they need to do to get you where they want you to be. They'll dangle whatever in front of you. That's why I did the picture I did today. This is a bait and switch. This is not about freedom and liberty or saving the country. It's about using whatever they can to get you to take the bait so they can then drive you into this new world order or whatever you want to call it. Now, again, that's why I'm so reluctant to even use the terminology like that, because it's become a term that people dismiss as, oh, you're just one of those conspiracies, which is dumb. Even if I am, that's a dumb thing to do. But the reality is like to just use something different, right? The new order of the world, right? That's what they're doing. Now here in the Greenland overlap is just this very clear sociopath. My opinion, but this guy is one. I mean, I've never seen a more obvious example of somebody who is not only acting for the interest of a foreign country, but is in everything he does, selling you information, pushing you information that is to your detriment, that is actually hurting you personally and very much so the country. I mean, I personally feel like I can almost see it in his face, but that's subjective. It's my opinion. What we're talking about is somebody who is like, let's just say he comes out and says, go out and shoot that cop because it's within your right. That seems crazy, right? Well, think of it in an analogy sense. You go out there, what's going to happen? You're going to get put in jail. But he's telling you it's the best thing you can do. It saves your life. It's best for freedom. We're going to save the country. Now, it's a ridiculous framing. My point, though, is think about that, what that feels like. So he's over here saying, we're going to go take whatever we want because that's how it's supposed to work. No, that's dangerous, guys. That's wrong. That's not international law. That's, in fact, piracy. But if he can convince Americans that's what it should be like and that anybody else is a woke libtard, which is what this guy does, that he will actually effectively create you driving what will destroy this country, what will lead us into more chaos for the people who want to divide and conquer. I mean, I just can't stop seeing it through this guy because it's everything he does. Every time he gets up and does this, he's selling you something that is not in your interest. In fact, something that is driving, this is might makes right. We can take what we want because they can't defend it. That's exactly what he's saying. It's very short. You've probably seen the larger one go around.
Denmark is a tiny country with a tiny economy and a tiny military. They cannot defend Greenland. They cannot control the territory of Greenland. Under every understanding of law that has existed about territorial control for 500 years, to control a territory, you have to be able to defend a territory.
Oh, law, he says. I mean, I'm sure you also picked up on that weird pause. I don't think he knew what else to say. How is it law? In fact, it's not. Let's just be clear. That's not the law. The law is not whoever has power can take what they want. That may be, the law of the jungle or whatever overlapping, narrative or framing you want to give it, that there's just the way that natural law or whatever. And maybe you're right. But that's also chaos. That's also, rape and torture and murder because powerful can do what they want. Well, that's who these people are. It's what they support. That's what they're literally supporting in Israel. Let's be real. But my point here is that this is him trying to convince you, first of all, that what he just said was the law, which is just so completely not only just wrong, it's so manipulative. It's trying to convince you that the bad thing is the right thing. That's the simplest way to put it. And that we can take what we want. And that's why we're aiming at these other locations. But then what happens if what if China goes, okay, then we're going to take yours because we're stronger. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're right. But isn't that the law? So wouldn't that be within the law that he's laying out? So what happens if they succeed? They just steal everything and kill thousands of Americans. Well, they were powerful enough. Does that make it okay? No, it's only good. It's only okay when we do it. I mean, a child can see why this man is dangerous. Thomas Massey points out something around the financial drive in all this that I think is really important to point out. So here he is pushing you into these positions to expand and conquer and whatever their mindset is. And Trump comes at this in a lot of financial ways, like with NATO and other different things, as framing it as that we're subsidizing all these different institutions and discussions and agendas. And they demand they pick up their side of it, right? Well, this is a different take on this. Now, aside from your thoughts on this person, just what Massey says on top of this, but I do think this is an interesting point. Peter Schiff says, Trump has it backwards. The U.S. doesn't subsidize the world subsidizes the U.S. And this is not in the point that, like NATO and other points like that. There are arguments made about an imbalance there for sure. But what this is talking about is the world reserve currency based on the petrodollar and other discussions that he's right. That is what this is when you look at the way this is going. And that's why they're so desperate to stop that from changing, to stop other countries from creating their own reserve currency, to stop the global order from switching into some kind of BRICS dynamic. Because, and I'm not even saying that's good versus bad, it's just different. And that does not suit the U.S. interest. So they're willing to do whatever they can, bombing pipelines and so on, to stop anything from changing. The U.S. dollar reserve currency, he writes, status allows the U.S. government to live beyond our means, or rather just this country to live beyond its means. Soaring debt, tariffs, and military threats jeopardize that status. When it's lost, economic collapse will follow. So let's just for sake of conversation, say he's completely right. Doesn't that seem to line up with what we're discussing? That it's actually under the guise of doing what we need to do to save everything, it actually drives this country into collapse? Okay, if that is the reality, who does that benefit? And if you think Trump was aware of that, why would he do it? All hypothetical, right? But it's worth considering. So who would it benefit to economically collapse this country? Well, pretty much anybody who wants to swing in and be a vulture about it. But Israel has a ideological, religious, governmental agenda to completely collapse the West. If you haven't seen them, look up videos of Netanyahu and leading rabbis and half the Knesset openly discussing how they need to flood the West with immigration to collapse it so we could bring on the end times, which is what these religious Zionists believe. It's not some fringe discussion. It's think of you're watching Congress and you see Thomas Massey and Lindsey Graham, and they're all up there, and most of them are going, we need to flood China with immigration so we can bring on our religious end times. That's how ridiculous and crazy it is, because that's what's happening in Israel. Openly discussing this, and genetically engineering red calves to slaughter for. I mean, that's real, guys. That's really what's happening. Now, that's a different conversation. My point, though, is in this case, there is an agenda, whether that's what this is or not, from the Israeli government perspective to create the kind of collapse that we're watching in this country. Now, like I said, to be objective, maybe that's just coincidence. But don't you think it's worth knowing that? I sure do. Thomas says, as the dollar's reserve currency status diminishes, so does our ability to tax the world by creating more money. Point being, eventually you can't just keep printing that money, which is what they're doing. When reserve status is lost, maintaining current spending levels and servicing the debt will be even more painful for Americans who will bear the full inflation tax. You think these billionaires are going to care? That's why they've got different homes in different countries and different compounds. You will suffer, Americans. You think Trump's going to stick around? No, that's not. They're all good to go. They have their own side deals, their crypto deals, and their Qatar jets. You will be the one paying for this, as always. It's not a left or right point, guys. Biden did just as much, led it to this point like all the rest of them did. Financial Times, France warns the U.S. that Greenland's seizure would endanger EU trade. I mean, this is the European Union. These are U.S. allies. Ostensibly, if there is any allies of a belligerent nation like the government, like the U.S. or Israel, for that matter, like the whole saying, like, who needs enemies when you've got friends like Israel or the United States, because they're constantly stabbing, shooting themselves in the foot, let alone other people for things that are, it's like the Nord Stream discussion. Nobody misunderstands that. There's just a lot of lying that goes on at the high level. But in this case, France Minister Roland Lescure raised concerns with American Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The Soros Zionist Scott Bessent. But the point, just to skip past, the point is simply that with the Greenland discussion, Trump is now pushing this as if it's absolutely going to happen. National security, the troll that we were told by their own people was not going to happen. You're all falling for Trump playing you all. Maybe we still think that. The reality is this has gone, even if it is some kind of a troll, to very real territory where people might take action militarily. But at the very least, we're watching financial extortion and terrorism take place, which is what it is, sanctions, tariffs, because they don't get what they want. So France is now saying, look, you taking this is going to affect global trade. They don't care. In fact, that might be the very point. Now, again, don't forget the Technate map. Now, whether you want to think of it from the Technate, which again is the original Technocracy Inc. 1940s, Elon Musk grandfather, the outline of what they believe the Technate, the center of the technocracy, would be. And that's Greenland, that's Mexico, it's a whole thing, guys. Everything they're going after right now. So looking at that and considering this bigger picture, there's obvious agendas around this, the oil, the rare earth minerals, the whole thing. But even if you don't think that's what this is, just recognize that there isn't a design for all of this. So Trump announces tariffs on European countries, opposing Greenland takeover. So now, okay, you have an illegitimate thing taking place where Trump just says, we need this because, even if you agree with the justification that we need it for some kind of U.S. interest, by that logic, you can just do what you want. Yes, that's ridiculous. That's like China saying, we're going to take Hawaii because it's in our interest. Okay, why is that any different? Trump would call that terrorism. Yes, there's your answer, guys, because it's illegitimate. It comes from that jingoistic sort of supremacist mindset. To think that because we can, we will, or because we are better than you, we can take what we want because our interests are more important. It's all ridiculous. So in this case, they're doing this drive to take Greenland for illegitimate reasons, and they're saying, we don't want to do that. That's wrong. You can't. And so Trump starts to economically manipulate them. He puts tariffs on these countries, which are taxing you, Americans, because they don't do what he wants. It's as simple as that. There's plenty of deeper possibilities around what the agenda is. But simple point about this is just he's throwing a tantrum financially because he doesn't get what he wants. That's how they work this. Now, tantrum might be taken more of a personal point. That's what it seems like to me. But just take those terms away. He's acting illegitimately because he wants Greenland for whatever the agenda is. He doesn't have any right to it. And so he just attacks his own allies because they don't let that happen. It's painful, guys. Here is an article from The Guardian. And I think this is interesting too. This is from January 8th of this year. Don't dignify Trump with talk of a new world order. He says there's nothing new or ordered about this chaos. Well, that's one way you could look at it. It's very possible but the argument in here is this simple, is that, that Donald Trump is not doing some big thing. He's just clumsy. He's belligerent. He's a tyrant. Sure, probably both, though. You could very easily see that he's a pawn in a larger globalist game. But you see, the main agenda, in my opinion, or rather just the framing from places, these kind of international outlets, are never to acknowledge the global agenda. Not really. Not when it matters. So in my argument would be this is about trying to downplay the validity of this very obvious transition. What were they saying about the Great Reset when that was taking place? They're always trying to downplay this, and that may not be intentional. Maybe they don't even know. But the reality, in my opinion, is this is about something that is real. Even if Trump is nothing new or chaotic and just clumsy, I believe he was put in this position for this very moment. So keeping this in mind, here's how the MAGA side is framing a lot of this. As Derek writes, this is the delusional MAGA Q type take. So this video is, you can watch it, it's a minute and a half. The simple point is, Trump's making a play for Venezuela, Greenland, Canada is 1,000% America first. Why? Because it's about the Cold War for AI against China. Right. So your rationalization is that this very illegal thing is completely America first because we needed to beat them because of this hypothetical framing that may be what they claim it is. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with the AI direction. It's clear there's a race going on. But why is it immediately assumed that there's going to be some kind of a power surge? Right now the U.S. government believes it runs the world, despite them claiming otherwise because they don't want you to think that they think that way. There's nothing to say that China will do the same thing in reverse. Now, I believe that's how it will go, just to be honest. I believe that China, if given the same amount, type of influence, it would be framed differently. I think China would have the interest in framing it much better and making it appear as if they're being more diplomatic, but behind the scenes would probably at least eventually be in the same position. That's how I view government. You can disagree. But the point is, you could argue there's nothing to indicate at this moment, based on their world actions, that that's what will happen. So you're saying because they'll do what we do, which is how sociopaths tend to view the world, right? They're going to be like me if I don't stop them, that we have to take all of these countries illegally because we have to stop China from doing something that they have a right to do. How is that America first of all? Because this is a globalist overlap. You think these AI centers are helping America? I mean, it's just painful how long they're taking resources, they're outsourcing work. But doesn't it matter that it's illegal? I guess not. I mean, what if it was saying, Melissa Tate, we need to take your home to make sure we can beat China, right? We're going to take your home. We're going to sell your dog. But, that's just America first because we have to, right? Well, in a real sense, there's nothing different about that because you're taking what's not yours because you need to. I mean, we're dealing with a bunch of children. If we actually rationalize theft because, we got to do it for America first, even though it's literally not. And on top of that, it's all hypothetical based on things you can't even verify. But this guy will tell you it's about the smartest thing in the world because we got to beat Russia. Or how about the fact that even Whitney would make the point that the AI direction is kind of a scam? Like, the very least, these things have to be considered, that we're dealing with something that's not as clear as they make it out to be. So we shouldn't let them take irrationally illegal action because of the things they're framing. This just seems like basic logic to me. And of course, here's the interesting part. Everybody in this left, largely right side of the conversation is just so fixated on Somalia and medical fraud, which is there and does exist. But why is the focus specifically on a bunch of immigrant people trying to steal from the government that's stealing from you? Or the idea, and I'm not saying they're committing crimes, then engage with it. But the idea that we're never going to see any of these politicians go to jail, because we're seeing that right now, and Epstein and everything else, but they're all about focusing on all of that while they're literally stealing everything from you. But scream America first. Or Mario lying left and right about everything the government wants him to say, whether he even knows that or not. Nick points this out as they're screaming America first. Can someone explain to me why Americans are okay with their government spending so much money on stupid SHIT that doesn't materially improve anyone's lives? Well, we just talked about this NED point, National Endowment for Democracy. This is what Massey was even pointing to. House passes $1.6 billion to deliver anti-China propaganda overseas. Okay, so why is it a crime or terrorism when some country does that to the United States? Well, because the United States is the good guy, right? Because we're apparently in kindergarten. But this is not America first. But see, just like Melissa's over there doing, because this will go to that, and then they can do this, and we'll stop them, and that brings back this to us. America first! Or not, or it's money going away from America for a not America first. Think about how embarrassing that is to argue that this, even if it ends up trickling back to America, that means first. Words have meaning, guys. America first means first, not second after propagandizing Russia or China to gain money, or tariffs that will end up coming back to you. Well, then that's second, guys. That's what that means. Even if you believe the agenda is in the interest of America more than anything, your actions are not about America first. First would be making sure every dollar goes to things we need in this country and defending inside this country, not imperial venturism, which is what they're ultimately doing. Here's the U.S. Department of Labor, which again, all flash, no substance. These people seem to be, just embarrassing themselves. They go, we'll never stop fighting for American way of life. America first. Americans first. Showing the Australian Mel Gibson. So this is a blatant lie, they write. Right there with China or plenty of other overlapping points, but it's also, let's use movie lore and I'll read what I say in a second. I say all they have are memes and movie quotes. They're drowning in their own criminality and dishonesty, as well as the realization that their base, I believe this, is not as blind or ignorant as they'd hoped. As objective, nonpartisan observers, it is important that we do not fall into the left-right paradigm. Like, recognize, at least consider what I'm saying, and don't jump at the mainstream framing. It's so easy. I mean, I fall to it every day, but I check myself. You're online and you see comments, you go, God, what an idiot. And you go, wait, okay, it could be a bot, right? Or at the very least, it does not then represent everybody's opinions. Even this platform alone, even if all organic, does not represent the majority. So we have to remember this. I have to check this myself every day and realize that what we're watching is a manipulative situation where their interest is convincing you that everyone, just like with COVID, everybody's on our side. No, they really weren't. Not even in the beginning. So important to understand, guys. All they have are memes and movie quotes because they are trying to propagandize you, and they don't even have a leg to stand on, guys. And this is what somebody put this out going around. MAGA today, hold the line. Digital checkpoints, ID, 50-minute cities, drones everywhere. It's perfect. I think it was that. I'll point out his account in a second. It's in another post coming up. James Lee points to what Grok had to say here, and he says, now, I don't agree it's the problem, like the main central problem, but it is definitely one of the most important problems. He says, this is the problem with American politicians, in quotes. Pretty much that they're acting every day for outside this country interests. So he says, Lindsey Graham says, I'm traveling to Israel to meet with Prime Minister. That's the 15th. What is it, like the 15th time he's gone there? And he goes, James says, going to Israel again? When was the last time Lindsey Graham posted anything about South Carolina, Grok? Well, Lindsey Graham's most recent post mentioning South Carolina was on January 10th, 2026, about attending the proudly pro-life dinner with South Carolina Citizens for Life. James says, how often does he post about South Carolina versus foreign affairs in the Middle East? In the past year, 2025, 2026, Lindsey Graham posted about South Carolina 4 times. 4. Focusing on local events, people, and issues. In contrast, he posted over 50 times on Middle East foreign policy affairs, mainly Iran, Israel, and related conflicts. Lindsey Graham is not a president. This is a person who's acting from state's perspective. There is definitely some level of foreign policy, which just to be objective, sure, there's going to be things that would definitely relate. But I've always asked this: why are any congressman ever dealing with foreign policy? They shouldn't, which is kind of the point here. There's no legal justification. I think even Massey's calling out Lindsey Graham for going to speak with Israel. There's no legal reality for why he should be there. He is colluding with Israel to manipulate what is currently happening in this country. Even if you disagree with all of that, shouldn't his focal point be South Carolina? What does Israel have to do with South Carolina other than manipulating your South Carolinian people for Israel's agenda? Censoring them for anti-Semitism or whatever else, even if you agree with that. How is that about South? That's about Israel. Recognize that, guys. This is transparent. Mainly Iran, Israel, and related conflicts. Surprise, surprise. And as he said, this is the problem with American politicians. Let's not forget that Trump has completely leaned in with the America First Lindsey Graham while dumping on the Thomas, or what do you call him? I don't know, on Thomas Massey for being not America First. Well, he is head and shoulders above anybody that they're pointing to more America First than all of them put together. And that's not even to say honest. I'm still going to question him left and right. I do believe what he's done for a while now has been consistent, and I'll continue to praise him for that. I'm just simply pointing out that it's never in our interest to support blindly a politician. I would like to believe even Massey would agree with that. Now, Daniel McAdams points out a poll, and as always, it's just a poll. It could easily be manipulated. It says Trump's approval rating has hit second-term lows. And look, this is pretty largely backed up. I also think this is what I see within the community. He says, Dear Donald Trump, this is what happens when you obsess about being policeman of the world instead of putting America first. Drop your foreign adventurism, tell Netanyahu to go pound sand, and focus on eliminating all government barriers to an economic revival in this country. Sure, that'd be great if Trump was in control. I literally don't think that's the case because everything he's doing is hurting him, and he still does it. So, on that note, exactly, let's talk about Epstein. Midas Touch. New, the DOJ has filed a motion to block the appointment of independent monitor to release the Epstein files. According to Massey, they've released, I think, 1% of the amount. That's a crime, guys. End of story. Bondi and everyone else involved, including Trump, are breaking the law by making sure this does not come out. I mean, it's almost incredible to me how that's not being discussed. I mean, there's tons of conservatives that I argue are calling this out, but I don't see any of them with any kind of a platform truly making this case. Now, I shouldn't say it like that. I'm not going to say that I have the tap into I'm sure there's plenty out there. I'm just not seeing it in front of me in this broken platform we use. That's probably the whole point, isn't it? The DOJ has filed a motion to block the appointment of an independent monitor to release this information about Epstein. The DOJ argues that federal courts lack the authority to enforce the Epstein Transparency Act. Think about that. That Massey and Khanna don't have standing to recommend an independent monitor. In short, it appears the DOJ's position is that no court can force them to produce the files. Think about where we're at with that. So many of the Republicans who are trying to gaslight about this are acting like it's just taking time. More will come. And I'm willing to bet you something does. But if they can just drift this into the background and effectively pretend like it was met or ignore it or just change the storyline, I think that's what they're doing. Because right now, it doesn't really make a difference. They've already broken the law by not doing it by the deadline. And nobody cares because they're the ones in power. This is what an authoritarian kind of unilateral, this is a dictator. That's not about Trump or anything else in particular. I mean, there are clear points to be made. It's about the position and what they're currently doing. If there is no ability to hold you accountable, if you can break the law brazenly and then just go, never mind, F off, then you are not actually held accountable by anything. That's where impeachment comes into play, but Congress is completely inept. Probably by design because of funding and lobbying, as you dang well know. But think about that. So now they're literally saying not only do the federal courts not have the authority to enforce the act itself. Okay, if that was the case, why wouldn't they stand up right when they started and go, never, that's not even real. You don't have the authority to do that. They tried to feign compliance. So you were, I mean, they'd like to think that we're going to pretend, like be dumb enough to take the 1% and go, you did it. We're done. That's why they did it in the beginning with those fake binders, the most transparent. Remember, they told you that was most everything, and then it came out 3 more times. They did that every time, hoping that you would pretend it was over. So here we are again. Well, now their final argument is, you know what? You don't have the authority anyway. That is desperate. They very much do. I mean, this is passed by Congress. They have every bit of authority to enforce this. Now here's Massey again. Saying he accuses the Department of Justice of illegal redactions. Because they did, though. I mean, you could point this out in 1,000 different ways, you know, in a lot of ways. One of them were redacting Trump's names, or his name many times. Or in many cases, they redacted child predators. I mean, this has all been very clearly proven. Massey himself has talked about this. How amazing how little coverage that gets by, you know, CNNs of the world, when they could literally break him down and show you he was redacting the names of child predators. But of course, they just let that go because they hate him and they want to bring him down, you know, obviously. He accuses them of redactions illegally, withholding key FBI 302s, draft indictments, and internal communications that federal law explicitly required to be released. Massey also raises serious concerns about Pam Bondi, saying Justice Department culture won't change unless POTUS installs a strong-willed attorney general. They've released about 1% of the files. 1%. And what they're hiding is even more troubling than what they've released. Where are all the honest conservatives, guys? I know you're out there. Bondi is making illegal redactions and withholding key documents that would implicate associates of Epstein. A document that our federal law explicitly requires to be released includes FD 302s, draft indictments, and internal communications. Now, weirdly enough, I mean, maybe it's not as weird as it, maybe we should just say expectedly enough, Nick Fuentes, 6 months ago. Jeffrey Epstein has a pedophile island and Trump is covering it up. Now, this is what we were trying to show you. Now, this very well could be some kind of a troll by Nick. You know, who knows? Just being objective. But this is what I expect from people that we've been watching, if they're not honest, which is ultimately like with COVID. They come out and they go, yeah, COVID's terrible and vaccines are hurting you. And then right away, when they've got you thinking they're honest, pull a punch. Now, usually not this ridiculous, as now this week, Nick is saying this whole pedo thing, it's like, you know, they're really pedophilia. It's not really pedophilia. They were trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal, but big deal. The issue is not that they were barely legal teens. Now, there is examples of pedophilia. There are examples, rather, of pedophilia. There are examples of any number of different age overlaps if you really get into the information. Now, you'd think he would know that. I think he does. I think this is about either something else or lying about this. Or he says Jeffrey Epstein is not a pedophile. Now, look, I've made the point about this. The pedophilia is a very specific term, has a very specific age range. So if there is evidence you can prove that shows in anybody's case that that's what's happened, then that would be an appropriate term. Now, but also the term gets used pretty broadly, largely by the Republican side of the conversation, which is not accurate, but it is what it is. So when you get, but this is what I was pointing out. Why then is the media, left and right, saying pedophile when they talk about this person, even though the evidence, because there's a whole game going on with all this. In my opinion, I don't even care. These people are horrifying sexual predators, and it does include pedophilia. So I'm not one to, make a point about somebody incorrectly using that term when it comes to somebody who I know that does include. But now here he is saying, but you're not ready for that conversation. All of his victims were 14 to 17. No, there's plenty. Now, unless you're talking about ones that he personally manipulated, or rather, sexually assaulted. If you're going to pretend that there was not evidence of pedophilia being trafficked through these institutions, these networks they created, then you don't know what you're talking about. But it says, Epstein's my boy, dude. That's what he says. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as F. I said it. What are you going to do? Cancel me? Go ahead. Cancel you? Come on. You guys are, the idea, it's just so funny. The right is canceling people right now. That's what's happening. Both sides are childishly ridiculous. Now, again, maybe he's trolling. But I think it's interesting to point this out, like I said in the beginning. You start out by saying, this is crazy, and they're covering it up. Then either rapidly like this or slowly turning it into something quite different. So then people think, well, he was calling it out correctly, so maybe I should listen to what he has to say. And it's a game of creating, just ushering you Pied Piper style right into your control structure. That's what I think this is. I've pointed out things he said in the past, but I've expressed the whole time, this person, I don't trust this person. There's very clear, there's weird elements about this. Now, Patriotic Blonde, on that conversation of Epstein, points something out, which, by the way, is not new. So I do take issue with that. This was just sentenced. It happened a while ago. But nonetheless, this is the point. This is the article. Robert Morris, Texas megachurch pastor, pleads guilty to sexually abusing a child. Now, this was back in 2025, October. So it wasn't just happening, but you could play fast and loose with the way that term works. That's fine. But it says, she says we're surrounded by pedophiles. Now, even then, you could argue that there's a line there for the age. But again, that's the same point. It doesn't, at this point, these are disgusting sexual predators, and they deserve to be called whatever you want to call them. This is Trump's guy. Trump's spiritual leader, as she writes. And John asked Grok, was he a Christian Zionist? And they say, yes, Pastor Morris' views align with Christian Zionism. You could take that for what you want. I think it is relevant to a few different points we're not going to go into now. But thinking about this overlap with all the different things, or Trump's administration letting go an Israeli politician who was trying to solicit a child while he was in this country. Tom Abramovich, I think, or what was his name? They sent him back. Nothing's happened to him. So in this case, here's an example of one of Trump's people who literally goes to jail because he admitted to abusing a child, but he will only serve 6 months. 6 months. They're putting people in jail for years because of flimsy immigration overlaps. I'm not saying it's a crime. Then yes, hold people accountable for crimes. But don't you think it should be more of a crime to sexually abuse a child than to run a traffic light while you have a green card? I do. And this is just overlapping points to showing you hypocrisy here. Make sure I didn't miss something down there. I don't think so. This is cult activism pointing out the governor of Puerto Rico, Wanda Vasquez, was charged with bribery, but the billionaire accused of bribing her donated $3.5 million to MAGA. Results, Trump just pardoned them both. And this is, I've looked this up. This is genuinely what's going on. Here's even what Fox News has to say.
Trump plans to pardon former Puerto Rican Governor Wanda Vasquez. That's according to a White House official. Vasquez pled guilty last August to a campaign finance violation.
Pled guilty. So she admitted to being guilty.
In a federal case that authorities say also involved a former FBI agent and a Venezuelan banker.
Oh, great. So the FBI of the United States government was somehow involved with her crime. Interesting.
The official who confirmed the planned pardon indicated the president saw the case as a political prosecution.
Now, that's interesting to me, too, because I maybe meant persecution. In my opinion, everything today is political prosecution. Everything's driven by politics. But regardless of that, persecution is what we, that's what he's generally talking about, that this was, politically driven and not accurate. Well, she admitted to committing the crime. So Trump just continues to say this because he wants to support people that are on his side. And so what we're seeing are people who just go, well, it was political. Well, then why did she admit to breaking the law? Why is it's just, there's nothing new here, guys. These are criminals, and they admit to being criminals, and they support them because they are people that support him. There's nothing sacred to these people. It is about team sport politics. This is, this person, Ryan Coswell, I was lead prosecutor in the corruption case against Puerto Rico's former governor, who was charged with selling political power to a billionaire banker. Today, according to public reporting, after millions flowed to MAGA Inc., from the daughter of the very banker we charged with bribing the governor, Trump reportedly pardoned the governor and the banker. The case. This was a full-blown public corruption prosecution alleging conspiracy, federal program bribery, and honest services wire fraud. Fellow career prosecutors and I brought the case, and the grand jury found that probable cause supported the bribery charges. No. Are there political motivations? I mean, like I said, there always are, in my opinion. But the evidence was presented, and she was guilty. I mean, it's not even worth going deeper on. You could read through this yourself. It's very, very clear, based on every factor, that these are people that broke the law, that they just are being pardoned because they're on his side. Are we really even going to debate this? This is exactly who he's always been. Read his books, read everything you want. Despite what he said since he's been in politics, he has been consistent with who he actually is, despite what he says every day after being a politician. Ryan Grimm, Trump just pardoned someone who was convicted of a crime after the last time he commuted his sentence. Think about how stupid this is. So the guy breaks the law, he pardons him. He breaks the law again, pardons him again. Kenneth Vogel, Scoop, Trump pardoned several people this week, including a banker implicated in a bribery scheme whose daughter donated money to the PAC, Trump's PAC. A woman who was freed from prison by Trump in 2021 and was convicted in an unrelated case in 2024. So this person broke the law, pardoned them, broke the law again, pardoned him again. This is what corruption looks like, guys. It's not brazen, right on the surface. Now, if your only point is there was a Democrat involved and therefore we don't care, then you're a child. The truth is they're all the effing same thing, and they're all doing the same thing. And the reality is it's gotten so bad and so obvious and so borderline collapsing that they're just right out there on the surface. That's what I think anyway. Hopefully we can ask these questions. But on that note, as we're literally showing you that people are very much above the law, Pam Bondi stupidly comes out again and says, reminder to all those in Minnesota, no one is above the law. Thomas Massey says, what about the AG who violates the Epstein Transparency Act? You've missed both deadlines set in the law, to which she completely gets ratioed. I mean, think about how clear this is. This is Pam Bondi, who has tons of support from the Republican side, 1 million followers. Massey has 1.5. So, a lot more, but, pretty similar. And she posts something that everybody would support. And he comes out in comments, which is much more difficult to get the reach, and dramatically ratios her. What I'm trying to show you guys is that, take it for what you will, these things as everything. It's not all encompassing, but it simply, in my opinion, shows you that Republicans who are following her account support what Massey says more than her. I don't think that's that hard to see. You're being lied to. Republicans do not support what they claim they do, what the team claims they do right now. I think that's clear every which way you look right now. But on top of no one above the law, we'll get into Minnesota, Renee Good. I mean, there's every day you see examples from these ridiculous people showing you that everyone's above the law should they lean into their side. On the left-right paradigm of it all, Amity points out the deep state succeeds when we focus our hatred toward each other and take our eyes off the real enemy. I mean, it really is just the obvious reality of this. Oh, look, Ashley Babbitt, January 6th. Oh, F around and find out. All the Democrats, right? Renee Good. No, F around and find out. Can you not see the same thing? And what does it allow? Authoritarianism, police state. But yeah, team sport politics, go ahead and keep laughing as you screw yourselves over. Now, I'm not even talking about the obvious manipulators out there who are just making a paycheck by screaming whatever they're told. I'm talking about the people who fall for it. Those of you out there who are just so petty, or rather, I shouldn't even say that. You probably won't even care what I have to say, but the people who actually are allowing themselves to fall into this trap and cheer on what you think Renee deserved because politics, because team sport politics, and recognize that you are calling on what you think you're fighting. And that's what ultimately happens right there. Left and right are just cheering on your demise to their profit. I just can't. It's everywhere you look, guys. This used to be pretty largely known, I would think, but today politics seems to be, I do think it's overlapped with a lot of weird technological things that are making this harder and harder to see. My personal opinion. I won't get into that now. It's just way off the rails for some people, but I'm telling you guys, there's new things in this that are making this much more, what it's like neuroscience and all kinds of weird things that very much are making a difference on people's ability to see through some of these things. The police, which, I'm following. Don't say, quoting, don't say that about Charlie. F around and find out, Renee. Effing hypocrites. Right. Like, so you're not allowed to say what you want about Charlie. It's just the point is that there's always those boundaries that show they're hypocrites in the team sport politics, as we'll get into a little bit more. More perfect union. It says the IRS is effectively unable to audit private equity, venture capital, and real estate investment firms. Right. So in the whole regulation point, did it stop you from being able to start a small business? No, or rather allow you to now? No, didn't change for you. But what they did was allow basically, and it actually is not even the best way to make that point, different kind of points there. But my point is their actions were done for the interest of the powerful. And in this case, despite all the narrative and the claims, right? In this case, Doge and all the things they did, even though we're now, I think most people are, way to finally catch up, started to finally see what Doge really was, that it was not about anything they claimed it was, only effectively hindered their ability to hold rich people accountable. The IRS is effectively unable to audit private equity, venture capitals, and real estate firms, but they're sure as hell focusing on your $600 payments today. Thousands of workers have been fired from the agency since Doge and the world's richest man took an axe to it. Now, I'm all for no IRS, reducing all of it. That's the point, though, is get rid of it or don't. What they did was create a focal point only on poor people. Now audits of these giant enterprises have dropped almost 90%. So what they did was create the lack of ability to go after the rich people, is what it would appear. And as Melanie writes, this isn't an unfortunate result. This was the plan. Doge was a robbery by the rich for the rich in plain sight. You could frame it however you'd like. What they've effectively created was a lack of ability to hold them accountable while they're still, basically by default, more so focusing on you. And here's an example of that. Now, think about this. This is happening under Trump's administration, guys. Now, it's specifically a bank. You could argue it was their own action, but we must see where this drives from. And at the very least, recognize this is happening from the continuity of the U.S. agenda, whether left or right. And we saw this in the banking convoy stuff. We saw this recently. We saw this during COVID-19. There was one example I saw recently. I can't remember now. On top of this one. Damn it. Who was that? Remind me in the chat. There was somebody we just saw who got debanked. Dr. Mercola, not Peter McCullough, but Dr. Mercola, he was debanked, his CFO, his family members. It's just insane. Whatever you think about him, the point is you have a right to say what you want in this country. Anywhere, really. If you understand the meaning of the Constitution and the way it was designed to be principles the whole world can follow should we have the ability, and we can only enforce it within these boundaries. So that's why it exists in this country. At least it used to. But Scott Ritter, debanked. He says, today, my banking institution of 26 years, Citizens Bank, by the way, Citizens, they're pretty big, aren't they? I was simply going to say that as Catherine Austin Fitz always points out, that it's really important you lean into your local credit union and make a personal relationship, because there are the larger banks, there's a bigger problem there. But it says, they declared that they were ending their banking relationship with him. Very strange. Well, not really, but that's not how it's supposed to work. My accounts were zeroed without explanation. So I stole his money. While I may eventually see this money returned to me, I doubt that. The question of why this occurred remains unanswered, raising a whole host of issues. Now, what is he supposed to do in the meantime? What if that was everything he had? How does he feed his family? You think they even care about this kind of stuff? That's insane, guys. So, what's going on? Doesn't this matter? Weird how it gets no attention. This person, Avery Dane, says we're all slaves to the bottom 10% of society. Far more than we are to the top 1%. I'm tired of our country being held hostage by thugs. I mean, it's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on this platform. Right, because the bunch of random thugs stealing whatever you want to claim they're stealing or just being present is affecting Joe over in Minnesota or Bob in New York. Really? I mean, you could argue there's an effect of where they're like, let's just say Somalians or anybody else, by the way. This over focus on one group is just so naive. Clearly, there are people defrauding the government, mostly powerful people, by the way, like Elon Musk. But yeah, there are people breaking the law. That's been proven. Most of them were arrested by Biden and his administration. Easy to look up in Somalia, Minnesota point. But the reality is that what you're talking about has an effect on social programs. But the idea that all of society is by far more affected by the bottom 10% than by the top 1%, that means the only thing that you're thinking about are tax and financial overlaps because of social programs, which I completely agree with the point that I argue that charity should never be something the government's involved with. Charity should be something that people do. And most, if you look this up historically, if it's not forced, it tends to be present even more because people don't want to be forced in many cases. And my point is that people have always been there for charity, whether churches or different independent groups. The government getting involved turns it into a profit-run business, and that's exactly the problem. But anyway, the point is that you can argue that the social programs, have tax dollars and so on. That's why my point was the same right there. But to say that affects you more than the top 1% and everything they do, global war, I mean, it's got to be the most childish, naive argument I've ever seen on this platform. It's not just about social programs and taxes, guys. This is about global dynamics. It's about, let's just even take from a U.S. perspective. We're talking about people who are influencing policy, people who are buying up politicians. And every day, I mean, you go on forever. And Elon Musk comes in and goes, bingo. And rightly so, Reed raising expectations says, I wonder why the single richest person on earth wants you to believe that the bottom 10% is more risk to you than the top 1%. Gee, I wonder. I mean, it's just been insane. But guess what, guys? A lot of people in his weird little edgelord circle are very clearly of the mind that everything he's pushing is absolute gospel. And most of it is so stupid, it makes my teeth hurt. I mean, we're talking about things that are driving you to hate your neighbor, things that are creating your division tactics across the whole world. Now, that's not to say there's not some level of truth within the point they're using. In most cases, that's the best division tactic, taking something that does have a level of truth to it and then bending and warping it into your narrative. Happens every single day. So let's talk about the arrest overlap and getting into the Renee Good and ICE discussion. Because right now, one of the biggest distractions from the two-party illusion are about, there's still points coming up today about, look, Pelosi and January 6th, which again, good, arrest her. Are we really pretending does anybody think that's happening? Are you of the mind that he's secretly going to get Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and Obama? Are you really thinking that's happening right now? I mean, there was a grace period for anybody being honest. Maybe it's going to happen tomorrow. At this point, you either acknowledge that they're not doing that, as they say that you already know he's a treasonous criminal, which, by the way, has legal, Obama could sue you for libel should there actually be a division there, which I don't believe there is. These people, James Comey, Letitia James, even John Bolton, this is completely facade at this point. My opinion. And Comey's that case has been dropped. James dropped. They're not even trying to go after them anymore, it seems. And then Trump stands up and goes, Bondi, you better. That seems like theater to me because nothing even happened. They just want to yell and act like it's Bondi's fault so we can put that childishly shuck off responsibility to person that's under him, like good leaders do, But so here we are. Melanie says, Trump is now calling for Biden's staff to be arrested. I don't know, for the 75th time? She says, do you notice how he never calls for the pedophiles in the Epstein files who raped and trafficked kids to be arrested? He says, everyone is asking about the auto pen. Nobody's asking about the auto pen. This ridiculous, this is my point, either flooding the zone or just desperate effort to go look anywhere else but how my entire team is falling apart. Realize the auto pen is the same conversation. Yes, you can prove that Biden used it tons of times. Yes, you can clearly show that Biden was very, I think, senile. I think he was completely lost half the time. But if your point is, then you therefore must assume that he was using it, that somebody else did it. No, that's an assumption by default. If you want to prove that somebody else used his auto pen stamp, essentially, when he wasn't cognizant, then make the case and show your evidence. Nobody's done that because there isn't any. Otherwise, they would be all over the place. The assumption is what they use. Auto pen have been used. Trump has used it many times. It's been upheld by the Supreme Court. So the argument is Biden used an auto pen, and then you're conflating that with it must be somebody else's, then that's an assumption, and you're playing the game, or you're lying to yourself for the agenda, which, if you take it to its logical extent, won't end up in your favor because there's no evidence. So here he is screaming about what he wants you to think about and saying that because he used it, even though Trump has too, that there's a problem. What was done is totally illegal. And anything signed that way is no further effect. That's not true. Trump has used the auto pen tons of times. Ask Grok if you want, if it makes you feel better. So what he just said is completely false, but he knows he's deceiving you. He wants you to start pretending that the auto pen itself is now the problem, even though it was about the fact that it meant likely Biden was letting somebody else do it. That's the point, if you ask anybody with a brain. But now it becomes auto pen, you did it, it's illegal. And they don't realize that Trump did it too. The person who worked the auto pen had no idea whether or not Biden approved of it. He doesn't know that. That's the point. He does not know that. The evidence is not there. They assume that. Or if they know it, they've never proved it to anybody. And again, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me. If Biden was senile, then probably somebody did do that. But evidence matters. There was no order in writing, and it was an absolutely illegal act perpetrated by the radical left insurrectionists. He's such a caricature. He's a cartoon who illegally ran the Biden administration. Every one of them should be arrested for what they've done. Okay, great. Keep yelling that out loud. Now what, Trump? Is somebody going to be arrested? Are you ordering somebody to? Is Bondi going to do anything? I mean, I'd love to see that happen. Put Biden in jail. He's a war criminal. This is why it's so problematic for people in the game to engage with us, because they look like ridiculous people, because they are, but because we're not going only the left or only the right. We are saying, good, go through. And then when they don't, and we stand there and go, okay, now what? Nobody wants to engage with that. And I said, yes, exactly. But the craziest part is that it's more than likely that none of them will actually be arrested. And yet some still refuse to acknowledge what that reveals. Here, Dave Smith points us out for Kash Patel doing the same thing in his own little weird bubble. 2025, he says, was a historic year for the FBI. Totally really was not. 707 arrests, 640 plots disrupted. I mean, guys, we know what these things are. You mean like the FBI terror plot for, or that's actually accurate, the Halloween terror plot that ultimately amounted to nothing, or the claim you made about those Antifa people at the Dallas shooting, which you ultimately released? Those are plots that they framed as uncovering or disrupting. Or 707 arrests, many of which amounted to nothing. Like this guy is LARPing as an FBI, like most of these people are in the case of his administration. But he goes, when law enforcement is empowered to execute this mission, Americans are safer. You can read the comments if you want to laugh, because it's really embarrassing. It's mostly people that used to support him. Dave Smith says, how many deep state criminals were arrested? You remember the whole thing you guys promised to do? Does asking this question make me a black pillar? Bongino? David Smith is a very influential. He's got almost 1 million followers. Whatever you think about him, the point is that he has a very huge standing in this community, and he's standing there going, you're all a joke. I'm telling you guys, it's not some fringe thing. Most people are in this position. Only a few people seem to have the courage to actually say it out loud, because there's a lot of negative attention. There's frankly dangerous things that happen. I mean, in my opinion, it's like Bruce often says, you know, the signers of the Constitution signed their death warrants when they signed that. I think we can stand a risk a little bit. That's where I'm at. I'm putting my everything on the line to fight for what I believe is right. And that has sure as hell come back to bite me. But that's what a dishonest authoritarian structure is going to do when you start calling out their truths. Here, Elon Musk, of course, says they all knew, and we'll get into this next. So this C3 account says Minnesota fraud. Now remember, guys, there is provable cases of fraud. 70-something people were arrested and put in jail under Biden's administration. Now, you know my opinion. I think it's all these Biden, Trump, they're the same thing. They arrest people all the time. It's not about whether, there is a level of semblance to put forward. But here, the argument somehow is that it's only this one side. Okay, how many people has Trump arrested so far? Yeah, so you're saying that they're the bad guys? When I think, again, remember, they're all the same, in my opinion. Well, but while they've arrested 70-something people in this very case, and over here you got none. But here they go, Tim Walz was in on it. Okay, Jacob Frey, Tina Smith, Ilhan Omar. Cool, arrest them. C3, what you got, man? Arrest them, do something. or Bondi. You claim you know this, every last one. Cool, put him in jail. I said here, can't wait to see all the arrests that won't happen and the justified outrage and criticism that you will fail to express after no arrests take place. Cowards, manipulators, all of you. Same thing I said to Elon Musk. I mean, wait and see. I hope I'm wrong, guys. Do you think Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar are going to even be, whether they're interviewed, do you think they're going to be held accountable for this crime? Secondarily, is there evidence they even committed these crimes? You know my opinion. I think they're all committing fraud. I think they're all completely, I'm not just making that statement. I genuinely believe that people in this government are profiteering in every possible way. That's why Ilhan Omar has, 20 times her personal wealth since she's been in power? That's grotesque, guys. That means they're wildly profiting from simply, manipulating you. Even if they were doing their job, that's not what should happen. It used to be a public service. People in politics in this country used to have a job while they served in Congress. That's how it should be. There shouldn't be money involved in politics. These people are profiting from their control over your life. Anyway, I still think they're all criminals, but guess what won't happen? Elon Musk said they all knew. This is one of the most influential people on the planet. And he's saying that because he's his opinion. Okay, he's allowed to do that. But we have to realize how this platform is constantly being used. And he's doing this with what he wants people to think and then never holding people accountable. When they don't arrest those people, what are you going to do? But he's also out there sharing tons of, embarrassingly false information. Provably false information. It's what they're doing right now. Also being shockingly hypocritical as we continue to show. As the Patriot Voice points out, MAGA at large has turned into exactly what they claim to hate about the left. It's one of the most hypocritical things I've ever seen, he writes. The same communist cancel culture BS. Anybody honest has seen this 1,000 times over. They're literally calling people to be canceled and suppressed right now from the right, and have been from Charlie Kirk, in every possible agenda, by the way, and they just call it something else because they're on the right side. It's the same thing the government does in the world. Well, it's okay because we can do it because we're the right side. We're the good guys. No, you're all disgusting. Here is the perfect example of that, he writes. Rooting for a man to lose his job, just like libs of TikTok and all the rest, cancel culture, because he exercised his First Amendment right to protest a government official. Now, of course, it becomes that they can say what they want, but look at what they yelled at his ICE agent. How insulting. That shouldn't be allowed. You're a child. Words are words, no matter what you think they mean or don't. But this has gone through Eagleman with his 1 million followers doing his ridiculous left-leaning snowflake thing. The deranged leftist who screamed pedophile protector to Trump, literally as he's protecting pedophiles, though, or rather just sexual predators. He yelled that at Trump and got suspended from his job, pending investigation. The dude ran crying to the Washington Post after Trump flipped him off. Cry more. This is an adult, in case you were confused. Not a 13-year-old girl, just in case you were confused about that. Out here going, yeah, cry more, you're a liberal. Like, these are the children in the room, guys. And they're shockingly benefiting from because Elon Musk and the same thing we just showed you will share this, correct, 100%, and raise it up. What we're talking about is somebody who yelled something at the president, which is largely accurate according to most people in this country, but regardless of that. And then they cheer on the fact that he lost his job for doing something that's protected by the Constitution that 30 seconds ago you were telling us was the foundational part of this country. Yeah, you're a joke, man. You're a flaming, ridiculous joke. And it's obvious to everybody other than people who are part of your agenda. That's what I think right now. Alex Zeck calling it out. Here's what I've come to understand about a good chunk of the freedom fighters I stood shoulder to shoulder with during the COVID tyranny. The moment the same similar tactics are used to enforce their beliefs, they don't just turn a blind eye, they vehemently defend it. And I'll add, there's a huge portion of them that do just turn the blind eye. And I argue in many cases that's the worst part of it. But he says they only hate tyranny when it's used against them. They love it when it targets the people that they've been conditioned to despise. And that's the government using all of you. They will find endless excuses to defend heavily armed, unnamed, masked agents of the state in SOF-style tactical gear, violently enforcing their worldview on citizens and non-citizens alike, and endless excuses to demonize the individual standing up to it. It's perfectly put, guys. And I really believe most Americans are starting to get here. He also adds this about the ICE overlap, which we're going to get into now. Under the guise of helping ICE deport dangerous illegals, The U.S. government is currently operating and continuing to expand a sophisticated Palantir-enabled data infrastructure that consolidates information on people across the country, citizens and non-citizens alike. All while dozens and dozens of examples now exist of ICE objectively pushing into blatant Fourth Amendment violations, demanding ID under threat of detainment and actual detainment, relying heavily on coercion, force, and intimidation tactics, while heavily armed and decked out in SOF-style tactical gear. And then Kristi Noem essentially comes out and says Americans should be ready to prove their citizenship, not essentially, she did more than once, on the spot when requested. A blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment. He says, I really wish I could say I can't believe how much the MAGA crowd that stood up to COVID tyranny are not only turning a blind eye to this, but actively cheering it on, but I can't. He says, because I literally called this over a year ago. Illegal immigrants and terrorism fear will have the right turning a blind eye and cheering for the surveillance state because right now it's pointed at their enemies. Exactly. Derek and I were making the same point. But it says, just like the Patriot Act, it will become the new normal and it will expand. My God, this is so ridiculously obvious. This is why I'm saying this over and over. People who have been watching this, even within the partisanship, guys, it's obvious. If you're able to parse it out and see it on the one side, the unwillingness is what it is to stand back and see the same practice happening from your side. It's like he said, it's either a willingness to just go, well, I'm going to cheer it on because I feel like I'm winning right now, making fun of them. Somewhere in there, you know what you're doing. And it's important to stand back and realize what's most important. Is it important to dunk on the other side or to save this country from what they're building around you? And my point is, again, I think that most people, if it was a process, are now suddenly becoming very uncomfortably aware of how close that actually is. I really believe that. He says, so yes, you cheer for it now, but you're cheering on the tyranny and technology that can and will be wielded against you by a future administration that opposes your beliefs. And I think that's very much by design. The teeter-totter, as I've called it over the years. So you continue to point that the other side is the problem, and it justifies you being the rebel fighting the deep state, or whatever you want to call it in that moment. So getting into this point, Minnesota, I mean, absurdly is that, like, after this starting point, it starts as this one discussion, right? And then all of a sudden it's just Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Why, guys? Do you think that's just coincidence? It just so happens to be this overwhelming focus on this one location after it starts with some kind of Somalia fraud point. That's a case that's been there. Like I said, during Biden's administration, that case was tried. People were put in jail. Now, not to say it didn't continue, but for them to just suddenly go Somalia fraud, and Elon Musk just makes this the story. Why? Remember, before all of this, before this massive, the focus on Minnesota, because there's a reason they wanted you looking there. That's not coincidence, guys. It's just, the possibility is beyond. It's just crazy how we need the pattern recognition is important today. They write, the White House back on 14th, pointing to just the news, Somali suitcase stash. Feds say, and from that point on, you should go, well, maybe they're lying. Every time. Because maybe they are. Every time. Not to say you assume they are. It's going to be 50-50. It's a coin flip. My opinion, it's much more likely they are. But the point is, question it every time. And we'll get into why it's basically the government telling you something. The White House says they should be thrown out of the U.S. Get it done now. Who? They? All Somalis? Because of one case that your government said they caught? You realize how dumb that is? Like, just throw them all out. Or the fact that you have people who, in many cases, are here in this country legally, or in many cases have U.S. citizenship. That is the reality. People who have lived here can gain citizenship. And saying throw them out because a crime was committed. Or how about we go prove the crime, charge them in court, then go through that process. The point would be that it never comes to the case of deportation because U.S. citizens are not deported outside of very fringe things for naturalized citizens. And this is not it. But who cares, right? Because nothing means anything. Trump can do what he wants because bad guys. Get ready for that coming back to you tomorrow. So here is the story. Well, I'll include the show we did about the Somali fraud pivot on January 1st, 2026. Clearly, this was the pivot to Minnesota and the focal point. And I recognized that pivot. There was a weird moment where they went, this thing, look, everybody focus on this. And then it's carried since then. I don't think that's by accident. Here's the article. Somali suitcase stash. Feds say 130 million moved from Ohio airport to Minnesota on way overseas. So I forget if I had it highlighted. I don't think I did. Yeah, just this is just asking the Grok what it said about the claims and the claim. And if you read the article in general, it's a bunch of information about this whole. It all comes back to, which is what I expected, Trump's administration saying, now look, that doesn't mean false, guys. You should consider it like everything. But with how much, which we're going to get into next, which is, I mean, I argue genuinely unprecedented. I've never seen this many consecutive, nonstop, not just warping of the truth, but blatant whole cloth lies about everything, which again, I've been saying for a while, but I think is very representative of just simply desperate action. I mean, why else would you lie so clearly to people who can go, I'm just going to look and go, oh, you're lying, unless you were desperate. I don't understand it. My point, though, is that with the group who's been lying, not even just ICE or NOM, but the whole government has been caught lying of MS-13. It's very embarrassing. When they come out and go, here's the story that completely bolsters what we want you to think, and it all comes from your team saying so, maybe we should go, that's questionable because they lie often, call me crazy. Here's what Grok said. Basically, the claims in the article about the whole thing, $130 million, and which in no way am I saying is not likely or even possible or even likely. I think it probably is. But it says, beyond the U.S. officials' claims, no independent verification from non-government sources, primary documents, court filings, or any other agency appears to be publicly available. So the entire story rests from the U.S. government reaching out to this platform going, say this for us. And they do. Is that journalism? No, that's called propaganda, which is typically what these platforms are about. So let's talk about Renee Good, but largely ICE, DHS, where it's all going. And so I found this interesting, by the way. On the third, this was January 13th. The shooting of Renee Good was a breaking point. I talked about other things as well. The Iran regime change effort underway again, which is still happening. But the shooting of Renee Good was, I argued, a breaking point. This was something that, it not just because it was a shooting in the street, but it was a white American woman, which to me is no more important than anybody else being killed. And it shouldn't be for anybody else, not really. But at the end of the day, it matters for the social construct, the view of what's important, and really largely from the Republican side of this, who argued, and still too many, just baffling. It's amazing to me they can still make some of these arguments, but that it's only illegal, evil, villain, rapist, terrorist, whatever. It's never been true. And now we have a very clear example of, even if it's just the fallout of what they're doing, causing these kind of actions, which is not even unique to Renee Good. She died, unfortunately. It's horrifying what they did. We'll go over briefly again. But the fact that it's not even the first time that the exact situation's played out, they lied about being hit and shot American citizens. It's happened 4 times that I can show you. Wall Street Journal, I think, they found 17 examples. We'll show you some points here. But what I found interesting is later that day after my show, here's the New York Times put out. The killing of Renee Good was a turning point. Now, who knows? Maybe, what's funny to me, though, is if you watch this, what they're really getting into is sort of the, like they get into comparing it to Russia, and it's a typical corporate media framing of this. But it's interesting nonetheless, because it really was. And I simply point this out because I think that what it shows you is at the highest level of the corporate mainstream deceptive, organizations, they have to talk about these things because ultimately now it is something that cannot be ignored. It was too public. Now, yes, the left-right thing, if you only see it that way, you'd argue it was in their interest. And sometimes they play that game. But it's the same point I made earlier about why CNN wouldn't go after Trump for very obvious things when they have that opportunity. Because at the end of the day, there's only so much they can use. It's about the larger agenda from whoever's pulling those strings. That's what I believe anyway. But you may not have seen this. So as we're going to get into Renee Good and plenty of other points, you may be wondering, we've gone into the legalities of the what ICE can do. Brian from High Impact Flicks had a great post about that. But there was something off about this. And what Richard and this article have pointed out, I think is exactly, it really does fully define why it's been so ridiculous. Not only the training, which we'll briefly point out again, because it's embarrassing. Now they're blaming AI for mistakes for the training. I think it's just a desperate, and it really is desperate, effort to cover up their interest, their willingness, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the fact that they're trying to bring in as many people as they can because they need more people, but while nobody wants the job, while pretending everybody wants the job. It's really, really obvious. But in this case, Gino points out, this explains a lot. ICE doesn't care if you comply or show ID or you're a citizen. They're detaining people anyway to hit their quota. And I'll just show you direct from the article. Richard Hanania posted this. This is from Wall Street Journal. Though ICE has never come close to meeting their daily goal, officers are rewarded for making arrests, even if the immigrants they take are later released. Well, doesn't that make it all come together? So why not just scoop up anybody? Why not jostle people into confrontation so we can claim they're being violent and arrest them only to be released with no, what is that? That's taxpayer money. That's government time. You know, all the things they claim they're trying to reverse. They're spending more, they're costing more, they're growing government, all because they want to make a couple extra bucks off of you. So they arrest American citizens. Oops, we killed her too, though. But that's, you know, all in the interest of our day. I mean, think about what we're talking about here. How many American citizens have been detained despite them lying about that? And we'll go over that again in a minute. The many times they've been proven to lie about that exact point. And you can, again, if you think it makes a difference, ask Rock or anybody else, Bray, ask anything, look it up. The point, it's obvious. They've repeatedly been caught detaining and even deporting U.S. citizens, and they just lie about it because what else are you going to do? So in this case, if they take in a U.S. citizen or people who are not here illegally, they still gain from that. And on top of that, you've got the Trump administration, Noam and Bondi and the rest telling them, do whatever you need to do. Don't identify yourselves, break the law, don't need warrants, just do your thing and we'll back you. And on top of that, you gave them a profit motive. So they've got no restrictions. They've got complete authority to do whatever they want. They don't, but this is what they believe. And then you say, do more, it will make you money. Is anybody confused about why we're watching the complete destruction of this country right now? This is one of the largest reasons. Richard Hanania also points out a video from the New York Times. I'll include the article itself. The agent who shot Renee Good was trained to track and apprehend fugitives. From Iraq to ICE, Jonathan Ross's career reflects a 20-year government effort to reshape immigration enforcement with a military mindset. Not new. That's why they were bringing in grenade launchers and military gear, not a joke, into local police stations, because this was about changing the face of this country for the interest of authoritarian power. But here is a good breakdown. In case you haven't seen this, we did this on our show as well, but this is a good breakdown showing you they lied to you. He says, absolutely conclusive that Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good. New York Times breakdown of what happened. I'll just play it for you.
During these critical 6 seconds.
That was weird.
Happens during these critical 6 seconds. Here, the agent's cell phone footage shows he's moving directly in front of the SUV, as it's reversing and rotating towards him, initiating a 3-point turn, apparently to leave. Law enforcement officers are trained to avoid doing this because it puts them in danger and often leads to the use of force against drivers. The cell phone is focused squarely on Miss Good. She looks down, shifts into drive, and begins turning to the right, away from the agent. Cut to this high angle and zoom in. We can make out the agent's body and his arm filming. We can also see, at the same time, he's beginning to lift his other arm. On these cameras, we can see what's happening around Agent Ross. The other agent is yelling orders and reaching into Miss Good's SUV. Her front tire spins as she continues turning right. Agent Ross is at least a few feet away from Miss Good's SUV. He does not appear to move out of the way. As the SUV rolls forward, the agent unholsters his firearm. We see in his cell phone video at this moment the camera drifting off to the left. The agent is no longer focused on filming. It's at this point in the cell phone video where it first looks and sounds like the agent's getting knocked violently. On the other camera, we can see what's happening. Here is Agent Ross aiming his gun at Miss Good. And here is his outstretched arm leaning toward her vehicle.
Now remember how ridiculously altered somebody made that. They literally moved his body over so it looked like he was hit by the car. On top of that, what you can see before she's starting to turn away is that he was aiming his gun at her. You know what I mean? Like, think about that situation with what we've already seen. On top of there's no legal justification. There's conflicting reports of what she should do. So clearly the point is that he was not they were threatening her and she tried to drive away, which is her legal right. They've got no legal right to stop her as ICE. They've got no legal justification to stop her as ICE. Everything about this is criminal, and it's just brazen what they're doing. But this is very clear.
Which is barely visible behind the Tahoe. His phone, which is gripped in his left hand, flips over when the agent's hand lands on the front of the vehicle. There's an audible thud when it hits. The camera rotates up towards the sky. Again, while it appears the agent's getting knocked over, we can see that's not the case from the other angle, which shows he's standing with his hand near the headlight, his torso and legs away from the vehicle.
I just want to stress again, the fact that you have majorly, like Megyn Kelly shared the altered video of this. Did she apologize for that? Does she even care? I mean, these are the million follower influential people think about that, guys. Every one of these people of the new media have been caught sharing false information around Iran, Venezuela, and I'm not talking about, oopsie, I made a mistake today and I corrected it over and over and over, not correcting it and putting out false information and then doing it again tomorrow and sharing Visegrad 24 and going back to, it's just the same old things. Elon Musk can continue to share from those accounts, even though he keeps looking stupid, does it again tomorrow. That's not an accident. That's a design.
In the cell phone footage, the agent's face flashes on screen, then it goes black. The other angle shows us why. We can see the agent's foot sliding, his hand bracing against the SUV, and his arm getting pressed into his chest. It is impossible to determine if this is happening because of the SUV's movement or the icy asphalt, or more likely, both. And what's very unclear because of the limited quality and availability of footage is whether the agent's upper body gets swiped by the vehicle as his left foot slides back.
Yes, but as I believe they're going to get into, you can clearly see from the other angle that that's not what happened, right? This is why, again, this one was shared.
This moment is when Agent Ross fires. We see the other agent pull back from the SUV. Both of them stumble, apparently slipping on the ice. This is also the moment many have said looks like Agent Ross getting run over. And it does when watched at full speed. But looking more closely, we can see in multiple angles that there's a visible gap between the vehicle and his legs, indicating his feet are positioned outside the SUV's path.
The problem, though, on twofold, is that plenty of blind partisan followers will go New York Times, then ignore, because that's stupid, right? That's what they do. Let both sides. But on top of that the narrative was already set, like we talk about every time. You get Vance and all the rest that come out and grab the microphone before anyone knows what's going on, before evidence has been released, and just yell what they want you to think. And then it's really a marching order. Plenty of them will never alter from that because that's what Trump keeps saying it. We're going to keep saying it, right? That's the game. But plenty of other people in the middle just are wrong. They saw Megyn Kelly share the clip and they don't know, and they just hear the other side of it, but they never look because they've been told it's a Democrat lie. The Epstein, that's a Democrat hoax. Didn't you hear? That's how this works. I don't think that's the majority, but it's millions and millions of people out there who they point to as everything in the conversation.
The agent's left hand is still against the vehicle and gripping his phone. We see as he fires, it's recording the clouds and the trees overhead. It's not because the agent is knocked to the ground. The other angle shows he's still standing, continuing to maintain his grip on his phone and his gun, and we see a clear and growing gap between his body and the SUV as he fires a second shot and a third. None of the bullets have the effect of stopping the SUV.
And just take a look at the slow timing of that last shot, of how clearly the car is driving past you and away. I mean, if in an honest situation, this person will be charged with a crime.
But they kill Renee Good. According to our analysis of audio from Agent Ross's cell phone video, this is his reaction.
Fucking bitch. Yep. What the fuck? And that does turn out to be him. According to everybody's, analysis, after he killed that woman, that's what he called her. There's something especially dark about all this, guys. And it's the kind of, not only is it that it happened, but that it's being driven, coaxed, and then supported and even lionized by the very people claiming they're fighting for Americans. Now, Joe Rogan came out and said this, and the response, it's very telling to me. And it also says something about the conversation of Joe Rogan. You know, the many times over the years that we've talked about this, and I tend to see him as more of somebody who's, you know, not like out there willfully deceiving you for certain large agendas, which is often how he's framed, but just that he as an entity is used. That's what I'm often talking about these years, that today more than ever, that you got things that are, you know, through funding mechanisms and through influence that they use. I've been so careful to not allow that to happen to this platform. And so my point is that he comes out and says this at a time when, if you were trying to suit, you know, other than the possibility that he's doing, like I talk about, saying the thing to gain support for later, but I just don't read that from this, but you can decide that he comes out and says that this was crazy and wrong, because it was. It feels like a gut reaction to something that a human being would say in regard to how crazy and obvious this was. And he got mercilessly attacked for it by the very people who support him, which, you know, just shows you they're not interested in opinions. They're interested in patting on the head and saying, confirming the opinion of the circle. We all agree. That's what they want from different platforms.
Militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Yep. I mean, it's a very obvious objective opinion. It's exactly what's happening. Now, some of them are honest enough to say, yes, that's what's happening, but it's okay because, you know, the Democrats have created the situation, or it's because the only way to stop them, you know, whatever the logic is. Hey, maybe you're right. I still never argue doing the wrong thing is the right answer. That's just stupid, and it never works out. Learn history. But think about what he's saying. Clearly, nobody wants that. I agree. He thinks that the point is that you've got the screaming partisans out there that convince some that that's what nobody thinks. And now they attack him for it. Look at what this guy said. And this is just one of many. It's only got small views. It's not, you know, it's a bot as far as I'm concerned, whether it is or not. I'm just, you know, making a point. Who paid him off? Right. Because the assumption would be he must have been paid. You know, it's like, this is the assumptive partisan mindset. Real Americans want all the illegals gone. Well, see, this is why I think it's so obviously a bot. The game on this platform is to convince you that the masses all agree, is that he's talking about U.S. citizens being detained. And this person probably didn't even read this. It's about seeing the sentiment. Joe Rogan bashes ICE. And so they go, little narrative response. He's talking about American citizens being detained. So you come in and go, we want all illegals gone. Well, then you're not paying attention. Or it's like Gunther Eagleman the other day talking about that U.S. citizen that was detained. And you're going, well, Biden shouldn't have opened the border. I don't even think he read the thing. It's like, well, did you not read that it was a U.S. citizen? Moron? Or maybe it doesn't matter. But it goes, they want, real Americans want all the illegals gone. They want the left, us protesters gone as well. See, it's either a language barrier or some bot. If you left it up to us, that'll be the 50 million less people in the country, even though it's, I think, 40 for America. It's just narrative control. It's ridiculous. Didn't hear what he said, right? But this is, I agree with, most Americans are aware of how crazy this is, guys. Now, this gets even more dark. Evidence reveals Renee Good was still alive when ICE blocked the medic. Now, this is coming from the New York Times investigation. New records from the emergency responders obtained by the New York Times show that Good, and the link is right here, that Good was not breathing, but had an irregular pulse when local medics arrived at the scene. Meaning that there was still a pulse, which means that is, I mean, you look it up, how it's, I wouldn't say the majority, but it's more often than you might think that medics are able to revive somebody who still has a pulse, whether breathing or not. That's what their job is half the time. So they showed up, or rather that there was a medic that was there before they showed up. And this is when the emergency responders, it says the records were obtained from them that she was not breathing when the local medics arrived. So this is not, they were talking about the actual medics, not the person who was on the scene. So if Renee Good still had a pulse when they showed up, irregular or otherwise, when that person was there right after she was shot, how much you want to bet they could have saved her life? At the very least, that would have been something a human being would have done, not somebody who hates a partisan perspective and chooses to punish them because they have different opinions. That's, effing BITC. That's what these people are. Person said, can I go check if she has a pulse? No, back up. I'm a physician. I don't care. That's how it went. You saw the video yourself. She was alive. That is determined. That is the reality. She was still on a pulse when the medics got there. She was alive when they turned down that medic. Guys, this needs to be a chilling realization about what's actually happening. Are you really going to say that Renee Good deserved to die because of a different opinion? Or maybe because you think, even if you want to think everything they said was true, let's say she went out there and punched the ICE agent in the face, blocked the car. Do you still think that she should have been executed in the street? Who are you? Where are you from? Because that's sure as hell not what we believe in this country. Recognize that, guys. And this is dangerous. Adam Cochran says, reminder. And no, this is what we saw. I mean, these are all things I'm catching up on from the last few days. I mean, think about how insane this is. And just so it's clear at this point, this has already been broken down to be fantasy. Literally, because a bruise is in fact slight bleed. I mean, I'm willing to bet you that's the mindset of these ridiculous clowns. I can even see Noam and Bondi and Cash and the rest of it in the room going, isn't the bruise bleeding anyway? Call it internal bleeding. I feel like that's how dumb this is. The ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th suffered internal bleeding following the incident, according to the U.S. officials briefed on the condition. So again, Trump's team said probably means nothing today, but it certainly could be. But how's his ear doing? Let's see how well we should trust these people with medical conversations. But my God. I mean, guys, this is ridiculous. You can just see the video that's come out, by the way, after this claim they put out. He was not hit by the car. At best, it was a slow turning car bumping him barely. Even then, I think the evidence shows he wasn't. And this is what they came out with. And as he writes, reminder, he walked away, which you can see on video. He drove himself away, which you can see on video. He later went, which has been backed up by everybody, and moved heavy boxes at his house to relocate his family. And then apparently had internal bleeding, had to rush to the hospital, which is not true, period. Images by the Daily Mail showed Ross moving a large computer wearing the same mask as when he shot Renee. That was 36 hours afterward. But yeah, internal bleeding. Guys, this is how dumb they think we are. Rather, it's how dumb they are. If you really want to break it down, that's how I would see this, that they thought that would actually work. Or desperate. Probably a little bit of both, or all of it, if you really want to be honest. Barry Weiss, Jasper writes, reportedly expressed a high level of interest in pushing the ICE agent internal injuries story. Even as a CBS medical producer, raised major skepticism. Yeah, because he's not a complete moron, right? And you have eyes. And it was viewed internally as a thinly veiled anonymous leak to someone who'd carry it. And guess what? They published it anyway. That's why Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison and the Israel funding, it's all of it. This is what it's about. There is an interconnection between how this works, guys. If you don't think Israel's involved with what's going on, you're not paying attention. That's not the point to even make right now, but the point is to understand that there is an interconnection. And what all of this is leading to is a complete deconstruction of this country. And through that fake media manipulation, they literally got Barry Weiss to publish something that her own medical producer said was probably not real. That's how this works, guys. And you think that these mindless idiots out there believe what this is? This is propaganda. Melanie points out, it truly is a failure of our society that a man worth $640 billion, Elon Musk, is allowed to spend his days broadcasting lies and conspiracy theories to incite hate and hundreds of millions of people. Incite hate to hundreds of millions of people on a platform where he controls what you see when you see it completely unchecked. Elon Musk wrote, she almost killed him over that CBS post. The post that is definitively broken down as utter nonsense. And he says almost killed him. I mean, guys, nobody believes that. Not even Elon Musk believes that. This is about the narrative they want you to think and about giving marching orders to all the people that will mindlessly repeat that. All of the 5.6 million people that shared that out or looked at it, I guess, but all the shares. So here's a post from Heartland Signal saying an ICE observer, Patty O'Keefe, recounted her and the people they were with in detainments. And this is what they said after this, just to make the point quick. You guys have to stop obstructing us. That's why the lesbian BITCH is dead. Literally saying that. Why would you even call her that unless you have this ideological hatred, which then flavors what you do to innocent people in the street? ICE officer to a protester grabbed at the scene of Renee Good's killing. That's the true reason she was killed, to send a message, as Ryan Grimm writes. I happen to agree. But what's first, the idea that this is with the evidence we can see, that's not what happened. She was not obstructing anything other than maybe the street. If you want to make that argument, then give her a traffic ticket. But overall, letting traffic go, we've seen all the videos, guys. This is a message being sent to somebody that they knew was watching them. By the way, which is so incredibly important, not breaking the law, but doing so in a way because these people are not being held accountable by anybody. We're going to go over some examples of kneeing people in the face. If nobody's there watching them, nobody would ever know. They're not identifying themselves. They're covering their faces. There's no warrants. Why is that okay with anybody who even like barely believes in what we're talking about? If you care in any way about the Constitution, why are you out here going, yes, keep doing all those illegal things because immigrants are bad? Then you don't have any principles. And it's so clear. I don't believe that's most Americans. Here is an example of a case that I've shown you before. Now, we're going to go on to some more cases here in general, but just recognizing all of the evidence around Renee Good, it's just painful. And it's already being shoved out of the conversation outside of the false narrative that they continue to push from the White House. But this is another example, just quickly, just to show you this. This is my little breakdown that I did. Here's the episode. Jason did a little a clip breakdown of this. These are just 4 times out of many more you could find of ICE who basically got caught lying about being run over in order to shoot U.S. citizens. That's what this is. And it's blatant. You have court documents. You've got their own admissions. In court, they're forced to admit they weren't hit by the car. In court, they're forced to admit that they opened fire on innocent people. It doesn't change anything. And they just keep doing it. They probably even made money because they ended up arresting that person. Think about how gross that is. Because it's whether illegal immigrant or not, if they bring them in, they still make a profit. Then they open fire, lie about what happened. She had a gun. Nope, turns out she didn't. McLaughlin steps up and yells, she had a semi-automatic rifle. Nope, she lied about that and then never corrected the record. McLaughlin and Noem and Bondi are blind, pathological liars for this administration. Or maybe they're just too dumb to even know, but I find that almost impossible to believe. Here's an example of a case that we've already talked about many times. And I'm glad this is starting to get more recognition because this is one of the cases I address in this clip.
Focus on the case of Francisco Longoria. It happened here in SoCal in San Bernardino. He was stopped in his car with his teenage son in the passenger seat, another man in the backseat by Border Patrol agents, where you're seeing here in these 2 separate cell phone videos. One of the Border Patrol agents smashes the glass, another thing that happens frequently, and then Longoria drives away. In these 2 videos,
no one identified themselves. No one presented a warrant. Even if every one of them are presenting, it doesn't matter. People can fake what they look like, and that's already happened. People have been raped and robbed from dressing up as ICE. I've proven this more times than I can count. I shouldn't say that, maybe 3 or 4 times. But even if you know they're officers, they're legally required to show you a warrant and identify themselves. If they don't, you don't have and on top of that, it's ICE, guys. They don't have the authority to do this without, like, if they assume you might be an immigrant, that's not enough. You can look this up for yourself. We went over Brian's video, breaking it down from their own materials just recently. The reality is they need to have a warrant or an immigration justification, not the assumption or not the maybe he's an immigrant. Like we'll get into. You have an accent. Maybe you give me, prove to me that you're not a criminal. That's not how this works. That's a crime that they're committing. So in this case, he drives off because of that. Knowing what's going on in the world. So even if you think he knew they were what they said they were, he is not wrong for doing that.
frequently, and then Longoria drives away. In these 2 videos, as well as in a video from a surveillance camera across the street, it's very clear that there were no federal agents or federal vehicles in front of or in any way in the way of Longoria's vehicle when he drove away.
And that's what they claimed. They claimed they were ran over by the car. And that's why they opened fire on a family in this car, including children. I mean, I just am so blown away. I can't believe that story wasn't huge when I covered it last time. Here we are with Renee being killed in the street, and it should matter. How in the world are they able to open fire in plain daylight on a car of a family because they didn't give them what they wanted, even if that was a crime? Now we're okay with them shooting people in the back because they run? That's what Israel does all the time. Maybe that's what's going on here. It's worth asking. Either way, it's not what we are about in this country. Suddenly, people are pretending like it makes sense because you've been trained to hate irrationally.
federal agents or federal vehicles in front of or in any way in the way of Longoria's vehicle when he drove away, and yet that was the moment where a Border Patrol agent discharged his firearm at him multiple times. The feds charged Longoria, the DOJ charged Longoria with assault on an officer, but that case was dropped. Prosecutors dropped. They voluntarily withdrew the case within less than a month of filing it, and that's not the only one of these cases where exactly that has happened or cases have been thrown out by judges. Only 4 of the cases that we looked at, Katie, actually have an ongoing criminal prosecutions, which is a much smaller number than you would expect from all the instances that DHS has publicly accused people of assaulting federal officers, which is, of course, a very serious and prosecutable offense.
The other...
It really is insane how often they can be caught lying for literally what they're using to excuse murder or attempted murder. And yet it doesn't change the conversation, which shows you something about where we are, about the structure that we're existing within. I won't read everything she wrote. It's just kind of going over the same case. I'll include these. You can watch for yourself. I'm talking court documents that prove they admitted to lying. Why that should change everything. Here's one that will probably upset you. Also in Minnesota, by the way, on the 15th. So after that just happened, killing Renee, federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis as tensions in city run high. So we've had more shootings taking place. Now, there's probably more over the last 3 days following. In a news conference at Minneapolis City Hall on Wednesday night, Police Chief Brian O'Hara said protesters were engaging in unlawful behavior and urged everyone who had gathered at the shooting scene in North Minneapolis to leave. Now, I'm going to play in a second, coming from the actual government in Minneapolis, because what's interesting to me is that you're getting, I understand. You could argue it's genuine, in saying that we don't, that it's I just don't like the idea of saying people don't go out and protest. Now, I'm of the mind that I don't think it's as effective as many people think it is, but I do think there's plenty of times when it can be, and it has effect. And it's also just your right, and that's what matters. So not going out and being violent, but going out and protesting, and just because they accuse you of that does not mean you're not supposed to. In fact, that's more the reason to do it. That's what I do with this show, right? If we're going to go, well, don't go out and say those things because that's, causing problems, well, then why am I even doing this? If it's the idea. So in this case, you have the Democrat side of the government saying, like, don't go out and do this because you're causing more chaos. Well, isn't that the argument? Isn't that the whole point of trying to use violence to stop people from coming out and calling these things out? So it seems kind of, like what I think, that they're all really fighting for the same agenda, if you want my honest opinion. The Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, said, I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting. I'll play this for you in a minute. But he urged protesters out Wednesday night to go home. We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. Now, if you're talking about don't be violent, well, everyone agrees with that. Well, I shouldn't say that, but, honest people agree. Don't go out and be violent back just because they started it. Both sides do that. But to say don't go out at all, anyone who's taking the bait tonight, stop. You are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. Well, he conflates simply protesting, which we should be doing, and is your right, with being violent and creating chaos. It's almost as if the Democrat side is framing protesting as chaos too, which meets exactly what I think is actually going on at the end of the day. In a statement posted online, the city of Minneapolis said a man was shot and was transferred to local hospital with apparent non-life-threatening injuries. The Department of, it's weird this didn't, maybe I just didn't see it, but didn't get as much attention as you'd imagine after what happened with Renee. The Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request from The Guardian about the incident. In a statement on Twitter, the agency said, because that's where they conduct all of their real stuff, right? It's all on Twitter now. At 6:50 p.m., federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop, which means they probably just saw a brown guy. I'm kind of joking, but that's what we keep seeing. It's not a political point to point out the consistency of what we keep seeing, which is that they do not actually, Noam says everything we do is a targeted stop. No, it's not. I can show you 15 videos right now of you walking up to people going, let me see your ID. Are you immigrant? That's not targeted, bud, or woman. And it says, we're conducting targeted traffic stop of an illegal alien from Venezuela. The agency accused their target of resisting and attacking and said that 2 individuals came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the officer, who fired a defensive shot to defend his life. Now, yeah, maybe that's not unlikely. It's certainly possible with what's going on, right? But would they keep lying about the entire situation to cover their crimes? Maybe we should start, maybe. Always go, maybe they're lying to you, whether left or right. or anybody in power. That's what you should do, and prove it to yourself. The Guardian has not verified any of the details in the DHS statement. After the shooting of Good last week, DHS claimed that Good had attacked the federal agent, seemingly contradicting video evidence that she was driving away from the officer. Okay, so that's the narrative you're going to get from the corporate media. Asking Grok about what happened, here are some conflicting information. Then I'll play you a video about it. So what I found fascinating about this, and this is a good example of how these platforms are, in their own right, manipulative. So I said, what more do we know about this shooting? Just see where it would guide you, right? What you'll get, interestingly, is the government narrative, as if that's the full story. Broader context, like here's the whole thing, right? But then if I asked, well, is anyone challenging that story? Turns out there's a whole lot of other story. In fact, the majority of the story is off against what they're saying. But you wouldn't know that unless you pushed further. I find that fascinating. But family and relatives dispute. Family members, and I'll play the video for you next, but the simple point is family members of the man shot, which they're family, so that's questionable. I mean, always should be, because they're family. People are more willing to deceive or lie or flavor it a certain way for the people they want. Or, in any case, family members of the man shot have publicly contradicted core elements of their version. So they're claiming first, remember, that people came out of nowhere with a shovel and started attacking them to defend the guy, and they had to shoot to save their life. Okay, not in a house. They claim the shooting happened at the door of the house where this person lives, not during a scuffle in the street or pursuit, as they're claiming. And that the victim was not the original target of the traffic stop, suggesting he was inside the residence when shot while closing the door. Think about how insane this is if this is true. We'll play the video. You're talking about them claiming they were going after this guy, tried to get him, and were attacked by random other people and had to fire to save them and shot the guy they were grabbing in the leg. But they're claiming that they were going after somebody else entirely, saw this guy, tried to get him, he went inside his home, and they fired into the house because they were closing the door. Now, just based on what we already see, what do you feel is more likely with these jumped up bounty hunters we're seeing out there? You know my opinion, but we shouldn't assume. I'm just saying it's fair to consider what's more likely based on the circumstances we've seen thus far. Now, this directly undermines the ambush narrative they claim. Now, witnesses and 911 call accounts, some of the on-the-scene reports, and even the 911 call live streams from inside the house describe a different sequence with claims that no one from the house attacked with a shovel, or that an incident escalated differently, e.g. the agents shooting through the door after a chase, which is just so incredible. Not meaning that you're going to have no consideration for who else might be behind that door, including an infant baby in a crib or any number of other considerations, or just, so this is literally punitive. I'm just going to pop one off at you, hoping I hit you because you won't listen to me. Isn't that what we keep seeing? I mean, this is pretty damn concerning, guys, because of where we are in this world, what I'm doing in this world, thinking about what this could spin out into with this kind of irrational action, using justifications that have no basis in reality just to punish you. Again, in this case, if this is true, but we've seen this in general, is why I'm making this point. And it continues. Where was it that? Yeah, trusted local reporters and community members have echoed skepticism about the shovel involvement, questioning where video evidence is that they have yet to produce. Outlets like, and this is local media, outlets like Minnesota Reformer have highlighted videos adding new details to the incident, including a 911 call, which I'll play for you, where a woman inside the house describes shooting without mentioning anything assault on the officer. Reddit discussions amplify doubts with users demanding body camera independent footage, which why wouldn't anybody else? Why would the assumption be that they're automatically telling you the truth, whether or not they've lied repeatedly, which they have? That seems like a slant, even for the opposition media, right? And labeling the DHS story as potentially exaggerated misinformation. Now, broader context skepticism. This incident follows the January 7th fatal shooting of Renee Good, where multiple videos, synced analyses, and official rebukes from Minnesota leaders contradicted federal claims of self-defense. The pattern has fueled distrust here, with local officials and protesters viewing federal narratives as unreliable amid aggressive enforcement options, which we should have always been doing. Calls for independent or state-led investigations persist. Now, no body cam footage, independent forensic reports, or charges have been publicly detailed as of yet. Now, how would that possibly be the case? No charges? You telling me you didn't do anything to this guy? You just claimed that they jumped you and you didn't do anything? Why would anybody believe that? These people are willing to shoot at you for no reason, but they're not going to do something when you do attack them? I mean, that's just painfully stupid, in my opinion. Leaving room for ongoing disputes. Protests continue with accusations of the shovel and broom. Okay. Well, here's the video this is the video coming from the House, right? So this is all of this should and could be questions, guys. But I find all of it, when you really back up, it's like every other situation with them, it's based entirely on the way they frame it, and they have every willing or ability to prove it. Give us your body cams. Give us something else. Then, I mean, don't you have the shovel? Didn't you claim they attacked you? I mean, anything. How much you want to bet? You get nothing. My gut, because this didn't happen. In Spanish, for the podcast, they're saying they were trying to chase him and hit him with the car. So again, they could be making this up. But with what we've already seen, you see an immigrant guy and they say, let's go get that guy. Like it's some kind of game they're playing. And then that guy does not completely acquiesce to your authority. And you hate that because you're up-jumped people that love your authority. And so you try to chase him back, and you chase him. He gets to his home. He runs inside the door and you shoot at him because it seems to be pretty lined up with what we've seen them do so far. I mean, get this, guys. I mean, this is what's so interesting. This is a real video. This has been reported. This is from the House. You could see them outside. So explain to me how it's possible that they confronted him on a pursuit in the middle of the street, got beat up, and fired on him somehow, and then he left, got back to the house. Like that's not what they're claiming. They're not claiming they chased him back to his house. So they're lying to you on the surface. Right away, you can prove that. But maybe maybe their lie is just about how it started, right? But my point is, if this is where it ended up with, which it did, then they're lying to you.
They were following my husband, and they hit his vehicle, and we closed the door of them, and they shot.
And saying they hit his car, right? Whatever. It's so consistent with what we've seen before. We're going to get into a point in a minute about the local police versus ICE, which, as I've recently found out, apparently 600 police in the area in Minneapolis, 3,000 ICE agents. And it's drawing to the point to where you have police who are getting reports like this and coming out to defend the people and now confronting ICE. I mean, think about it, guys. I mean, you can watch they're outside his house. So right there, you can prove that their story is false. It's just so, I don't even think that they consider or even care that their lives will be shown, because what have they been shown already? We'll back you no matter what. We will literally die on those lies for you. And so they go out and they do whatever they want. It's horrifying. Same thing. Homeland Security says 650 federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien Venezuela who was released on the country by Joe Biden. Now, here's what's funny about this, by the way. Like the idea that they keep doing this, like even if this is the accurate picture, just because you disagree with something the president before us did, who I also think is a criminal, does not then just immediately invalidate whatever he's ever done. That's the dumbest argument. That same logic that everything Trump's ever done when somebody else comes to power. The point is that if Biden waved his magic wand and said, you're all now legally here, then they're now legally here. That's frustrating, sure. But so too is Trump saying, oh, you Afrikaners are now, you're now legally here. How is that any different? Guess what? It's not. You just have a different opinion about those versus them, or Democrats versus Republicans, because you're seemingly an infant. At the end of the day, it is something the president did. So to argue somehow, you get the point. My opinion's been made clear over the years in general. I think all these people are acting illegitimately. It's about understanding that there's a principle involved. So if you are not screaming about the Afrikaners that were waved a magic wand to be here, then you shouldn't care about this one. Even on top of all of it, though, is this guy a criminal? Does not appear to be the case if you look into the background. What it appears to be is somebody that they didn't like. somebody that they just used to add to their quota. And it says, in an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and crashed into a parked car. The subject then fled on foot. The law enforcement officer caught up to the subject on foot and attempted to apprehend him when he began to resist and violently assault the officer. When the subject and law enforcement officer were in a struggle on the ground, two subjects came out of nowhere, hit him with a snow shovel, broom handle. Okay, well, is anybody injured? No one seems to be pointing out any kind of injuries. If you hit with a shovel, I'm pretty sure you would have a mark to show. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked, two individuals, subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel. Wait, now he hit him with a shovel? Fearing for his life and safety, he was being ambushed by three individuals. All subjects ran back to the apartment and barricaded themselves inside. But wait a minute. I mean, the way their own story, I mean, look, it's just not even worth wasting time on. It's insane to me how their stories evolve and change from what they first say, from what they're later write. The bottom line is that they're lying about everything they're doing. As Adam Cochran points out, remarkable. And this is the same post, Homeland Security, January 14th. Remarkable how they all have all the details with no investigation, right? Well, what that means is somebody said the narrative and they all repeat it without investigation. As the DHS, the Homeland Security account, or the institution, apparently it's no different today. It wouldn't be about whatever they said. It would be about, we need to make sure we know what actually happened, because the DHS, we pretend, would be the group to hold their own people accountable. But we know that's not what's happening, as made evidence right here. The DHS hive mind is so powerful that the moment they shoot someone, the facts, in quotes, are instantly uploaded to Kristi Noem's head so she can tweet about it. Obviously, that's ridiculous because they're just parroting the narrative before they even know what's going on. You don't need, I mean, even if it turns out to be true, they're still being dishonest by screaming what the narrative is before they can prove that. Here's a video from Fox News talking about the not just that one example, but a bunch of them. And even Fox News telling you that they're using chemical irritants and all kinds of things, guys. It's pretty easy to see that local especially, but pretty much everybody is uncomfortable by all of this. 1 week ago, they killed a white woman in broad daylight. Tonight, they've shot a protester in the leg and put 6 children in the hospital, which is another part of the story. The kids were in a car and their dad, who was trying to get them out of the neighborhood. ICE threw a flashbang at the car. 6 children. Here's Fox News.
Are using chemical irritants. They are using flashbangs. We also talked to an individual who was not involved with the protest, and he was just trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood. He had 6 kids loaded into his car, including a 6-month-old, when law enforcement threw a flashbang at his car, and now he has told us all 6 of his kids were transported to the hospital. We saw EMS come in. We expect that they are going to be okay, but obviously that father tonight is very worried about his kids. When he says he wanted nothing to do with this protest, he was just trying to get out of here when he got caught up in all of this. So it's a good reminder that this is a neighborhood. People live here. And right now there's a little bit of chaos in this neighborhood.
And now watch as she loses her job for Fox News, because you're not allowed to be honest about the reality from a measured, balanced perspective, not on CNN or Fox News these days. But I mean, the point is she's admitting the reality, guys, that there's average people just being wrapped up in all this. And every time somebody just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, guess what they become? Guess what you become and your 6 children? Well, you suddenly become a radical agitator. Why? Because Trump goes, well, clearly they have signs and stuff and they're all part of the same thing, or whatever drives the narrative. That person who was not part of the protest, who you can easily take the time to dive through it yourself, was simply present. As we've seen many times already, guys, wasn't there, was not an observer, was caught up in it all. And his kids, whether got scared or whatever else, the flashbang, flashbang, but still, I mean, we're talking about children. After this family went through a nightmare, and this is I'll read this actually. So it says, Minneapolis couple simply driving home from son's basketball game with 6 children attacked by ICE with stun grenades and tear gas. Now, I have yet to, let's read what this says here. I read a recent report on earlier. It didn't seem to be clear whether or not it was in the car or so on. I'm not trying to downplay it at all. I'm just saying it's, important to be objective. A Minneapolis couple said that ICE agents deployed tear gas and stun grenades around them and their 6 children, the youngest 6 months old, as they tried to maneuver their car out of the tense protest. So, my point is, if their windows were down, well, then yes, that's a big deal. On top of the fact that right now, I'm going to look into this more. Have yet to verify this. I'm forgetting the term off the top of my head. It's HC canisters. there's an argument going around that they're using something more than tear gas, which, by the way, is exactly what Israel does. And that's relevant because if you haven't yet decided to acknowledge the reality of it, and I've proven this more than once, they are working with ICE. They are training ICE. Former military in this country have verified that, made that clear. Same as our police forces, guys. Not everyone everywhere, but that does exist. And so if they're using dangerous chemicals to enforce crowds in Israel, then them doing it here, that's a relevant point to make. But the point would be that The Intercept, for example, in 2020, broke down that they found canisters labeled HC in protest that under Trump's administration at the time. There was an example in Portland, the same thing, that they claim they used something more than tear gas. Now, I believe that's verifiable. Whether it's happening now, which does, I mean, obviously, if it did it before, and that where we are, I would bet it's probably happening. That's my opinion. I haven't proven that, and I'll go into it more. But I'm sure you guys have seen the conversation that this is. I mean, what it shows you is that the framing of we're fighting terrorism has blended into literal engagement with American citizens on the street, whether or not they're immigrants, and that's what's happening. That's what the shooting of Renee, everything we're seeing. So it says they deployed tear gas and stun grenades. Now, that was my point. So if the windows were down, tear gas alone is terrifying, especially for children. But if it's more than that, that's why apparently there was a kid that either went to the hospital or might not wake up. Is it kind of these, stories that are going around about this, but it's very hard to see, what I want to point out is that with what they're creating, there's plenty of people out there that just like we're seeing with the right in this conversation, that rationalize embellishing, even lying about a story because they feel they're on the right side of history, right? We're fighting Nazis, so if we lie to hold those Nazis accountable, then it's okay. You're wrong. Don't be that person, right? If you want to fight them, then fight by example and then call them out. But anyway, Sean Jackson and his wife, Destiny, both 26, they said they were driving home from a son's basketball game when family found themselves caught in the middle of the clash. The couple sensed the encounter and quickly spiraled out of control, or they could quickly spiral out of control, they said. But when they tried to turn their car around to exit, they were surrounded. It doesn't sound familiar? From the side, the front of them from behind me, it was nothing but ice, he said. Now, what do? You're trying to get out of the way, and they surround you, and now anything you do is you're putting us in risk. There's a very real argument being made, even from other ICE agents and authority members, or rather former, that they've created a policy where what they do is create the risk by standing in front of your car to claim that their life is at risk to justify lethal force. It's what we're seeing. And what I wonder is whether that's a policy coming from the top. And it says one agent told the couple they needed to get out of the area. Miss Jackson said that she and her husband responded that they were trying to do exactly that, but their path was blocked by agents. See how that works? Conflicting information surrounding, and then anything you do is used to justify action. Then agents let loose on the crowd. The crowd control grenades went off around them, and one tear gas canister rolled beneath the car. Miss Jackson said a concussive blast, that does make a difference, from the tear gas canister or another device. She wasn't sure. Rocked the vehicle, she said, setting off the airbags and trapping the family in acrid smoke. Very serious. Think about that. This is an American family. Why does that not matter to certain people? Because immigrants bad, therefore nothing else matters. Laws and rights and anything else we've ever cared about suddenly doesn't matter. Well, then you are the un-American one in this conversation. He says, after this family went through a nightmare, DHS called them radical agitators. Why? Because that's their policy. McLaughlin jumps up and goes, terrorist, because we did something. If we did anything, it's because of them. And she's lying. They claimed they deliberately brought kids to a protest. They were driving home from a basketball game. Now, you can understand, this was on the 15th, 16th. This has come out. This is easily verifiable. And yet you get people like this. Cat turd. Anyone taking children to a riot should automatically lose custody, right? Why? Because he literally read a tweet from ABC and then just yelled what he thought. No research. This is the new media, ladies and gentlemen. What has he got? 10 million followers at this point? 2 children, including a 9-month baby, were hospitalized last night after agents deployed tear gas at a protest. Well, first of all, it's a protest. It should not customarily devolve into violence. But I would agree that I wouldn't bring a baby to a protest. But either way, it's your right. Secondarily, they were not there for the protest, but that doesn't matter because they've all carried that narrative anyway, because that's the way they rationalize violence against Americans that did nothing wrong, because that's America first, apparently. Tennessee Holler points out, DHS deleted their tweet. The very same one. That's why Cat Turd's tweet is gone, by the way, because they deleted it. So they came out and said, it's horrific to see radical agitators bring children to their violent riots. You see how disgustingly obvious this is? Please stop endangering your children. And then deleted it. Cochran pointed it out. They delete the tweet. Why? Because they were driving home and got blocked. ICE deployed flashbangs, as you heard. 6-month child stopped breathing and had to be rushed to the hospital. DHS did no investigation, rushed to lie to defend the officers. Guys, this is nonstop. You can prove it if you care. Every day they're being caught for this. Then DHS, they deleted it all because they want to hide what they're doing. Do you what lack of honor, guys? They can't come out and be like, we made a mistake. I was misinformed. I thought they were something else. No, they're just, the dishonesty is so complete that they will hide well into it when they know you see them lying. It just kills me. Adam points out larger view. This fact-checking MAGA again. This is the wrong one, actually. The next one, I'm going to point that out, but we'll come back. That one right there, I think. But this one is just reiterating. ICE tear gas 6-month-old baby, not at the Whipple Federal Building protest. The family did not bring their child to protest. They were trying to get home. All right, same point. But just the lies circulate. It doesn't matter. He gets far less reach on telling the truth and proving it than a cat turd tweet screaming a lie. Because that's how this works today. Then here's just an example of how ridiculous this has gotten. Here's this guy dancing in a dog costume, weirdly like Trump's Mar-a-Lago thing. As people point out, here's the difference in class, right? Over here, you're being paid to dance in front of billionaires. Over here, you do the same thing and you get tackled by police. And here's what Jack Posobiec says. This I voted for. This is a meme administration. It's a joke. They're making fun of you. This is what you voted for? What? The unconstitutional action against an American because they're left and I hate them? Jack Posobiec is not only intelligence, he's a liar. He's dishonest. These people are out there absolutely, and what I mean is he literally works for the naval intelligence. The point is that if this is what you voted for, then you're a child. You're voting for petty small action against the other side while watching the country dissolve. David Icke says, then you need serious help, mate. But of course we know that. Don't you claim to be a Christian? Old Testament tyrant God must love you, right? And then watch. This is what happens. We'll dance. This guy dancing. Why does that make sense to anybody? Why does that make sense to anybody? The only reason that makes sense is because, screw those guys, because we hate them. You are the worst person in the conversation. You're rationalizing violence against another human being because you simply don't like them. You are the worst person in the room. And there's a lot of them out there, but I don't believe it's the majority. So recap, Adam writes, they shot one guy in the leg tonight with a bullet. Right? Apparently, it seems they've lied about the entire story, which shouldn't be surprising. They shot a young student protester almost point blank in her eye with less than lethal munition. That's like the third time I've seen that happen. Why? Because they're standing there yelling mean things at them, and they do it. I've seen it myself. Unleashed dozens of flashbangs and tear gas into a crowd, was doing nothing. Chased a man for whistling, and when they couldn't catch him, assaulted someone standing nearby. It's just ridiculous. Here's status quo. We're on the scene in Minneapolis as shots were reportedly fired by ICE. Shot a kid that was trying to run away from them and started shooting kids now. It's only 2 minutes here. It's just, never stops. If you pay attention, these things are happening every single day. Wu-Tang is for the children points out a different overlapping story. It's status quo as well. It involves original Americans, the Native Americans, literally Native Americans. I know much as that's an overplayed point in this conversation, I actually think it's a very important point. Think about the insanity of literally trying to hide. We started with that. Hide from the reality that this country was built on stolen land. That's just simply the reality. It doesn't mean everybody at the moment has to feel like right now, I had nothing to do with that. My family had nothing to do with that. And that is valid. Same thing with every other part of the conversation. But it doesn't mean we should ignore it. We should be honest about it and recognize that the government that pretends to represent us is why that happened. And it's who they are to this very day. But what's interesting is Elon telling me, we can't say that because you're teaching us to hate America. Well, that's not actually what that's doing. That's teaching you to be honest about our history. Maybe that makes you love the country more if you recognize, just think it's about trying to hide. So Here we have Native Americans who are being arrested for being immigrants, on top of the fact that they're being disappeared. Because, by the way, that's been pretty prevalent in the Native American history, because the government thinks nobody cares about them. I mean, it really does make me sick that this is so consistent. I'll let it speak for itself.
These are 5 Oglala Sioux tribal council members. And they have 4, there was 4 tribal members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released.
I mean, why is it all Minneapolis, guys? What is going on? Like, is it just because they're there and they might just take advantage? Like, that's what it feels like, at least if there's not a larger agenda that they just created to go after Minneapolis, which I kind of feel like is going on. They're just there. So why not? That's how it feels. Just grabbing up whoever they can. You know what I mean? Like, and like something tells me there's more to this story, that these tribal leaders were doing something that the power didn't like, and this is their way of taking advantage because, well, they had some justification for it, and few are going to make an issue about Native Americans. That's what it feels like to me.
And they have there was 4 tribal members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released, but they couldn't locate the other 3. So the council members here, they're all elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe. And they gained access to the facility, and they couldn't find their 3 tribal members. They claim that they're not classifying them by their nationality, which tribal members are also citizens of the United States since 1924. You know, there's nobody more American than American Indians. But they were unable to find them here today. And so they're going to continue on. They got some contact information. They love the fact that you're here, that everybody's here, and they're going to be giving out tribal IDs to their tribal members who are in Minneapolis, St. Paul, at the American Indian Center down on Franklin Avenue. But I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. Stay vigilant and stay assertive, stay constructive.
I'm right.
We're in unprecedented times, the way that I see it. So
it's not lost on us that President Trump's favorite president, he has the painting on the wall, is Andrew Jackson.
That's the father of the Indian Removal Act. The fact that we're here at Fort Snelling, this is a concentration camp, a prison for Dakota people. Abraham Lincoln ordered the largest mass execution in American history. 38 plus 2 Dakota people were hung here. Right here. And so it's not lost on us at all. In fact, it seems like a deliberate jab at the soul of our people, but we also have relatives. They don't understand that we are America. How could you possibly target Native Americans and with immigration and customs enforcement officers and then imprison us? That is impossible. It's legally impossible to do that.
I completely agree. I mean, not only because they're literally Native Americans, but you could just argue that, different paradigm, which I disagree with. But the point being, as he highlighted, and you can look up this, they have identification, and that does parallel with the citizenship, at least that, going back to my original point, agreements made by the government that are later ignored by the government that made those agreements. It's obvious what this is. Criminal. I mean, there's just no way around this. They're doing this to American citizens. They're doing it to people who have green cards. They're doing it to people that have none of that. They're doing it to literal Native Americans. And now 3 of them just are disappeared. Maybe they'll, show up in some cell somewhere. Hopefully they're released. But we'll follow up if we find out. Let us know, guys. Because in my opinion, these stories just tend to drift away. And these 3 people never get found. They end up in El Salvador, for all we know. Like, that's how gross this has become. Probably, in my opinion, because they think that this is going, right now what they seem to be doing is taking advantage of anywhere they can where few are paying attention. I think that's how they view this. Now, this is a U.S. citizen. We'll play this first, this clip. Now, remember the kind of push about, well, you may have a U.S. citizenship, but you're not really an American, which by literal definition you are. And that shows you that those are the most un-American people in the room. The idea that you don't understand that it's not about being born here. That's the entire belief, the premise of what this country was. But now it's been turned into some kind of nationalistic focused, like centralized, it's about exactly what they were fighting is what you're turning it into. That's what's so broken about all of this. But and it's not being nationalist or focusing on your country alone is not a bad thing, in my opinion. But it's about driving it to the point to where it becomes a racial motivation or a supremacist motivation. And that's where that line becomes a problem. I've always said that, guys, because it's about that the beginning in, there's a lot of different overlapping ideologies that become, it's as always extremism in any direction, in any category, in any religion. Extremism is a problem, guys. And so in this case, people who are suddenly trying to bend the reality of the legal situation to say that just because you say the wrong words, suddenly you're not actually an American. That's Laura Loomer type stupidity, guys. And that's where this goes. And so this is a American citizen born in Ethiopia, naturalized in 2019. And this is what they did to him. Now, this is his testimony, but this has been, I'll show you the imagery. You can look this up for yourself. It's very clear what actually happened here. I mean, by the way, in case you haven't catch, every one of these cases we're discussing are very important, real cases that you can verify for yourself. And this is 1% of what you could find.
Knew that ICE agents had been targeting people that looked like me. I immediately started repeating over and over again, I'm a citizen, I'm a citizen, I'm a citizen. But the agent did not stop to look at my ID. As second ICE agent entered the restaurant.
So right there, you could very easily make the argument it's because, well, why not? We'll let him go later. Who cares? I'll make money if I bring him in. And since he's black or since he looks like an immigrant, I can rationally argue I thought he was. If that even seems to matter, it doesn't. Remember, they're profiting from bringing people in, whether they're released or not. That is insane. A profit motive driving the illegal actions, the detention, I'm trying to think of a better word for it. This is driving violent action against Americans. Unjust.
Today, they dragged me outside and put me into a headlock on the ground. I repeated, I'm a citizen, I have an ID. The agent kept saying, that don't matter, that don't matter. They put me in the back of an SUV. While I was sitting in the back of the SUV, my boss came out with a copy of my passport card.
So it comes out with a passport. But I want to reiterate that right there, that it doesn't matter. That's a really important thing to consider. Now, sadly, as always, people that probably need to hear this will never know we exist. Algorithmically, we are in the desert, guys. But what he's saying, and it's important to hopefully there's one person out there that happens to see this who shouldn't recognize that what they're telling you is that they acknowledge that he has a citizenship and they say that doesn't matter. So either it's about we're going to take you in to make our money that day, or that there's a higher motive here. There's something else driving this, and it's not about citizenship, which I kind of feel that's the larger point here. There is something happening. There's a agenda around all of this, and it's not about immigration. It's not about U.S. citizenship. It's about some kind of larger building block to what's happening. That's just my gut. But why would they say that? Why would it be that doesn't matter? Like they might say, we don't believe you. You're an immigrant, whatever. It doesn't matter. Guys, that's on the nose. That's the point.
He held a paper on the agent's windshield, but the officers ignored him and refused to take the documents into account.
His passport shows he's a U.S. citizen. They acknowledge it and still don't care.
They eventually drove me one street over before parking and told me they had to scan my face. I was terrified of what they were going to do a picture of me, and I did not trust them. I would not let them take a picture of me. The officer also kept telling me that they were going to take me in if I did not let them scan my face.
Right. So we're using an illegal detention to coerce you into stealing your biometrics, which very well could be the entire point.
One of the officers pulled out his phone and threatened to push a button and call for transfer. At that point, there were 3 ICE agents with me in the car. My back hurt from when I was put in a headlock on the ground, and the handcuffs were extremely tight on my wrist. Each time I asked the agent, can you please loosen the handcuffs, he would squeeze my hands. When I asked for...
You just think about that. Whether U.S. citizen or not, that's just, it's anger. It's vitriol, malicious. You squeeze them harder because he asked for them to be released when you illegally detain him when he's a U.S. citizen? Why? I mean, what's the point? Is it because you think he's a Democrat? I mean, what's the driving idea here? I honestly don't even know. Why would you go, like, taking him in to make the money doesn't require you to be a hateful, disgusting person. Why are you doing this? What's the outcome? I am genuinely asking because there's something missing in this, guys. It just doesn't line up. Like, a larger agenda seems to fit in there somewhere, but what is it? Why would they do that, knowing the guy would come and speak out? Because they must know that's going to happen to some degree. Why be hateful and make him pain or give him I can't even think today and instill pain in him for no reason, whatever the word should be.
Medical attention for my back and my wrist. The original ICE agent told me there were going to be medical assistance at the facility. After about half an hour, the ICE agent drove me to their office near Fort Snelling. When we arrived, they forced me to take the face scan. When we got into a building, the agents took the handcuffs off me and put shackles on my ankles before searching me. I asked for water. They said no. Then an employee told me I was being deported. I again insisted that I was a citizen and that I could show proof of it on my phone. I showed a picture of my passport card to a woman at the ICE office. She took a picture of my passport card and then searched for my name in the criminal database.
Think about how insane this is, guys. So now you know he's a U.S. citizen. And instead of going, oh, you shouldn't even be here, they then try to find something to, anything in your record to go, oh, okay, well, yeah, he's a citizen, but here he's a criminal. So we're going to try to revoke that citizenship, even though that's not even the legal process. Again, as a naturalized citizen, it's like, even within these categories, it's very difficult, but like terrorism and I forget what the other one was, but those are the levels of which you have to reach to then have the conversation about removing that citizenship, because it's not supposed to be able, that's even for an American citizen. I mean, it's just, you are not able to have your citizenship yanked because you committed a crime. But think about that. She's in that moment looking through his background and held him while they knew he was a U.S. citizen. I'm of the mind that they knew this from the very beginning. I mean, they told him, but you could argue they were denying it or didn't care, didn't believe him. I think what this shows is they knew. And that's why I'm really trying to rack my mind about what was the point. What are they trying to achieve here?
Eventually, she said, kick him out. It is difficult to believe that this happened to me. I knew that the president had made statements about Somali people and that there would be additional ICE officers in the Twin Cities focused on Somali people. But I did not think that this would happen to me, someone in my family. We are all United States citizens, so we should not be at risk of being jailed or deported by ICE. Mm-hmm. In the neighborhood which I work, I hear screaming all the time, coming from encounters with federal immigration agents.
And there is the crux of the point. He's a Somali immigrant, naturalized American citizen. But the whole thing is about how every Somali, didn't Trump just say deport them all? Because of something they claim with nothing to back it up? Yes, he did. So maybe that's driving their mindset. Maybe they're going, oh, he's a Somali, so he must be a criminal. Digging through his background, trying to find anything to then use to shout, look at this Somali guy who broke the law right here. He's a U.S. citizen, but he's a criminal. They're all criminals. So you effectively can argue you have Donald Trump using ICE as a militarized element to fulfill his arguments in one part. And they failed, because when they looked, he's not a criminal. So they go, get him out of here. Angry, mad at him for not being what they wanted him to be so they could abuse his situation. I mean, I don't know, guys. It's just, this is so dark and disgusting. It's so vivid what's happening. This is why I was talking about before with Renee or anything else. Like it sits with me right now. This is wrong. Everything about this, whether you're left or right, is so shockingly wrong. It behooves us to wonder what's driving this. You think this is in the interest of Trump or Biden? Left or right? You think any of this is in their interest? Even if a point of collecting power. Doing it like this is not how you stay in power. Despots throughout history will tell you that. They know that. Something else is driving this. I'm convinced of it. I know I've said it a lot. I'm going to say it every time it matters to say it, because it's important that we think about it that way. Don't take my word for it. Think about it. Investigate. But as Aaron writes, you may have seen the viral video of Mubashir's arrest, but hear what happened in his own words. How officers refused to look at his ID, proving he was a citizen, demanding that he was. You saw this stuff. You saw these videos and the images and people and, very, the Ben and Johnson types and Jones of the world came out and made their argument how every Somali is like this and they're all bad and they're all, well, they were lying about it. Or they didn't care to even check because they all do the same thing when they're playing team sport politics. But here's McLaughlin about another lie. This politician comes out and says Trump's ICE is kidnapping and detaining U.S. citizens and lying about it, which regardless of who made this point, because I don't believe, especially with Jay Paul, I've called her out many a time in the past. It is provable that they're doing this. I've talked about it many times. I've done entire shows about it. I mean, in this very show, along with all of the source material proving they're lying to you, you can even just ask Rock, and it's just like a list of 17 times McLaughlin has publicly been caught lying about exactly things like this. Or Noam standing up and going, we haven't deported U.S. citizens, or largely detained, but they have in fact deported a few of them. Detained many of them. I mean, we literally just showed you some, and yet they just lie. And so this person's saying Trump's kidnapping and detaining citizens. Yes, they are. 100%. We just showed you examples. But she goes, wrong again. And this is about, what's funny about it is this is an article about more than just one person. This is about, in this case is actually pretty crazy. But that's the main part. And I'll go over that person's case. But so she addresses that one person, ignoring the fact that the claim is that you do that, not just the one person, right? But he goes, wrong again. Dulce Consuela Madrigal Diaz is not a U.S. citizen. Yeah, she is. And we'll go through this. She did not provide valid U.S. birth. So here's what's funny. Not providing valid certificates, which here she did. We'll go through this. But not providing it does not then by default mean you're not a U.S. citizen. These people are really bad at what they do. Like I don't think they're smart enough to formulate the kind of arguments that we typically get from malicious, deceptive government, which is good in a way. It works in our favor, to be honest. But she did not provide a valid certificate or evidence in support of her claim. So that means you don't know is the answer. But on December 14th, arresting this illegal alien in Maryland. October 20th, they encountered her near Arizona. Well, let's go through the case. Here's what Mike Young said. You're making a huge claim here. DHS says she is not a citizen and did not produce valid birth certificate, while her attorney says that she has a Maryland birth certificate plus supporting records, filed a habeas petition, and got an injunction, and even got her out of jail, by the way, because of that, which makes the case, by the way. Yet I still transferred her to Louisiana, and counsel says access has been limited as she was released recently. So, but also presented this information of her records to the court. That's probably what he means in the habeas corpus petition. So stop trying this case on Twitter, he writes. If your facts are solid, put the documentation in front of a judge, which they never seem to do. Isn't that funny? Oh, they're all radical judges. Well, in some cases, that's the reality. Or if you're going to try the case on Twitter, how about you post the evidence? I mean, if all radical judges, then come out and make your case. Like, here's the proof. They don't do that because they're lying to you guys. As I've said before, McLaughlin, more than anybody, has been lying repeatedly. But it says, allow attorney access to the information and let the process work. If you're wrong, every extra hour you keep a U.S.-born person in detention is a strain you cannot wave away with a thread. Here, make sure I didn't always forget if I went forward and go back. No, okay, that was it. Now, here's the article from Guardian. I saw this first from David here. Maryland woman who says she's a U.S. citizen finally released. Okay, so we're going to pretend, we'll go over the article, that they released her even though she was not a U.S. citizen. I'm sure we can all piece that actually, I can't even think of a term today. I guess I'm tired. I don't know. Brain buster. But she goes, wrong again, right? Okay, let's look at the article. Now, and in no way is it just because Guardian says. You can look into this yourself, as we did, and the argument really comes back to the fact that the lawyer, as you can verify, has presented this to a court. They have not. And they've released her now. I mean, that speaks for itself if you're not a willfully ignorant person. But Maryland woman who says she's a U.S. citizen released. A Maryland woman has been released and reunited with her family after spending 25 days in ICE custody, despite her attorneys saying, which this is what kills me, the Guardian, like they've done in past, could easily have taken the time to look at the documents themselves. But it's easier to go, well, we don't know. It's like in some cases they make the effort to do that. Some cases they make sure not to. But it says despite her attorney saying documentation showing she was born in the United States and therefore is a citizen. Dulce Consuelo Diaz Morales and her legal team maintain she was born in the U.S. and possess records supporting that claim. Okay, well, what are we talking about? Are you claiming they're forged? That's not what they're saying. ICE, however, had disputed this, asserting she's a Mexican citizen who entered the U.S. unlawfully. Now, what they're doing here, in my opinion, is covering up a clumsy mistake, which was that there's a discrepancy about when she came back before. In the article, she claimed she was using the mother's name. I mean, all of it could be some kind of weird lie covering something else up, but the reality is her verification of her citizenship. So what they're doing is going, she came through before, and we caught her, and she said this and that, X, Y, and Z. And so what I'm getting from this is that they looked into something that made them think she was not a U.S. citizen. Then in this process, found out she was, and this is their effort to try to hide from that. That's what they do every time. But says they claim she came in unlawfully. Now it says 4 days after her arrest, a Maryland federal district court judge issued an order preventing the government from deporting her while the court reviewed the petition filed by her attorneys challenging the detention, which included her citizenship information. Now it says one of her lawyers told the Washington Post that the government has not dismissed the case against Diaz, meaning deportation proceedings could still move forward despite her release. Doesn't that sound familiar? Right now, they're still trying to get Khalil deported. That's new, by the way. They're right now back into it. They're arguing they're going to keep trying to get him deported. Now, I shouldn't even go into that. I'll go into the future discussion. It's some kind of weird anomalous thing where it's like the argument was that the case they brought was not allowed to be brought in that certain case or by that certain location. Not that anything was wrong, but what you're getting is that like the Millers of the world come out and go, see, they disputed it. We're right. We knew it. That's not what that ruling proved. What it proved is there was some kind of discrepancy in the way they brought the case forward, not that the information was incorrect. It's obvious about Khalil. It's very clear what happened. He was simply saying something in a context of a protest. They tried to lie about the context of the protest. That came out from everybody. He was a mediator in the conversation. They tried to make it out to be him advocating for it. It was all very easily proven. And it was because of Israel, guys. They tried to get him deported. Ozturk was the same story. So now my point is that even to this point, after everything's come out, they're still trying to get him deported because they're petty and they're childish and they are clearly driven by something other than what you care about. But see here, the point continuing, that they didn't dismiss it regardless of her being released. So that they file a petition, they prove her citizenship, they even get forced to release her, and they're still just trying to go after her anyway. But Slayton said she remains confident that her client's citizenship has been proven. She's a U.S. citizen, he said. She was born here. I think that we've presented more than enough evidence, but we will continue to fight it until every last... I mean, think about the fact that we're even still talking about this. That their effort is to just bull rush the forward, nail that square peg into the round hole, no matter what. She's proven she's a U.S. citizen. She was born in this country. The lawyer presented the case, and yet they just keep going. So let this flavor everything else. If this is what they're willing to do to cover up a mistake with a U.S. citizen that's been proven to be as much, or with the Ethiopian immigrant who's a U.S. citizen as well, then why would we even doubt? We should question as always, but why would we doubt the possibility of them killing Renee Good or any number of other things? Then the evidence should prove that you know that is the case. It continues. It says, but we will continue to fight it until every single court accepts and acknowledges it. But it says the legal team said they submitted her U.S. birth certificate along with her additional documents that they say establish her citizenship. I mean, even the way you're framing that. What do you mean you say? That does establish her citizenship unless the insinuation is that it's a fraud, which nobody's arguing. So this is just poor writing from The Guardian for, I think, an obvious reason. But it says, but those materials were still insufficient to secure her release from ICE custody until now. But why? Because they're ridiculous. That's why. In my years now of being an immigration attorney, he goes, I have never had to go this far for a case. Who represents this person said that what we were finally able to get and what we worked on getting was a lengthy affidavit from a medical professional, a doctor who described why the birth certificate was authentic. Think about how stupid that is. You don't need a doctor. Like, this is just them going above and beyond to make the case of what they already had in front of you. This is how ridiculous this is. Whether they went after her because they think she looks like an immigrant or whatever else it is, they're wrong and they're caught and they just keep pushing. Welcome to the broken nature of this country. And the fact that they've lied about this repeatedly up until now is obvious as well. So here's another alarming case. longtime first-time post this. ICE detains a family with a 12-year-old boy, separate the child and send him alone 1,000 miles away to Texas. Agents left what seems to be a phony warrant on the porch the day after the raid. I mean, guys, you almost can't make up the stupidity of this. They're so clumsy and so broken in the process that they're just flying by the seat of their pants. And this is I mean, God, I don't even know. It's just so much over the top that it blows me away that we even have to discuss this. All of the videos speak for itself. The reality is that this is them, I think, scrabbling to try to, give the illusion of process while they know everyone. I mean, think about it. They know we're paying attention. They know they're being called out. And this is how they still operate. I think it's just a shocking level of incompetence matched with a level of hubris and blind support from the administration.
In the video, you see a woman holding an infant. Neighbors say agents let her and the baby stay, but they took everyone else, including a 12-year-old boy.
She asked for the warrant. They said they had one, but they never showed it to her.
Family friend Francis Clatworthy tried to pick up the boy from a Twin Cities federal building on Friday, but had no luck.
They say that they sent him to San Antonio.
Neighbors say agents told them it was all part of a narcotics investigation and had nothing to do with immigration. But Sean Piet is suspicious because this video from his outdoor camera shows someone dropping off a package just minutes before the raid.
Federal agents inside were telling him there's drugs in it, and if no one inside at the time claimed that package, that they were going to take everybody in the house.
I mean, guys, think about this. Does that not obviously demonstrate that this was some kind of coordinated effort? It wasn't just some random, there's some kind of package being sent that they clearly orchestrated, in my opinion, and ultimately was waiting for them to accept it to be able to say, you did that, you're guilty. I mean, that seems like an obvious setup to me. I mean, what else? It's very weird, right? And on top of the fact that it clearly is about immigration, if the case becomes about the kid and the immigrant and claiming he needs to be deported, sending him to the Texas immigration facility. I mean, everything about what they're doing is completely criminal. They're just doing whatever they want, whenever they want, creating these false setups, creating a sense of risk to their life to justify action against American citizens. It's just gross and broken. This is an authoritarian national police. Like every other analogy or comparison you want to make, this is where we are.
And one other thing struck them as odd. This warrant from a state, not a federal court, showed up on the doorstep the day after the raid. But it does not look exactly like this sample warrant that a state court spokesman sent us. It doesn't have a case number or a file stamp, and there's no record that agents ever filed it, though they do have 10 days to do that.
This morning they dropped it off here. The piece of paper that said that they had a warrant to search the house.
The day after.
And she says the family came here from Venezuela 3 years ago and added that the adults all have work permits as well as real IDs. We, of course, reached out to
real IDs. See how interesting that worked out? They've got a real ID driver's license. They have the legal justification to be here. And they just steal the child and send him to Texas.
Federal officials for more information, but haven't heard back yet. We're live in St. Paul. Mike Banzoni, Fox 9.
This from Fox, by the way, too. And guess what? Minnesota. What a surprise. I mean, it's just so beyond, like, it blows me away. Even as we're watching this and reporting on it, it really does blow me away. And so at the end of the day, all 6 arrested have work permits and state-issued real IDs, and ultimately, under the guise of some weird drug dynamic, that the fact that they not only don't present the warrant while they're stealing this child and ultimately raiding the house, they then bring it the next day, which is so meaningless, but it's not even valid. I mean, do they know that? I mean, we've already caught them more than once trying to present invalid warrants. Then when called out, they just leave. So these are my point I'm trying to make is these people know that they're breaking the law. They know what they're doing is illegitimate. And it just continues anyway. And here's what you get from the White House. All flash, no substance. Stand with ICE. No, ICE stands on you. That's where we are right now. Stand with ICE. Look at them presenting them like some kind of military movie premiere. I mean, it's just insane. You remember that? We just showed you the image of what ICE used to look like? In a FBI or whatever, ICE flak jackets and nothing else. They're literally militarized now, like all the rest of enforcement, because they see you as the enemy, guys. Hope we can start paying attention to that. Now, where this continues, both the training overlap and Palantir overlap, but also just the argument for why this is happening right now. Now, we showed you what's down to 45 days of training, how embarrassing that is. And that's down from not a lot in the first place. And then it's pretty clear that they've had to entice people because nobody seems to want this job now, despite what they're claiming. That's starting to come out as well. But here's what they're claiming. We didn't put people that weren't good at their job out there. Like, don't you love this coming from the meritocracy push, which everyone should agree with, but they're the ones going, we can't hire those woke, DEI hires. It's about meritocracy. And then they literally come in and do the same thing in the other direction. The same exact kind of DEI hires that they want. It's the same point. It's about you creating the situation that you want, not who's best for the job. This person, or this is here's the article. AI mistake, they claim, sent 10,000 ICE officers into the field without proper training. Oopsie. It was just a little mistake. That's not what I do not believe for a second that's what happened. They were desperate. They put out anybody with a pulse. And now they're trying to make it out to be something even funnier, using AI as the problem, undermining a different agenda. Don't you love how broken these people are? But either way, whether it's their own incompetence or the fact that they're trying to cover it up, they're telling you there are people out there that don't know what they're doing. And then we're trying to defend what they do. They're drowning in their own lies, guys. And this person just says, like, just exasperation. The officials said the AI tool sent people with the word officer on their resumes to the shorter 4-week online training. For example, a compliance officer or people who said they aspire to be an ICE officer. You got to be kidding me. So people literally go, I want to be an officer, got rushed out to be an officer. Because that doesn't make sense enough. I mean, that perfectly lines up. A bunch of people who are desperate to go out and enforce against Democrats are the ones who got pushed to the front line. And then you wonder why it's happening. As ICE raced to add 10,000 new officers and AI error, same point. But on top of that, here's an interesting discussion coming from Ken Klippenstein. And this is something that somebody leaked to him. So as always, question it like you would anything. Immigration agents terrified of ICE backlash after shooting. Look at this picture, by the way. This is that main guy. He was on that video where they accosted that guy at Target. This is like apparently one of the leaders in this ICE, Gestapo. Look at the way he's dressed. I mean, it's like they're just trying to emulate everything from the past. It's crazy to me. But it says, while Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem and others in the administration, Ken writes, preen about justifying last week's shooting and trumpet their war on domestic terrorism, DHS is privately divided and hesitant about the latest deployments. According to documents leaked to him, not only is the department seeking volunteers for the apparently unpopular mission, it is urging its agents to maintain low profiles and comply with the use of force policies. See how that works? Because what's really going on is that, this is what I think anyway, most people caught up in all this are honest people who have been manipulated to thinking they're doing what they need to do. But when they start to confront the reality, they start to go, wow, I'm the bad guy here. Are we the baddies moment, right? And starting to recognize this is wrong. Even if I agree with the agenda, the way they're doing this is wrong, and I want no part of that. And so suddenly people are going, I don't want to do that. Not only, maybe it's because they also see that they're being called out by all of the country, or because they may go to prison because Trump will not, you can see the problems here. And it goes on to say, on Friday, DHS sought volunteers to deploy to Minneapolis, in part due to opposition within the ranks, their own people, according to Border Patrol agents and other Homeland Security workers who have reached out to him. Now, this has been coming up from more than one person. People in border security have been reaching out about how bad they see what's happening, or what they think. They see what ICE is doing, and they're calling out to people, saying, we don't support this. This is wrong. What they're doing is bad. It's coming from inside their team, guys. This is only one of those examples. And it says, quote, please begin canvassing your personnel for volunteers. A memo sent by the Border Patrol's acting assistant chief, Joshua Andrew, posted on Friday. That's crazy to me. I mean, actually not surprising, but it just shows you that what I keep talking about. People are not okay with what's happening, and they just need you to think that's the case. This just shows you not only their dishonesty, but the point about the lack of training. This is hilarious to me. Homeland Security. This guy says, you've heard about who ICE is recruiting, or the article. The truth is far worse. I'm the proof. It says, what happens when you do minimal screening before hiring agents, arming them, sending them to the streets? We're all finding out. I mean, guys, they just had to admit that. Oops, it was an AI mistake. So while they tell you their mistake did happen, they come out and say, he's lying that it's happening. You see how broken this all is? So he says a few months ago, ICE tried to hire me. I didn't sign and submit any paperwork. I'm a real outspoken about my opinion of the Trump administration. I'm extremely Googleable. Homeland Security says this is such a lazy lie. This individual was never offered a job. See, they assumed he wouldn't be able to prove it. They were wrong. Applicants may receive tentative selection, blah, blah, blah. No, they're lying. And even Twitter called him out because he posted the proof. The author has provided video evidence of her ICE recruiting and hiring portal. And they still leave it up, 13 million views. You can watch it for yourself. Very clearly goes through the portal and shows you that, yes, not only was she involved, but she was brought all the way to onboarding. Isn't that embarrassing? Like, and this is, who knows? Homeland Security, could be Nome, could be McLaughlin, who knows? But they just lied. And they thought they'd get away with it. I just think it's wild how obvious, how completely continuous this is. And even Twitter calls them out. Now, what I keep noticing is this gets quietly removed, probably for, history sense. So we forget that was their lie. That's coming from you-know-who. But just recognize, guys, if they're willing to lie about stuff like this, what won't they lie about? They're drowning in their own dishonesty. Now, there's plenty of agendas around this. It almost checks every box. Across the board, from foreign policy even. But one of the main things that we can't hide from, even people, largely I think Republicans are uncomfortably becoming aware of how important this is. As Jones continues to tell you, it's a small Democrat thing. Another Palantir program is being used to surveil everybody in this country under the guise of immigration. And that's exactly the reality. Exactly. It's not my opinion. The Palantir app ICE uses to find neighborhoods to raid, and it creates a score for everybody. That is your social credit score in another way. It all comes together, whether it's, credit card score, all of it matters. But every one of these things are creating the situation where you're being graded on all sorts of factors. And that is exactly what we've talked about. Now, the Republican version, but it ends up in the same endpoint as whatever the Democrats were doing, as always. It's called Elite. Palantir is working on a tool for immigration and for ICE that populates a map with potential deportation targets, brings up a dossier on each person, and provides a confidence score on the person's current address. 404 Media has learned ICE is using it to find locations where lots of people it might detain could be based. That's not enough, guys. Lots of them could be based. We've seen this in Baltimore when they break in from helicopters into a building and arrest one person. Nobody they claim was there. No connections to ICE or gangs, or rather Trinidad Aragua or whatever they said. Flashbangs in babies' rooms. This is what you're okay with out there? The findings based on internal ICE material obtained by 404 Media, public procurements records, and recent sworn testimony from an ICE official. It's everywhere, guys. People are starting to break ranks. Show the clearest link yet between the technologies infrastructure Palantir is building for ICE and the agency's activities on the ground. The tool receives people's addresses from the Department of Health and Human Services, among a range of other sources, according to the material. Elite has already been used by ICE to target specific areas, according to sworn testimony from an ICE official in Oregon. In October, immigration officers waited in three unmarked SUVs outside an apartment complex in Woodburn. They went on to bust a driver's window and pull a 45-year-old woman from the van, used ICE's facial recognition app, Mobile Fortify, on her, and agents had the goal of making 8 arrests per team per day. That's called a quota, which they claim isn't real. Lawyers representing the woman say authorities arrested her and more than 30 other people in a dragnet, which means they did not know for sure they were criminals. They simply used this, just like Israel does with Palantir's Habsora and, the lavender and all the rest of it. It's the same conversation, guys. They're using this on you in the same way. I could play that clip again, but I'm sure you already know. All of this is being trained through ICE and Israel overlap. Let me see if I have it real quick. It's not that long. Here. Oops. Hold on. Got too many videos.
The most chilling thing I've seen responding to these immigration raids. I'm an immigrant rights attorney, and usually I'm a pretty optimistic guy. I don't get scared easily. I love watching horror movies. Over the past 6 months, I've seen some really disturbing stuff. At one location, people hid when ICE showed up, and ICE still found them using a thermal drone that detects body heat. Where was this technology first tested? By Israel in occupied Palestine. When people get taken by ICE, they often refuse to say their names. So ICE identifies them using a facial recognition technology. Where was this tech first used? By Israel in occupied Palestine.
And it's on and on and on. It's the same thing. Like it's very easy to verify, guys. All of this is being tested in locations Israel's using that then come home to you. You can decide to ignore that, but that's very important and very obvious. It goes on to say it's basically a map of the United States. It's kind of like Google Maps. That's what they're using on everybody. It says, quote, it pulls from all kinds of sources. It's a newer app that was actually given to us in ICE. Well, gee, I wonder where that comes from. I think that was it in general. There's lots of good stuff in the article, just to, the ongoing point around this. And there's one that we've already seen. This is not even the only one. This is the newer one. Oh, actually, this is a clip from 404 from that article, and then I'll play the one that you've already seen. This is Ryan Rasbiani. Americans watch this now. Palantir built a pre-crime app. Elite is a surveillance system that maps real individuals across the U.S. and assigns a confidence score. It allows ICE to identify target-rich areas. And this ends up being everybody. That's the point, just like it has been before. The only way they can do this is to surveil everybody.
Have information on the app that ICE uses to determine which neighborhoods to raid. It's called Elite, and in a testimony obtained by 404 Media, it's been revealed that it looks like Google Maps with pins for all the potential deportation targets. And interestingly, the targets include confidence scores, scores that indicate how likely they are to be at a potential location. ICE agents then drive to a location that's target-rich and knock out waves of arrests. Now, Palantir is the company that is officially behind this technology. In case you didn't know, Palantir was tasked by the Trump administration to create a master database on every single person in the US, citizens and non-citizens alike.
Make sure you hear that part, because that shouldn't be okay with anybody who pretends this is only aimed at immigrants. I mean, even if you think that's just how they're using it, it's just a necessary evil. How long until the Democrats take that and aim it at you? Which, you know my opinion, it's not about one versus the other, but if that reaches you and makes you realize that this shouldn't happen now, then all the better. But recognize that it's the same entity. Either way, they're surveilling you. I just think it's amazing to me that that doesn't break through with some of the people that need to see it the most.
All of us officially have scores around how likely we are to be a potential threat. In the land of the free, every move, our social media behavior, and our location are all being monitored. In case you're unfamiliar with the rest of Palantir's work, they're actually the ones responsible for testing out their kill technology and perfecting it on civilians in Palestine. Their main product is an AI platform designed to identify and eliminate potential future threats. That technology is now right here at home on the streets in the US.
Time to wake up, guys. It's all coming back. Now, this is the one you've already seen. As it says, this isn't sci-fi. It's already live. This one's called Gotham. This has already been used for a while now, and it's the same point. All right. During the COVID-19 lie, they would use that argument to justify all of this stuff, right? To make sure it's always whatever's currently going on, it's used to rationalize the agenda. The agenda continues. The justification fluctuates. It's the same thing every time.
People have seen a police program that's being used called Palantir. It is in your police officer's car.
It's called Gotham. Palantir is the company, as you know.
On your police officer's computer. So while you've got the person pulled over, you can start to drill down on this person. It's not just like a DMV photo and an NCIC anymore. You can see all their bank accounts, the balance in their bank accounts, the last times they declared cash somewhere.
I mean, that alone, which is the most benign part of it, guys. Why is that okay with anybody? Why would Palantir, an international entity that has a strategic partnership with Israel, among many others, why do they get access to your personal bank account and when last time you accessed cash? Because this is not about just that company. This is something that's being built. It's about enforcement and control and surveillance, and it's about government invasion into your life. Got to wake up beyond the current narrative to recognize how these things continue to fit together. It's not conspiracy theory. It's what they're telling you in real time and just being able to acknowledge it.
You can see every time they hit a flock camera anywhere in the country. Flock is a giant national traffic monitoring system that is basically everywhere now. And they're taking photographs at every intersection all day. And it's using AI to like read license plates and put identities of people places. And it's just keeping all that data, like all of it. That's what they've got in their car right now. And we're not getting that in Discovery. We're not able to confront it.
Now, that was the biggest part that I made about last time. The most important, rather. That the way they're doing this is creating this loophole, this public-private partnership, World Economic Forum. That's what this is. They're the leaders of public-private partnerships. That's the point. So now Palantir is in one of those with the United States. And the point is that they can argue that that's their personal information. No, it's your personal information that the government allowed them to have. But now because of the way this is working, you're not allowed to have that in Discovery to see what they have on you. A private company, but it's not when you understand that it's basically this fascistic intertwining of our government. But realize how that's being played against you.
We're not able to use it as Brady evidence. We've got Fourth Amendment issues galore, obviously. I didn't realize how prevalent it was. There has never been a surveillance program in the history of the United States that was not used brutally and in a corrupt fashion.
Right.
And now we have the biggest surveillance system that we've ever had.
As somebody rightly points out in the chat, you can spray. There's certain things you can buy on Amazon and spray. You can't see it, but it does block the camera from seeing it, which I'm sure they're probably already adapting to. But they'll also charge you the crime, even though that's completely the idea that the illegal thing they're doing, you stopping that from happening is you breaking the law is ridiculous to me. I mean, even if you want to you can put stuff over it too, like a reflective thing, and they'll charge you with a crime. But you realize there's no legal reality that says you have to allow them to surveil you. Like the argument is they have to be able to see your license plate. Well, a cop can look right at it. You can see it. That your camera over there that I didn't allow or didn't agree to can't see it is not a crime. But they make it one because their government's illegitimate. I just think it's hilarious and alarming. But continuing. Israel has a strategic partnership with Palantir. I very much think that's relevant, even if it's just the fact that that government is committing a genocide live streamed every day. And that this company is okay with not only supporting that, but allowing their technology to be used to conduct it. And this is the company surveilling you right now. The one from Alex Karp and Peter Thiel, who have openly supported what Israel's doing, have openly said they want to, spray urine from drones on people he doesn't like. That's Alex Karp. Think about what these people have in front of them. That matters to me. Marcus Diosint points out, this is what we were showing you. He said, this is Minneapolis right now. ICE Border Patrol agents scan faces of people driving past their vehicles. That's a crime. You have no right to do this without that. This is them guessing. That's not criminal. That's not police activity. That is you guessing because of somebody's appearance. That's called profiling. And on top of that, you have no right to scan me. That's my personal information, my personal biometrics. It says, which other place in the world do they scan biometrics of civilians? Israel. That's what he's talking about. That's what it is. And down here, he shows, here's an Israeli soldier proudly sharing a drone footage of himself flying a weaponized drone into the house of a Palestinian family. And then laughing as he terrorizes civilians for sport as they sit there with their hands in the air. He's laughing on the video. You can listen to it. He filmed their fear like it was entertainment. No one knows what happened. They probably were killed, if we want to be honest about it. The point is that this is what's going on here. And dealing with the same kind of malicious people, guys. So on a quick overlap, in case you didn't see this, ADL CEO Greenblatt says the organization has analysts working 24/7 surveilling Americans as they label them as extremists, including their social media activity, bank accounts, cryptocurrency transactions. That's what he said. So you could argue he's lying, but historically we already know this. James Lee, I did an interview with him about his, about his mini documentary on the ADL. And that's exactly what he found. It is an Israeli spy organization. It's actually very easy to prove. I don't have to play the clips. I've played them many times. What's interesting is what he's telling you is something he's also backed up in the past about Jewish organizations in this country. When the protests were happening, he let it out that he had spies in these organizations. Spying on American Jewish organizations. I mean, spying on anybody and publicly discussing it should be a problem. But what's crazy about it is it's about Zionism. I think that's the obvious point. But the real point about today's conversation is that this is Israel's ADL entity absolutely surveilling Americans, knowing your bank account information, cryptocurrency transactions, and them deciding or involved in the decision to label you an extremist based on a foreign government's perspective. And Jenin points out, why is the ADL getting access to this information? This should be a major scandal, but it's not. And I'll include this interview. You should check this out. It's a good discussion. His documentary is not long. It's really well done. And then here is another one going around. ADL leader Jonathan Greenblatt says Americans who criticize Jews in Israel will be monitored by the FBI. He says a lot of stuff like this. Jeff Carlson simply says, I was told this was a conspiracy theory. Just think about the bigger picture, that they're right now labeling you extremists by simply calling out the crimes of the government. And that he's saying, I just want to try to overlap the intersection between the surveillance that's taking place, Israel's involvement in it, and their willingness to deem Americans criminals or extremists because they call out what they're doing. Crystal Ball simply says, this reporting confirms, and this is more of Ken's reporting, Border Patrol whistleblower outraged by ISIS conduct exposes over a dozen secret ICE programs in a document leaked to him. And it says, this reporting confirms what we all suspected. ICE has been built, this is her opinion, but I largely agree, to be Trump's personal army, or rather, in my opinion, the government's personal national army, FBI and secret police. It cannot be reformed. It must be abolished from the story. And as he reads on what we already wrote. Now, do you really believe that Democrats would not maintain this power? I mean, if you do think that, I don't know what you've been watching your entire life. It never, ever happens. But we'll see. Here's a video that I'll play a part of. Well, actually, let me see. We're kind of short. I mean, we're already pretty long today. It's a clip that Pierce put out here that basically makes the argument of what we've always been talking about, right? That it's not left and right. Basically, it's an illusion to collect power and to pit you against yourselves for the interest of the government. And I agree with that. There are some parts in this that I don't agree with, but I won't go into it since we're not going to get into play it all. It's about 4 minutes, but it's worth watching. I think it's largely well done. And I think it's important to see that it's always about dividing us to benefit the power. And let's get into some of these points here. I'll just skip this one too. This guy just kills me. This just mumbling fool. This Tom Homan is so obviously like on the top of it, right? Is he, what's the right word I'm looking for? He out front. He comes across as somebody who is just disregarding legal, God, I can't even talk today. Constructs, or rather he's coloring outside the lines. I can't think of the words I'm looking for today, but he's simply telling you what we were just highlighting. That we are going to make a list of anybody that we think is doing, speaking out, basically. We're going to make them famous. We're going to make them famous. He literally is talking about people who are exposing the names of people who are supposed to be revealing their names. But they call that doxing. People in authority, ICE agents, police officers, are required to identify themselves and show you a warrant. In this case, if you dare to show them, here's what their name is, here's where they're acting, those are all within your rights, and it's been upheld by the Supreme Court. He wants you to believe that they're criminals. And people blindly follow this guy. I don't know why. He doesn't really present well, but here's what he said.
This job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE,
which are not crimes, and all of that's upheld by the Supreme Court many times, and I'll show you in a minute.
You can protest, they have that right. But when you cross that line, and we've proven it.
What's the line? Being there? Renee Good? You haven't proven anything, Tom. You lie about everything. 1,000% increase in attack. Not true. Still to this day. Anybody want to challenge me on that? Prove it to me. You want to prove to me any of that? Give me something to go on. It's been clearly, again, you want to ask Rock, you want to ask a Republican side. Its reality is, based on the facts, he made this up. He yelled that number. It got repeated. There's nothing to back that up. On top of the fact that what you can actually show is the reverse, if you really want to break it down.
If you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing
if you impede, if you couldn't suss out what he was mumbling right there, if you impede or obstruct. Okay. If you impede or obstruct, there is a crime, there is a point that can be made, right? If you're going up there and interfering in something. That is a pretty minor crime at the end of the day. They're using this to kind of turn it into some kind of, major violent attack, but realize what we're talking about. They're pointing at people who are simply present. I've shown you 55 videos of people filming, as I just recently said. Didn't you learn from Renee? And grab the phone out of his hands. That's not impeding. He knows what he's doing. So do all the rest of them. They're turning normal observation, protests, into criminal activity because when you observe them, you can hold them accountable. Why do you think they're hiding their faces? Why do you think they're not identifying themselves? It's not because left radical, blah, blah, blah. That's not the reality. If that's the case, charge those people with crimes. You don't get to make a broad case about dangerous people while you're doing a job that risks your life. Pretty much makes you a coward.
Pushing for right now, Laura, we're going to create a database where those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous.
God, I can't even
We're
understand
going
what
to
he's
put their
saying.
face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are.
Okay, so what he's talking about is doxing. You got to love that. So by us pointing out what these people are doing, which is our right, which is their legal responsibility, he is going to make their information public. He is going to go after, isn't this what the Republicans were screaming about the left doing? So when they're doing something that is not a crime and you try to get them fired from the job, you're a snowflake, Tom Homan. You're a little liberal, snowflake crying liberal. I mean, whatever you want to call them, all your derogatory terms. You broflake, snowflake. It's the same thing. All of you are the same thing. I mean, and on top of the fact that you just told us you're making a database. And this is the same argument. This is Palantir. It's surveillance. It is the database of everybody in this country under the guise of going after those mean Democrats. No, it's aimed at all of you. Just got to start growing up and recognizing the reality, guys. It's right in front of us. Ryan Grimm makes the obvious point. Now, this is a cell phone image from Minneapolis showing a federal border patrol agent kneeing a man multiple times in the head, which may seem small and benign with what we're seeing lately, but that's also a crime. It's also an abuse of that person, especially with how this is being done. So let's watch that first.
Oh, stop. Jesus. Hey!
Watch his knee.
Stop kneeing him in the face! That's his face!
Look at that, right there. His hands are pinned. Right? I mean, look, guys, it doesn't matter. I don't care if this guy was murdering everybody before this. The guy is pinned. You're supposed to be better, right? You're supposed to be the enforcer of the law, not let's punch him because he did it to me, which makes you a child, which makes you exactly what everyone sees you as right now. On top of all of it, guys, the point is that if nobody was there with this, Renee, or anything, nobody would know what was going on because they're not reporting anything. They're lying about everything, and no one's identifying themselves. You know, the only reason we know who Ross was because he was stupid enough to take his mask down. Now, let's be real again. That's his responsibility. That's his legal obligation. My point is, if you're going to be out there conducting criminal activity, murdering people in the streets, you might not want to show your face. But this is exactly why they're not doing that, because they know that they can be held accountable. It's very obvious. And so the fact that he pulled his mask down is the only reason we even know who he is, which makes the entire case for why these observers are so important. I'm not saying go out there and get in the way of what they're doing. I'm not saying break the law. And there are the ones that do that, and they can be charged with a crime that meets the action. Yes. But most of these people are not doing that. Ryan says federal officials keep telling the public to stay away from their immigration enforcement actions and also keep brutally assaulting people in broad daylight, leaving the public the only ones to hold them accountable. The public does not trust DHS to behave civilly or legally, as they themselves have made clear that they should be called out. Mike Davis says, you don't have the First Amendment right to track law enforcement officials and alert targets when they're coming. That's obstruction of justice. No, it's not actually. Wild for a supposed attorney and law clerk to be so wrong. City of Houston versus Hill, 482 U.S. 541, 1987. It's not illegal to warn of the presence of law enforcement, nor to track them. And this is one example. Guys, you can find the reality of this has been upheld for a long time. Why do you think there are cop watchers? Why do you think they've tried so long to make a case about it, but they always have to work around? Because that's been legally upheld forever. Ask the Free Thought Project and Jason Bassler, Matt Agris. It's important to understand this. And not just the idea of identifying them. That's they're supposed to be doing that. That's their legal obligation. But the idea that you are within your rights to film them anytime they're conducting really anything while they're on duty. outside of personal, whatever else. If they're out there conducting operations, you have every right to film it. Of course, they play their game where you can't be in the street, get in the certain areas. Fine. At the end of the day, charging for jaywalking, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you out of the way. But fine, go stay on the sidewalk. We have every right to film you all the time. Warning of their location and presence is not obstruction. It's the case. You can easily verify for yourself. What's alarming is people like this, politicians, lawyers who either know better or are shockingly stupid, and that's just as alarming to me, are trying to lie to you. Why do you think that is, guys? And this is a post, Holly Hart posting this, showing a couple people with QR codes all over their body, standing around a bunch of police state, drones, cameras, and it says, well, at least we're safe from immigrants. Doesn't that just make the point? And I want to reiterate, I think most Americans see through this. I still think that's probably an unpopular opinion, but I think that that's people being played by the partisanship illusion, guys. I really do. I don't think most Americans are falling for this. We just exist in an entirely controlled media ecosystem, right? We no longer, if ever did, have any way to tap into what the majority view is. How else do we get that other than the mainstream media who's trying to deceive us? We must be told what the majority is by the very people trying to convince us to act against our own interests. So at the very least, ask yourself whether that might not be the truth, that every Republican or every Democrat, I think every day you're getting examples that prove to us that's not the truth. But does anybody want to live in that future, which is what they're basically projecting right now? I don't think so. Now, some other points here to finish with. Them lying about the legality of what they're doing. And this is, again, what else are they going to do? It's Homeland Security. Law enforcement uses reasonable suspicion to make arrests as protected under the Fourth Amendment. God, are they really this dumb, or do they not understand their own constitutional? I think what they're doing is trying to actually alter the way people understand these things. Lie to you. As Jenin writes, no, Terry, stops may be based on reasonable suspicion. Arrests require probable cause. I kind of think that it might just be that they really don't know what they're talking about. That we've been so dumbed down that whoever's doing this to us is putting people in positions that actually create these kind of situations where it causes just complete collapse. Like we're imploding right now. Here's how she argues this on CNN. And note that CNN, who has we're told is the enemy to Trump and fighting, has every reason to call out the truth in this and doesn't. Every opportunity and doesn't.
Clarify what exactly that means. Do American citizens, as of now, need to carry their passports or other immigration documents to show that they're citizens?
No, that's illegal. And everyone knows that. And he's asking anyway and doesn't push back.
I am so glad you asked this question because I think that there's a lot of confusion there about this. We have incredibly targeted immigration enforcement operations. So what's happening there is there is reasonable suspicion. If somebody is in the vicinity of this operation, of this target, then they could be asked for their identification. No. We've been vindicated by the...
No, you have not. That's simply not true. You don't just get to sprawl out around yourself and go, you and you, identify yourselves. That's not the reality. Circumstances do not change your constitutional rights. Guys, the reality is that they shall not be infringed. That's like saying, well, because you're in a certain space right now, then you don't get to have a gun. Like, and I shouldn't say it like that in the context of legalities of like a bank, for example. My point would be let's say, what's a good example? Let's see. Like basically saying that because of a situation happening in the country, that suddenly you're not allowed to have your guns today. That's a better way to frame that. And that's just not true. Because there are, in the case of, I could say as a personal, I don't want you to bring something into my home, right? That'd be the equivalent to the bank point. But the reality is for them to say that because of what's currently happening, we can then restrict certain rights. That's the same thing they tried to do in COVID. It's not the reality. Unless you believe the government can suddenly just pull back on things that, they argue that they gave you constitutional rights and they can restrict them. That's not the truth. I honestly think this person doesn't know any better. I think she's reading what she was given, which is why these people are being picked. That's not meritocracy.
By the Supreme Court, September of 2025. You all saw a case out of Los Angeles where they said we can use a reasonable suspicion. I think I've seen
Yes, but what she's doing is misrepresenting the case. We're not for arrest. You don't get to arrest somebody based on your suspicion. In what world are we talking about here, guys? This is not what the reality is.
A lot on this network and other places where they're talking about this is racially based. Absolutely not.
100% is. And it's been proven 100 times over. They admit it. And I'll show you clips of this next where they say this. Now, again, remember, the point is that people go, where's your ID? I don't have it, or I'm a U.S. citizen, but I can't prove it. And then they get arrested. It keeps happening. So that's the point. You're arresting somebody based on a suspicion. That's it. That's not legal, no matter how you try to spin this.
Racial animus is no place in DHS and is, of course, not used. We're using what is protected under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. All right, let's.
And they move on. Literally, they move on. Are you kidding me? Like, if there was, if these were the CNN people, the deep state representatives fighting Trump, then they would be like, you're lying. That's a crime. We know. Let's go through it. Nope. They literally can get her to confer, right? They ask, do we need to carry citizenship? She lays the table and they go, let's move on. So you're convincing people on the left that they need to carry citizenship proof all the time. That is papers, please. And everything we fought against. I'm telling you guys, Americans know this. I mean, we don't, this is a hard turn from seemingly everybody to drive us into the new control structure. Patrick Giacomo points out this guy's image. Just let's read it exactly. There's the clip. And here's what's funny, guys. Even Twitter, as I keep trying to show you, the Fourth Amendment requires probable cause for arrests. You're listening, McLaughlin? You know, I don't think they care. It's not being deleted. They're not changing it. This is the Homeland Security account being fact-checked by Twitter. And they're wrong. I mean, that's insane to me. No, the Fourth Amendment requires probable cause. Here's what it reads. The right of the people to be secure in their persons. That means you personally, your pockets, houses, papers, and effects, anything, against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, period. Well, it's not a period, but that's the sentiment right there. And no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. Even that gets abused right there, right? And particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. None of this is happening. Look at her casually referencing the Fourth Amendment. How much you want to bet she doesn't even know what that reads? I'm not even making that up. Justin Amash, citing what Shipwreck Crew says here, and this is him again saying, the Fourth Amendment does not, in fact, allow the government to arrest persons upon reasonable suspicion. It's amazing we're debating this, and it's so obvious. And even their own platform is telling them they're wrong when they still don't care. Deportation arrests, he writes, are civil and not criminal. So the Fourth Amendment application of reasonableness is not the same. You're an idiot. Like the idea, so now civil law doesn't apply to the Constitution. The Constitution is the general law of the land. That is the reality that everything is applicable to. Civil law or any of it, it kills me that people are trying. This is an effort to try to water this down, to try to deflect and make it about something else. So, it may seem reasonable, but it's not the reality. And look, just because if the Supreme Court ruled that's the case, doesn't make it the reality. Supreme Court's been ruling things incorrect a lot. Didn't you guys just tell us that about the Supreme Court being politically motivated? Oops, but now it's okay because we like it. Children. The truth is, something is constitutional does not make, they pass laws all the time. They're not constitutional. And the Supreme Court will uphold things all the time. That's not constitutional. Doesn't make it constitutional. That should be pretty clear by now. And Justin says, this is an embarrassing and alarming take from somebody who allegedly served 22 years as a DOJ prosecutor. The Fourth Amendment and case law do not distinguish between criminal and civil for purposes of arrest. No person can be arrested for failing to prove citizenship status on the spot. Otherwise, nearly every American citizen will be at risk of arrest without probable cause or warrant, which is exactly what they're trying to build. I think this person knows that. I think it's about team sport politics right now. But here's Noam repeatedly saying this. Kristi Noem says people should be prepared to prove U.S. citizenship. She said this like 5 times now. You don't think she's got somebody behind her going, hey, that's not true? Maybe not. It seems like stuff like that's kind of happened already. But I think the point is they're trying to change the landscape. They're trying to create momentum that changes what they're able to do. Here is an example of exactly what we're talking about. Richard Anya asking this person, why are you asking for my paperwork? This will probably make you laugh out loud. The guy says, because of your accent. He says, you have an accent too. It's not a joke. And then they arrest him.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. You have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at?
By the way, he's a U.S. citizen. See, you assume, which everyone wants to do today, you can end up making an ass of you and me. The person is a U.S. citizen, despite his accent or his English.
Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb.
Out his
An
home.
agent questioned whether he was a citizen.
Look at these guys with the dressed like, right? Not identifying themselves, masked up, militarized. These are criminal agents, guys. There's no way around it. Everything they're doing is a crime because they're not identifying themselves, because they don't have warrants. Even if what they're doing is arresting the worst criminal in the world, they're doing it in a way that may very well create the legal opening for people to get them out of jail. Doesn't that matter to anybody to do it the way that actually makes sure criminals get held accountable? Maybe it's because they don't actually care about holding criminals accountable.
Because of his accent.
I'm from this country. You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country.
That's what the Border Patrol agent just said. Because of your accent, I have reason to believe you're not from this country. I mean, there's what? I don't even need to make the point. This is obviously frustrating, guys. The fact that it's so obvious and we even have to debate it. That's not legal. You know this. They do not have the idea that just because somebody doesn't speak English doesn't mean they don't have citizenship or legal status.
So what country are you from?
According to Monera, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019.
U.S. citizen since 2019.
They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet before letting him go.
Look at that. See, here's the problem. They are trying to arrest him because he refused to show his identification, which he's not obligated to do. They assumed. Now, had he not had his license on him, he could have ended up in a foreign country. As we've already shown you, the Ethiopian immigrant was basically about to be deported, and even as they knew he had U.S. citizenship. It doesn't get more clear than this, guys.
Monera, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, "Are you okay? That we're gonna take you? I don't want to lose you." And I'm like, "You're not gonna lose me."
So in case you're confused, he was a U.S. citizen, had his identification, didn't have any, the argument then you get from the people who 30 seconds ago were screaming about why we shouldn't have to prove vaccination status to the Democrats. You should just show why are you trying to hide? Just show him and make it okay. No, because he's not required to, because the law and your rights matter. That you guys would say the same thing if it was a Democrat doing it, wouldn't you? And that's pathetic. This matters, right? He's arrested in front of his daughter, even though he's a U.S. citizen and later released. And they probably, if there wasn't people around filming or something else, he could have gotten beat up. He could have gotten shot. This has already happened to many people in this position just to penalize them for not doing what they're told. Here's Kim Iverson showing another example, harassing a U.S. citizen for proof of citizenship. It's actually the common reality in what we keep seeing. That's why they're now trying to back it up instead of hiding.
Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I don't need an ID to walk around in my city. This is my
Okay,
city.
do you have
This is
some
my
ID
home.
then, please?
I don't need an
If
ID.
not, we're going to put you in the vehicle and we're going to ID you.
Right there. That is belligerent. That's illegal. Those are criminals. You don't have any right to detain this person for no justification other than proving your citizenship. And then, by the way, also you're scanning your biometrics, which seems to be what it's really about.
Huh?
I'm not going to take out. You take out your ID.
You don't have an ID?
I'm not going to take out an ID.
Hey, man,
I am U.S. citizen. I am U.S. citizen.
It's going to happen either way, he says. Thanks, U.S. government. Military deployment, forced identification, biometric scans. Sure as hell what I voted for, right, guys?
All right, can we see an ID, please?
I am U.S. citizen. I don't need to carry around an ID in my home.
Well,
this is my home.
Where were you born?
This is my home.
Where were you born?
Minneapolis.
You're not even required to answer their questions, guys. Whether police or ICE or anything, by the way. Unless you're being accused of a crime, there's no reason. In fact, what most lawyers will tell you is never answer any questions, ever, because it will always be used against you. And that's not even a joke. There's horror stories that lawyers will tell you about people who weren't even involved in a crime, who wanted to be a witness, who end up being charged with a crime because they are the easy scapegoat. It's what the way the world works, guys, and we need to be real about that. It's not everybody. I'd like to believe it's not the majority, but far too many of the worst people gravitate towards power.
My home.
Ma'am, that's not.
This
That's
is-
We're doing an immigration check. We're doing a
This
citizen check.
This is
and
where
we're asking you where you were born.
This is where I belong. This is my home.
Ma'am, you
and
can belong here, but where were you born?
And I am not gonna give you an ID.
Then we're going to put you in the vehicle until we can ID you.
I belong here. I should be walking around here free. I shouldn't be afraid in my life.
Look, now, in my opinion, if I were in that position, hey, you know, I mean, this is what we have to understand, guys. There's a huge risk with this. There shouldn't be. The risk is because these are illegitimate monsters that are going about their way like this. The risk is still there, though. That's just the obvious reality. I will always stand by the argument, like me doing this work now or protesting in general, that you have the right to. And in fact, somebody, who wants to take the risk, which is what we're saying, signing the declaration was your death warrant, right? That you put yourself at risk because we believe in this, because we have the right. But knowing that they may act violently against you, that you may be shot in the street, is something you have to consider. But that is no way a rationalization in my mind to say that's why you shouldn't do it. That's up for you to decide. In fact, I think it's all the more reason we should push back, because if you don't, it gets worse. But the risk is there, and you really need to engage with that. Family, everything else. My point is, if I was in this position, knowing who I am, my point would be, look, you have no right to ask me these questions. I'm going to move along. Unless you're detaining me, hands up, I'm moving along. Bye. Now, we just saw somebody get shot in the back because they were doing that. A black guy walking with his hands in the air got shot in the back by police. It barely was on the news. But I just want you to think about that. What legal justification do they have? You don't have any right to stop me for no reason. They will then probably stop you, force you into the car, and then you could probably take $1 million from them. But that shouldn't be the risk you take for the money. It should be about making the principled point and standing up for your rights is always what we should be doing. That's my opinion, guys. But, right now, that's what's so alarming is you're getting people that actually agree in every other way with the principle, with the reality of the circumstance, but will still end up going, just don't like everybody. From the other side of the government, just everyone saying, or rather just the government, but my point is from the left-right illusion, saying, don't go out there and protest. People saying, don't go out there and risk it. People who believe and stand with the same position. And I just find that confounding because it's at the end of the day, if we just all stop pushing back, then there's no stopping it. I just think that's crazy. But again, it's up for you to decide.
At this point,
ma'am, do you have an ID to give us?
No.
Yes, you're correct.
You're making me a skirt. You're making me a
Do you have an ID?
This is my home.
Ma'am, where were you born?
I am U.S. citizen. I am U.S. citizen. And I don't think so you have a right to picture me while I am in my home and walking around.
Scanning biometrics. With the app we just talked about. That's what they're doing. They have no legal right to do that. Doesn't matter.
In my home. This is not acceptable. You guys, you're terrorizing people,
ma'am,
and it's not
where
acceptable.
Were you born?
It doesn't matter where I was born. I belong here. I am U.S. citizen. What else can I say? I am citizen. This is my home.
You realize officials, those are observers. Those are people out there that are doing this as a coordinated effort to stop them. Paid agitators. No, they're not, guys. Now, sure, there could be an overlap. I guarantee there is in every circumstance to some degree. The point is these people in most cases are in the neighborhoods and live in these areas and decide to do this because of what's happening. That was Renee, for example, that Trump called a paid agitator. She was not. Now, look, they're trying to make all these cases in a really gross way of diving through her Venmo and saying, look, her mom paid for this. Just the worst people in the world. You want to dive through somebody's Venmo, I guarantee they have some skeletons in their closet, especially the people actually calling her out for very normal things in any kind of circumstance, whether family or rent or anything. She just seemed like a very normal American, quite frankly, left or right. But in this case,
that if you lie that you're a U.S. citizen,
Minneapolis is my home.
Then you can get
Minneapolis
federal
is my
charges.
home. I belong here. I'm sorry.
federal charges. Anyway, the point was that they're out there honking and watching, because if they weren't, who knows what would happen, guys? I mean, because you have to realize she's got a phone, right? But they take that phone when they take her. Who knows whether that even gets released, whether it gets taken, whether she even gets seen again. Really, people have family, people report, but not everybody does. There's been so many examples of people that have vanished. We talked about in the beginning in the first discussion of the plane load, but there's been more than that.
I'm not going to take out an ID. What the fuck?
And there you go. See what happened? Now, had they not been all around there screaming and honking, it seems like they were going to force her into the car. But because people were present, because they were pushing back, they decided to let it go. They decided to not do the illegal thing they knew was illegal because they wanted to, because people were watching. That's exactly why. So yes, it seems we have learned the lesson, and the lesson is without people watching, you guys will be even worse. As she says, unbelievable. Now, this is what we're getting from some of these ridiculous people in the partisanship. Joey how do you say that? Monarino? He goes, I remember having to show vaccination card to eat dinner. Spare me the BS about proof of citizenship being a burden. I mean, how incredible is that? So you're just as bad? You're okay with the same level of authoritarian action because you started it? Are you in kindergarten? Look, I don't even think it's about that. I think these are people that have already signed on to an agenda, to a team, and they will fight for it no matter what, because it's their bread and butter. But think about this, guys. Spare me your burden. Like, so what you're saying right there is that then you were also unjustified in calling it out because who cares with the vaccination card? So now when they come back around, do the same thing back to you, their argument's going to be, well, you did it to us, and it's a cycle that never ends. Yeah, you know what that benefits? The government that keeps doing it over and over and over. But Joey here doesn't care about that because he's making money by posting on this platform or whatever it is driving his intention. James Lee rightly points out, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Also, do you realize that both parties are purposely pitting us against each other in order to systematically strip us of our rights, right? Looks like the plan's working well. I'm telling you guys, I think most people see this. I'm going to keep saying it every day. But just think about these huge influencers who are out there screaming exactly what they just called out before. And either they don't realize it or they don't care they look that bad in order to sell the agenda. It's pretty alarming. Here's Noam just screaming the thing out loud. Now, you ask yourself, does she know that she's wrong? Is it more alarming that she does or she doesn't?
Secretary, perhaps to follow up, why are we seeing Americans being asked on the street to provide proof of citizenship in Minnesota? Is that targeted enforcement? And are you advising Americans to carry proof of citizenship?
In every situation, we're doing targeted enforcement. If we are...
No, that's flatly false. No, you're not. You've just shown many videos of you literally not doing that. So that's the narrative. But I shouldn't surprise you. Any government, left or right, is going to side, toe the line for their narrative. But it's just very embarrassing when it's so obviously in your face. Typically, what we've expected and what we've seen from our government in the past is that once it gets this obvious, they shift. There's some kind of an alter, there's an adaptation of the response. But today, they just double down. Again, I find that to be desperation, but I'm sure I could be missing something. Ask yourself why. What's the difference?
On a target and doing an operation, there may be individuals surrounding that criminal that we may be asking who they are and why they're there and having them validate their identity.
Yeah, just so whatever it is, we have a justification, so just accept it. Right? We probably have some kind of good reason to ask, so just do what you're told. Said every authoritarian in history.
That's what we've always done, and asking people who they are so that we know who's in those surroundings. And if they are breaking our federal laws, we will detain them as well. And
oh, okay, great. So, hey, are you breaking the law? Let me see your ID. Are you doing something? Come over here. Let me find out. That's typical police work, according to Noam. Guys, people are so stupid.
Until we run that processing.
Gross. It's just everything about them. It's so smugly authoritarian and just acting like that means freedom. It's everything I'm always talking about. And then here's ICE agents complaining about this. ICE agents complain about Nazi comparisons and say they're only enforcing the laws. This is my point, guys. These people don't realize how stupid they are. They don't realize and see Al McLeod literally using the Nuremberg defense. Like, I'm willing to bet you most of these people enforcing these don't even know what Nuremberg was. Like, you can look up their own training of the people they're hiring. These are not the best of the best. So they're out there going, don't call me a Nazi. I'm just doing what I'm told, which is literally what the Nazis argued, and that didn't hold up in court. How embarrassing, right? But it's exactly. It perfectly lines up. ICE can't enter homes or jobs without a warrant. This is local... what's the platform? CBS? I can't tell. One of these local mainstream platforms, New York. And it's simply pointing out the obvious. ICE cannot enter homes or jobs without a warrant. So here's what they look like. It's worth looking at. It goes over the examples in there and shows you what warrants look like, shows you what they should and what they shouldn't look. Here's the point. They can't do either of those things, but they are every day, everywhere. They're not identifying themselves. They're entering homes and jobs without a warrant almost every single time. So realize that that's so obvious that everyone knows it. They're doing it anyway. But on top of that, recognize what one looks like. So when they try to present you with a false warrant or bring one the next day and act like that matters, that you can see that they're lying to you. Very important. Now, these last points, I might skip some of this for later because we're super long today, but the overlapping point on this is about like Charlie Kirk, for example, and it's just hypocrisy as always. And my point, like it was with Charlie Kirk or anything before that, is it happens every time. And free speech matters. Same conversation every single time. Somebody making a joke about Trump being shot at or the assassination, whatever you want to pretend happened and all that, is their right. Somebody saying, man, I wish he was a better shot, is not him threatening the president. Even if you think it is, even if it really is, it's still words on it's still free speech. Like Libs of TikTok getting that woman fired for her bad joke because you're a child, because you're just like the snowflakes you make fun of. In this case, we saw this after Renee Good. But remember, Charlie Kirk, people were making horrible comments. We got whatever you want to, and people, they lost their minds. They censored people. They had people canceled. The very right that was just making the case about why that was wrong. Okay, here we are with Renee Good. And this is just one example, but you saw it too. This was somebody saying Renee's airbag. Shared a bunch. Images around there. You can find for yourself. This person says, I ran across this and was caught off guard. Now, this is somebody, by the way, who's supporting largely on the, what appears to be the Republican narrative. I admit this doesn't happen often, caught off guard. My humor is dark as it gets, but for whatever reason, sometimes someone goes above and beyond and catches me unaware. Now, look, it's meant to be a joke. It's, I would argue, in poor taste, but that's what, humor stretches those boundaries. And on top of that, every right to say that, to do it about anybody. You can make it about Charlie, you can make it about Trump, no matter, it doesn't matter. The point is to argue, when Charlie Kirk died, somebody could have simply said he deserved it or whatever it is, and they lost their minds and acted like they were monsters and terrorists. And then here we are with the same thing in reverse. And it just shows you they're partisans, like everyone out there who is an honest take is telling you, are all acting the same. And what do? They create justifications for the government to take a little more, a little more, a little more from both sides, back and forth, until eventually nothing is left. And what are they going to do? Act like it was your fault. I mean, it can't be more obvious today, guys. Dylan Ullman points out this guy, just disgusting. It's such a blind partisan adherence to the team that you're willing to make fun. All of this is that one, I forget his name, that black guy, the pro-Trump guy. He's eating chicken fingers while this woman cries about being sprayed in the face because you're just such an edgelord. You're so edgy. He goes, ice burn, I need water. People are screaming after being maced by the ice. Right. People who did nothing wrong. People who did not break the law. But because they're Democrats, it's so funny to just eat like I don't care while they're suffering. Because it makes you such a cool, good person, doesn't it? These are bad people. You're disgusting. These are human beings. Because they have a different opinion, suddenly it's okay to cheer on their death. Like, it's just gross. Now, look, if you're talking about people who are out there doing the same thing in reverse, at least I would understand. Well, it's like, well, you did it to me. But what you're doing is talking about other Democrats, and because this random woman protesting gets sprayed, you make fun of her because Democrats did things to us. Like it's just one big thing. That's so stupid. It pains me. As Dylan writes, I feel bad for people like this. They've been so thoroughly conditioned that they cheer for the very machinery that will ultimately lead to their own oppression. And when that day comes, they'll have to live with the fact that they helped to build it. Now, I argue most of them won't even understand that in themselves. They're so dishonest at the core that they'll still blame somebody else. This is how liberty always dies. He writes, tribal identity collapses moral judgment into a signal of belonging. Fear gets converted into aggression, and aggression gets baptized as righteousness. People mistake proximity to authority for safety. They confuse safety with virtue, then defend the machinery because admitting that they were wrong could cost them face inside the herd. It always leads to the same destination, and it's never good for anyone. He's very eloquent, this guy, and I really do appreciate his stance. That's very well put. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, Trump, as of course you've seen, and not the first time, threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act. For all I know, it's already happened. Pentagon readies 1,500 soldiers to possibly deploy to Minnesota on top of the 3,000 they've got in the area. I mean, it's, this is Pentagon though. So National Guard overlap, all of it. This is what you want? More militaries? I mean, why? Because you claim there's some immigrants defrauding the government with not much evidence to back it up, despite what happened before, which is real, or the idea that you're talking about people protesting what are criminal activities, therefore soldiers to the street. I mean, guys, it's just so crazy to me that so many people were willing to call anything martial law the moment that Obama even talked about stuff. But here we have deployment of troops everywhere in the country, but we haven't even reached the point where we recognize that it's a violation of posse comitatus, even though you can prove that in multiple ways. And I'm not even talking about the National Guard. It's just sad that we have to be so obvious about this. And this is Trump saying the point here that if corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop professional agitators, so what he's talking about is stopping people from protesting what they're doing. That's illegal, Trump. Rights and stuff, from attacking Patriot ICE, which is not really happening. I mean, other than these examples of the cases where you can make somebody does something, charge them with a crime. The idea that you're saying that everybody protesting being present means they have to stop because that guy did something is what they do every single time. I will institute the Insurrection Act, he says, which many presidents have done before me and quickly put blah, blah, blah. I'm okay doing it because before. This is what he does. He's kind of a coward that way. The Insurrection Act was always the plan, she writes, and Minneapolis is the test case. Maybe that's why it was created. The Minneapolis focus. They sent ICE to terrorize and attack black and brown communities to provoke a response that would justify deploying the military domestically in blue cities. It certainly makes sense to me. This has never been about immigration, which I agree with from the beginning, but her argument very well may be the case. And if you think that's about left and right, you're still not paying attention. It's about creating the division that they use to justify the government agenda every time. The Patriot Voice. Here's Cam Higby, one of the 7,000 funders from Israel. Insurrection now, he says. Insurrection Act now. Patriot Voice says, I'm convinced that anyone actively calling for the Insurrection Act is an asset trying to start a civil war. It's worth considering, isn't it? Here's Robbie Starbuck calling for the Insurrection Act. This kills me. He says, brutal honesty. The ICE situation in Minnesota may be the defining moment for how the next 10 years looks. Look. Any weakness means fueling the worst domestic extremists. So they're creating the argument right now that by not breaking the law, we're creating their ability to break the law. It's not a joke. What we should have done, invoke the Insurrection Act. Think about this, guys. He's literally calling for exactly what he said the other side was going to do. The other side was going to invade and conquer and take over. They're doing this under the guise that they are going to. Military arrests. And now, again, if you missed this point, I'm not making it about left versus right. They're playing off each other for all of them to have this power over you. People like Robbie are either too dumb to know that or playing their part. Military arrests, rioters, politicians. He wants military to go in and arrest politicians. Isn't this a coup you're talking about, Robbie? It's what they're actually calling for, guys. ICE triples presence and deports maximum number of illegals, while DHS denaturalizes anyone who commits immigration fraud. Denaturalizes, which, by the way, is unconstitutional. But who cares, right? Because we're in power. Not one apology from the right for anything, even when they break the law, right? Because who cares? That must be put down so thoroughly. Like, this is the extremist view. This is the guy coming out, pushing the envelope so he gets more attention. That's what I think. It's what I think he's always done. This must be put down so thoroughly that the far left extremists can't effectively recruit people to their left-wing cities to replicate the chaos. Right. So they'll do it. So we have to stop them before they do it. One of the two things is going to be normalized: rioting or the criminality at the behest of the Democrats. Right. It's what's crazy is that many of the things they're pointing to as rioting are the actions they're creating that caused that. The left's done it. The right's done it our entire lives. Ask Derek. He's highlighted his entire career. Or he says law and order, compliance with ICE. So those two are not the same thing. ICE is breaking the law. So if you are complying with ICE at the moment, you're part of the breaking of the law part. That's not law and order to comply with with illegal actions. These people don't care about the law. What they're literally saying is break the law to stop them from breaking the law. That's the point. And what does it do? Creates the government opening to break the law and ignore your constitutional rights. For moderates who may feel uncomfortable by my prescribed course of action, consider that this is a binary choice because extremism only understands language. Oh, I got it. Only one or two choices, only left or right. You got to pick the bad thing because the other bad thing's worse. Sound familiar? Either you use it to draw lines or they will seize it. Right. Because if you don't do the bad thing, they'll do it to you first, said every sociopath ever. Moderation in these moments isn't possible. Moderation. Right. So we have to break the law. We're not doing it's the same argument every time. It's only weakness masquerading as moral supremacy. It's not weakness. to do the hard thing where it's needed, to do the right thing when it's difficult. That's not weakness, that's strength. What he's framing is weakness as strength. He's showing you that going out and breaking the law, violating the rights of people, and basically militarily taking over the country for our interest is strength. That's weakness. That is the easy route. That is taking what we want as fast as we want because we want it, and we'll pretend we're right along the way. You must be strong if you want a country. You know what it sounds like? Miller. This is everything Stephen Miller just projected. Power, strength, take what we want because we can. This is reality. We have a binary choice, strength or weakness. You realize how insane this is? That there's no middle ground? God, it's just, this is not a joke, guys. This is insane. These are dangerous people pushing this stuff. 30 million views. Yeah, right, of course. And you can show things that happened. Arrest them for vandalism. The idea that you're talking about a military overtaking of the country for your interest because somebody spray painted the car and broke things. Yes, I'm not even trying to downplay the severity of these things on top of the fact that a lot of this is done by agitators that are put out there by the idea of the left and the right paradigm not being a factor, guys. People who are paid, rather, agent provocateurs. If you still haven't recognized how prevalent that is, you're not paying attention to everything happening in the world today. This is what they do. Now, does that mean that there's not lefties out there doing this because they're angry? No, of course that. But those are crimes that can be charged for crimes. You have to realize this is manufacturing consent. This is problem, reaction, solution. Oh, this is the guy I was talking about earlier. Agorist Nexus, the one that shared that meme. Immigrants are an existential threat to American heritage. So we need to violate the Fourth Amendment, create a police state, implement digital IDs, and set up paper police checkpoints. Okay. The solution is to reject every fundamental American value. The solution is to reject every fundamental American value. You see the pattern? Right? So if you have values and principles, then you're not Robbie Starbuck. Because what he outlined is the exact opposite of anything. You don't break all the things you believe in to save all the things you believe in. That is ridiculous, guys. It's what they're all pushing right now. This person says, so if the left takes the reins after the midterms, you're cool with them invoking the Insurrection Act? See, somebody who actually can consider the real picture because you know there'll be one. And it says, and with military arrests of your rioters and politicians and all the rest of the BS you're calling for, right? I mean, before you even read this, the answer is obviously correct. The idea is that, yes, of course, but see, well, that when you use all of this, that power is there for whoever will be in power next, which, if you understand my opinion, it's the same government, but that's the way to frame it for people that want to think they're fighting left or right. But on top of that, that what Robbie is really arguing is that, well, they won't be there, right? We're going to take it and they won't exist anymore. And that's somehow the proper path, right? That's the democratic path to just remove them from the conversation, which is, by the way, exactly what they keep claiming the Democrats are going to do to them. So he writes, Congress can't invoke the Insurrection Act. I mean, quite literally, yes, they can. But it says, but to answer your real concern here, no matter what we do, Democrats are always going to do the most extreme thing they can to do whatever they can for. I mean, this is like a kindergarten view of the world. First of all, just all Democrats, despite that being absurdly stupid, even all Republicans, that's dumb, guys. That's like lowest common denominator ignorance. There's a ton of different perspectives on Democrats and liberals and Republicans and conservatives. Yes, but not in this binary worldview, Starbuck view. But no matter what we do, Democrats are always going to do. So no matter what, always, no question, every single time, no matter what, they will always go as extreme as they possibly can. Okay, is that happening now? If that was the case, they would have been murdering cops in the streets already, right, Robbie? Isn't that extreme? Or are you making it a little less extreme all the time? You can't make a point like that and then look around and pretend that's what's happening. If they were always going to do the most extreme thing, then this would be much more extreme right now. Right now, that's what Republicans are doing out of the guys that they're going to. But if they're going to, then they're not always doing the most extreme thing first, right? I mean, guys, it's really always this basic to break down this kind of stupidity. And operating, he writes, in the construct of, but what if they do it, is paralyzing and pointless. Only to people who care, who don't care about objectivity. Of course it matters. It's not pointless and paralyzing to consider, but what if I'm wrong? Or what if they don't or do? That's called being an intelligent person. But he goes, but they have no scruples. So he's literally saying you don't have scruples if you're willing to consider that it's not all or nothing all the time. Your operating standard must be just doing what is right and just without concern for the immoral things Democrats may do in the future. But what is right is not breaking the law, you moron. Like, think about what you just said. You're talking about military deployment, mass arrest. I mean, let's go back to what he just said. Invoke the Insurrection Act, military arrest for politicians. Are they all breaking the law? I mean, I am of the mind that most of them are breaking the law, if not all of them. But are there crimes you're presenting, or are you just mass arresting people that you perceive as being criminals? I mean, you don't have to go through this all again. The reality is obvious. Guys, what you're saying right there, just do what is right, is not what you just outlined. It's in your mind, moral superiority, exactly what you're claiming they're doing, because you believe you're right in doing the wrong thing because they're the bad guy. That is like basic binary 101 government manipulation, guys. It's everywhere you look. You're either with us or you're against us, right, Robbie? You should have just wrote that. Would have been the whole point. It's painful. And of course, Elon Musk stupidly goes, yes, and gives it 28 million more views, because that's how that works. But yeah, right. Yes, Elon, right. Let's militarily invade and overtake the country and arrest politicians because we don't like them. Which, if you think for a second that means all of them, you're wrong. It means the Democrats we don't like. That means all the ones currently in power right now who are breaking the law in 100 different ways are not going to be arrested. All the ones hiding the Epstein files from you are not going to be arrested. Right, Robbie? Robbie Starbuck, the one breaking down all the pedophilia investigation, but we're good with Trump hiding Epstein files, right? Right, principles? It's worthy of ridicule, guys. So here is Democrats openly saying what they'll do if they regain power, which is exactly what you'll hear when Republicans do the same thing when they're not in power. But it's all so crazy when we're pointing at the other side. What they're saying is we're going to investigate them and hold them accountable. Now, look, guys, both sides are very clearly criminal. Well, what's obvious right now, since they're not in power, is that the ones in power are the ones who have all the power to violate, right? Democrats, when they're in that position, do the same thing. But so right now you've got them going, we're going to investigate and hold them accountable, which guess what? They won't do, because it never happens. But Elon Musk will sure as hell point at them saying that they'll be held accountable for crimes they're very much committing and acting like that is a crime, even though he knows it never happens. I know this is all meta and different levels, but realize that it's so ridiculous. First, he's trying to make it out to be them going after them for things we know they did. But you have to realize it just never stops. Are they arresting Democrats right now? No, they're not.
But there's two things to keep in mind here. First of all, there's accountability for the corruption and the chaos that Donald Trump has unleashed on the American people from the very beginning of his presidency on January 20th that should be tied directly to the Supreme Court and the 6 right-wing justices who basically gave Donald Trump, without justification, blanket immunity. And he's been out of control ever since. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, of course, is the fact that there are so many different corrupt sycophants within the Trump administration, including but not limited to within the Department of Justice.
Which is true. But so too is it with Biden's administration, by the way. That's called, not being a blind partisan follower. You can acknowledge our government is having a problem. But so far, how does that represent what Elon Musk was saying?
Now, these people don't have immunity. And the reality is the statute of limitations is 5 years, and there will be accountability with the next administration, if not before, when Democrats take back control of the House of
Right. So this is funny because what this is doing is scaring people like him that might have which, if you want to frame it that way, again, I don't think they have a worry of them being held accountable, but the way he's framing it is that simply being in power and having the ability to investigate is the persecution. It's just so funny how they've turned this around on itself. But so what do you say there? Accountability for crime? They will. Well, good. I hope so. What he's trying to convince you of is that what he's pointing to is some kind of illegitimate investigation to go after you, to take over. It gets much more clear with this next post. They mean it. It says this woman talking, really, it's what is it again? An activist. So you got an activist speaking about what she wants to see, as if that somehow represents anything other than her opinion. But the idea is that we're going to go after them. We're going to investigate them. We're going to find out. We're going to, make sure that every one of them is held accountable. Well, yes, so that's what everybody wants to say about anybody in power. But he's trying to use this to argue that they're going to bring down the country. They're going to come after everybody illegally and unjust. Well, maybe. That's exactly what you're doing right now. I just find this to be so exhausting, right? But here is what Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey had to say. Now, consider this with what they're trying to frame as them going after everybody, illegitimately. Now, I don't support any of the people, but think about the way he's framing this, and I think this is just telling.
Blue tsunami means that.
Hold on. Since I started playing it, that's just that clip I was describing. Here's what she said first.
Congress is going to haul Elon Musk, big balls, and a bunch of other people's ass in front and say, what crimes did you commit? And it's going to get really serious. And the same with Trump, because I believe, and this is just my opinion, that Trump and all of the bottom-feeding morons surrounding him and Elon Musk and all the bottom-feeding Klingeroners that surround him, I think they commit crimes every day. And
right. I mean, again, you could try to make that about partisan. I'm an objective, nonpartisan person, despite the framing. Now, one day I'm a liberal, the next I'm a Republican. That's because I'm objectively in the middle, calling out all sides, but recognizing the clip I can't play. But the point was, what she's saying is true. They are committing crimes. I can prove they're committing crimes, and they should be held accountable for it. So too should Biden and his entire administration. The game is about trying to create it as, well, if you didn't do it then we shouldn't do it now. It's like, it's Israel's argument for genocide. You didn't care when it was Iraq. Well, yeah, we did though. And that's the point, is we should care now and then. And the idea that we shouldn't do anything about their crimes because they didn't do it, that's a government and that benefits the government forever. Because guess what? Then nobody's ever held accountable, which is the point, guys. She may think it's going to happen. My point is that never will. And I think all of them know that. But the problem, I don't know why this isn't working. I had this clip here. It's downloaded, but it just won't come up for some reason. But it's basically just him discussing it. It was actually worth playing, but maybe I'll play it in the next show. Because what he's simply saying is, look, it's worth hearing. I can't paraphrase it well. It's a long thing he says, about 4 or 5 minutes. But what he's really doing is highlighting that there's a problem. And it's not about just the police brutality. It's about, he really does go into some of the points that are important. But at the end of the day, the thing I thought was relevant was saying, don't go out and protest, right? Don't add to this, not just the chaos part of it, but just being out there. And I felt that to be very counterintuitive, right? Because not protesting while we're seeing such egregious action on any side seems to be the wrong action to me. But as I said, it's up for you to decide with the risks involved. But anyway, to finish up, Governor Walz is now mobilizing National Guard, which my mind was like, well, okay, doesn't that seem to add to the same problem? Now, what he's saying is we're not deploying them just yet. They're not out there yet, but they're ready just in case. Well, to me, like, if you understand my view, this seems to be the same thing building with a different narrative. Isn't that always how that works? But I certainly could be wrong. Here is what Adam was saying, is that ultimately Minnesota needs to deploy National Guard on a mission of maintaining the peace. It says it blocks Trump from nationalizing it. Now, I do see the point there. It says the Insurrection Act requires that the state has failed or refused to engage in protections. So by him doing this, the argument is it's creating the point in which they can say, well, I haven't refused or failed to do it. I'm engaging with it now. So therefore, it makes the action of Insurrection Act declared unjust. But, do they care about that right now? I mean, it may very well end up in court where they push that back. Maybe that's what his hope is, but I don't think it'll stop them from doing it if they want to. But at the same time, I get weird feeling that it's really about, as I think we can see in the bigger point, that all of them are creating the same problem. So if they're deploying more military, they're deploying more military. And I just worry about how that is seen as one versus the other. And at the end of the day, it's the same point. And I'll end with this. Somebody tagged me in this. Politics and psyops are about to become even weirder. It says, I have a good news and bad news. Good news for folks in Southeast Asia, you will start making big bucks online. Bad news for Western Instagram influencers and OnlyFans girls, you'll need a new job soon. See this girl? I mean, we need to be very, very aware of where we already are and where we've been for a long time. The problem here, which is damn near impossible to tell, I mean, it's barely you can note a couple things. But realize from a government level, from an intelligent level, guys, they've had the ability to do this forever. And so realize that these people out there screaming nonsense about Iran or Venezuela or whatever else is going on very well could be just another extension of the agenda. Very much worth considering with the way the world is going. It's creepy as hell. But I'll leave it there for today. Thank you for tuning in, guys. As always, I just really hope that we can reach people, Like, this is insanely obvious. Every single part of this, right? It's acknowledging the fact or just lying about it. Like I keep going back to that first one that really just floored me. One of the earliest cases from the Supreme Court, they lost 0-7 and was around, I think wasn't Khalil, but it was the same immigration overlap. And Miller just stood there in the Oval Office and just said they won 7-0. That never changed. You can actually go look it up. Ask Brock if you want. It's very clear. He just lied. They knew he lied, and he carried it forever. They just went away. And the point is that they lied because it had some effect. People weren't sure. They thought, oh, well, maybe I'm looking at the Democrat lie. And it carried from there. And they continue to lie to you every which way they can. And now we're watching this weird moment where we are tiptoeing over the edge and people are going, well, that's not even true. It's a Democrat hoax. I'm looking over here in this fantasy land as we're literally being driven off the edge. We just got to start being aware where we are. And I think not just to being aware, because I genuinely think that most people are to some degree aware of this. We got to start calling it what it is. Stand up, be honest. It's time for that. There are risks, sure. There are downsides. But don't you think it's worth taking a little bit of a risk for something you believe in? I certainly do. Thank you for tuning in. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.